je sais pas, un endroit suffisamment haut pour que la captation soit bonne.
Peut-être te mettre dans le sens.
Là.
Ouais, ça va marcher. Est-ce que tu peux le tourner un peu comme ça?
Comme ça?
Vas-y, non. Pas celui-là,
Ah d'accord.
pas sur ta chaise.
Ok.
Ok, c'est bon. Il faut pas que tu
Oui.
faire les deux en parallèle.
Oui, ça va.
It's 9:29, so we'll start in 1 minute.
Est-ce que je peux te pousser ça un peu?
Oui, bien sûr.
Histoire que...
Largement. Il faut qu'aucun des deux tombe.
Là-bas.
Qui cohabitent. On va arrêter ça. Okay, so yesterday, because we had these technical problems related to the broadcasting online, we started a bit late, and so I just said a very few words about the conference, but I have to add a few things. First of all, we owe this conference to Yassine Amami. He's the one who so got a grant, a 3 years grant to come and do a postdoc in Liège, working on his stuff, basically in philosophy of mathematics and on the notion of rigor. And so this is what he's been doing for the last 2 years. But he had been working with Gerhard and Andrew in the Archives Poincaré in Nancy. And so when he spotted, or they spotted, that the Grande Région Saar-Lor-Lux, which is so one of the European regions made of the southern east part of Belgium, Luxembourg, eastern part of France, and western part of Germany, basically. When this region suggested that scientific institutions would gather for having some common projects, we, basically they, mostly Yassine and Gerhard, and Andrew and I would just be the institutional guys supporting the initiative, but they designed this project of 2 workshops, one in Nancy and one in Liège, which we will be dealing with the notion of intuition in mathematics. So by mixing philosophers of mathematics, which we mostly are, with historians of mathematics, with cognitive scientists, with people doing education of mathematics, because we believed it was a rich thing to do, to also have the viewpoints of people coming from other fields. And this is why we we organized these 2 workshops, because of availability of the speakers we wanted to invite. Some of them came in Nancy, some of them came in Liège, but this is some kind of unity project. And I'm very glad that Yassine took this initiative, so thank you for doing it, Yassine, and thank you for our colleagues in Nancy for having organized the Nancy meeting and for being here today. And I had I had to add something else, and because we have long-term relations between Liège and Nancy, and thanks to one person, Paul Gauchet was teaching logic, analytic philosophy, and philosophy of science in Liège. He has been doing that for years, and he has known Gerhard for years too, and they had long-term relations, and he even was, he had the honor to be a doctor honoris causa in the University of Nancy, and so this is surely one of the people who make us want to be together, who also gave us lots of information. So he was a specialist of Quine, as you perhaps know, but also of epistemic logic. And he worked a lot on analytic philosophy and philosophy of science. And so he is one of the people who influenced our own work. And perhaps, Gerhard, you would just say a few words, because you were both his colleague and friend. And perhaps you won't say just a few words about Paul Gauchet, because so now he's deceased in 2011, so it's about 12 years ago, but still he's someone, and he's very important, not only because he was very generous with his disciples, with his colleagues, but he has been so generous that he gave all his money. I mean, so he had no children, all his money to the University of Liège, and so we have now a foundation with his money, and that will help works in logic. So this generous man, we just wanted to say a few words about him. Gerhard, would you add a few things?
Yes.
Please come here, because you'll be in front of the camera.
Yes, Paul Gauchet advised a whole generation of French philosophers how to express the ways of rationality. He did it with great modesty, but with clarity and firmness in a discipline where the institutional organization seems to obstruct the logical training of the best. After research day at Harvard University, Stanford University, and University of California at Berkeley, he published the first monograph in French, as you said already, devoted to Quine, entitled Quine en Perspective. Paul closed the parenthesis of a tradition in France which, by vaguely relying on erroneous judgments on Descartes and Poincaré, was even proud of its ignorance of logic and semantics, especially in their formal developments. I'm speaking for the 60s and 70s. Member of the scientific committee of the Poincaré archive at the beginning, co-organizer of several symposia in Nancy, Paul inspired and supported teachers and researchers of the Department of Philosophy during more than 20 years and contributed to the radiance of our university, from which he held, you said it, in 2007 a honorary doctorate. He was a member of the Royal Academy of Belgium, of the International Academy of Philosophy of Science, and of the Institut International de Philosophie, and I think he would be very proud that now the archive of this institute are in the University of Nancy. I'm very, yes, I cannot forget him with it modesty. Is this one of the very rare examples for a philosopher and of open mind, and he always, in the last days, he supported always the young people. It was fantastic. Thanks, Paul.
Okay, thank you, Gerhard, for saying these nice words. So we thank Yassine, we thanked Paul Gauchet, and I have just to say a few words about the institution that supported this meeting. So I talked about the Grande Région, which is the main supportive fund, but we also have money from the FNRS, National Research Fund for Scientific, National Fund for Scientific Research, and then also money from the National Center for Research in Logic, whose treasurer is here amongst us today, this mathematician, André Pétry. And we also have money from University of Liège, several funds, so faculty, philosophie et lettres, administration of research and development, and also our research group, which is a very big research group, named Traverse. And so we of course need to thank them for making this possible. So now let's go to the contents of this the first session of the day. So as you've seen, the morning session is will be dealing about the relations between intuition and imagination. Both talks will be dealing about that. And the first speaker is Daniel Usma Gomez, and so we'll just fix things so that he can give his talk. I guess if he... Okay. Is it right for okay.
It's okay.
Is it? And what about on the online?
C'est là qu'il faut que tu mettes paramètres d'affichage. Et tu dupliques le différent.
Okay. All right. So thank you, Daniel, for being here. So he is one of the members of the Archives Poincaré, and he'll be talking about mathematical intuition as imagination in the work of Thomas Aquinas. So thank you, Daniel, for being here, and the floor is yours. No, you've got your mic.
So do you hear me? Yes. Okay. So thank you to Yassine and Bruno for the invitation today. And as he said, I would like to speak about one part of my PhD dissertation on what I worked the last weeks, which is mathematical intuition as imagination in the case of Thomas Aquinas' philosophy of mathematics, which is an interesting case for me. So in his 1972 Aristotle and Aquinas on the Freedom of the Mathematician, Thomas C. Anderson, which is a commentator of Thomas Aquinas, points out that Aquinas sees Aristotle's intuition of the individual mathematical objects as imagination. And this identification of intuition of the individual objects of mathematics with imagination has interesting consequences with respect to the freedom of the mathematician. And according to this commentator, through this identification, Aquinas would go further than Aristotle in accounting for what mathematical activity is about. And my question is, what does it mean for Aquinas to identify intuition with imagination? And that's why in this talk, I would like to concentrate on a certain passage of Aquinas' commentary on metaphysics, in which he sees what Aristotle sees as the intuition of the individual mathematical objects as imagination. And I would sketch Aquinas' account of intuition in parallel with Aristotle's account and see what do this intuition and imagination have in common and what is the role this notion plays in Aquinas' philosophy of mathematics. And I will conclude on some challenges for a contemporary Thomistic Aristotelian philosophy of mathematics, as many contemporary attempts try to do, especially in Australia with James Franklin and the group of Aristotelian philosophers of mathematics. So, in the book 7 of the Metaphysics, Aristotle refers to the knowledge of individual mathematical objects by intuition, or something we translate by intuition. And he says, by sensible circles, I mean those made of bronze and wood, and by intelligible circles, such as are the objects of mathematics. And of these sensible circles, there is no definition, but they are known by intuition or sense perception. The Greek term is noeseos, which is translated sometimes by intuition, sometimes by thought. But this translation by intuition contrast something with sometimes with some other translation, as for example the one of David Bostock's, for example, who translate noeseos by thought. And I'm not a specialist in Greek translation, but whichever the correct translation is, it is clear that both translations suggest that what is at stake here is a rational power of the soul perceiving individual mathematical objects whose status is somehow intermediate, singular, and without sensible matter. And this is what Aristotle seems to have in mind, especially when we consider another well-known text as those in Physics 2, in which he states that the physician and the mathematician have the same extramental object, but differ in their consideration. And the mathematician considers wooden circles not as being made of wood, but as being circular. And this made individual mathematical circles somehow immaterial, even if they are still singular. And Aristotle seems to be referring to a rational activity, which could be that of demonstrating that an individual circle is actually a circle. And this is what the following lines, the above quoted passages, suggest. And when they are removed from a state of actuality, it is not clear whether they exist or not, but they are always known and expressed by the universal formula, which means that we recognize this object through the universal we already possess. We formulate the proposition, this is a circle. And in this recognition, it is in this recognition that the intuitive aspect of Aristotle's statement seems to lie. The mathematician identifies something as being a circle. And to see noeseos as intuition seems to imply that the thought process through which we grasp individual sensible circles is intuitive or leads to a certain intuition. However, what does this intuitive knowledge have in common with the intuition of the first principles? In the aforementioned passages, what is known by intuition is not a first principle, which is universal, but a particular proposition. And with respect to the object, they are not the same. And whatever the point is, the point is that intuition seems to refer, in Aristotle's view, to the terminus of a rational activity. It is an epistemic term rather than a psychological term. It designates rather the terminus of what results from a rational activity rather than a power, intuitive power, which grasps things which are intuitive. So the same applies to Aquinas' account of intuition. Aquinas' account of intuition of the first principles is also epistemic, or has also an epistemic function rather than a psychological function. And as well as Aristotle, Aquinas doesn't see intellectus, which is the term for noeseos, which could be translated as understanding or intuition, as a power of faculty of the soul, grasping first principle, but as the terminus of abstraction, which is an intellectual operation, and this is true in spite of Aquinas speaking of intellectus also as also naming powers, which doesn't mean here that intellectus is a power. He takes intellectus as being capable of naming some power, but doesn't identify intellectus to the power itself. So, according to Aquinas, intuition is to be understood as a habit resulting from an inductive process going from senses, passing through memory, and to the knowledge of the universal. And intuition as a habit is related to an act rather than to a power. And that intuition is related to an act rather than to a power is significant, for it suggests that intuition occurs when a power, any power, rational power, operates. And in this sense, Aquinas seems to follow Aristotle. Intuition is not only in the terminus of an intellectual operation, but also in the terminus of any rational activity. And this would explain why Aquinas could see intuition as pertaining to imagination when imagination is employed in some rational processes. And intuition here describes an epistemic activity. And if this is correct, then Aquinas speaking of intuition of individual mathematical circles as imagination, which a connection which is not made by Aristotle, should lead also to an epistemic conception of imagination. So, at first glance, we notice that in Aquinas' epistemology, the conception of imagination is to some extent similar to Aristotle's. Imagination has both a geographical function as a storehouse of images of act of awareness of sense power, and an epistemic function, I mean a capacity of representing images for the intellect. And we read that imagination, whose function is to preserve what comes from the senses and to represent it to the intellect. And Aquinas seems to go quite further than Aristotle with respect to imagination when he adds some subtleties and when he relies it explicitly to mathematics. And one of these subtleties is his distinction, his explicit distinction of imagination as sometimes being an active power and sometimes being a passive power. This distinction is formal and essential inasmuch as an active power, imagination is that whose object is to be actualized by imagination itself, so the object is in potency, and while as a passive power, imagination is that whose object is in act and actualizes the power, imagination. And this is the same for the intellect. And in other words, imagination is passive when receiving the images of an act of awareness of one sensible power, and it is active when it represents these images to the intellect. Now, what I find it's truly interesting in Aquinas' account is the explicit link he makes between imagination and mathematics. And he makes this not only the question 6 of Superboesium de Trinitate, where he writes they can come under the senses and imagination when speaking of the objects of mathematics, and when speaking about the method of mathematics, which can be taken from reason inasmuch as it obtains its objects from the imagination, but also in his well-known De Veritate, which is one crucial text in Aquinas' works, among Aquinas' works. And thus, there is imagination for all bodies insofar as they share in the character of quantity, figure, and the things which follow on this. Hence, it extends not only to physical objects, one speaks of imagination, but also to mathematical objects. And most important, in his commentary to Aristotle's passage we have quoted at the very beginning. And there he says, but singulars are not only as long as they come under the senses or imagination, which is called an intellect here because it considers things without the senses just as the intellect does. And when we contrast this with Aristotle's text, we notice that what was referred to by Aristotle as noeseos, not as fantasia, since Aristotle doesn't use the term fantasia, is referred to Aquinas as imagination. And the question is, what does this imply for Aquinas' philosophy of mathematics? So, as I have suggested, Aristotle's meaning of intuition is to some extent an epistemic term rather than a psychological term. And Aquinas' account on intuition is similar to Aristotle's. And as habits, because Aquinas speaks of intuition as being a habit, they are perfections. I mean, actualizations or accomplishments of a power of the soul, or in Aquinas' terms, they are dispositions or virtues and not powers. As Aquinas himself puts it, and by speaking of intellectus, here we take intellect not as a potency of the soul, I mean not as a power of the soul, but as the principle of science, as the habit of the first principles from which demonstration which causes science proceeds. And habits then are basically skills. That's Aquinas is saying here. In Aquinas' terms, habits are dispositions of a subject which in state of potentiality, either to form or to operation. Intuition then, as a habit, is the disposition of someone who is capable of knowing the first principles of science. And in the case of mathematics, the intuition of the first principle, I mean the mathematical intuition, would be the skill or the capacity someone has to know first principles of mathematics. Then, and this habit is what results from inductive process, which is nothing but abstraction. And since there are two kinds of abstraction, I mean mathematical abstraction and physical abstraction in a Aquinas account, then mathematical abstraction could be seen as the mathematical instance of a general intuition which functions epistemically of the first principle. And what does Aquinas say about this abstraction? And his account is found in his text, Superboesium de Trinitate, which is a commentary on a treatise of Boëtius, De Trinitate. And in this text, Aquinas gives a systematic account of abstraction as being one of the operations by which the intellect grasps its objects, the other one being separation, and which he attributes to metaphysics. Aquinas presents abstractions as concerned only with truth and with essences or essential things, and separation as being possibly concerned by truth and falsity as well, depending on the conformity or inconformity with reality. So the apprehension of the intellect is always concerned by truth. It's always true, according to Aquinas, but not separation, which is expressed by judgment. And judgment needs truth makers in the real world or in the extramental, outside of the soul, to be true. And since there are two kinds of abstraction, namely total abstraction and formal abstraction, it would follow that there would be two kinds of intuition, a physical intuition and a mathematical intuition, as being habit resulting from both formal abstraction and total abstraction, which are the two kinds of abstraction. And by formally abstracting, we are supposed to acquire a mathematical habit or skill. I mean the capacity to mathematically consider things and to grasp the first principles of mathematical demonstrations. But at this stage, one might wonder if this would suffice to explain our understanding of mathematical demonstrations. This account concerns only the first principles, as it occurs in Aquinas' texts. But what about our understanding of propositions as this is a circle, propositions which are particular, not universal? I mean, our grasping of individual mathematical objects and mathematical individual propositions, which Aquinas seems to attribute to imagination in his commentary on Aristotle's metaphysics. And in the question 6 of his Super Boëtium de Trinitate, it's the same text, Aquinas examines the method of the three theoretical sciences, natural philosophy or physics, mathematics, and divine science or metaphysics. He holds that mathematics is more certain than physics because learning is the method which characterizes mathematics better. And this supreme certainty stems from what is considered in mathematical inquiry. And that means this is related to the object of the mathematical habit, to what is intuition in mathematical science, which is different in physics and in divine science. The reason is that while physical investigation is too close to sensible knowledge, theological or metaphysical investigation is too far from the source of our knowledge, which are senses. And since mathematical entities do fall under the senses and are objects of our imagination, for example, figures, lines, numbers, and the like, so the human intellect, which takes its knowledge from images, knows these things with greater ease. Aquinas is linking the supreme certainty of mathematics to the fact that he operates on objects which are revealed by imagination. And this is switchable with Aquinas' theory of formal abstraction, which presents mathematical objects as being ontologically dependent on sensible matter, that is, they exist in sensible things, but they are intellectually independent on sensible matter. That is, to understand what an object of mathematics is, or to understand mathematical demonstration, we need no reference to sensible things, sensible matter. We can put aside this. But the problem remains that this account applies only to intellect, not to imagination. So Aquinas has not explained the intuition of individual mathematical objects, not yet. And in principle, this applies only to the intellect, but I think there is a tacit further feature of Aquinas' account. He sometimes sees imagination as the analog of the intellect. And we see in the following text, by means of imagination alone, which is sometimes referred to as an intellect. And this analogy that we find in the passage where Aquinas refers to intuition of individual mathematical objects as imagination. We find too this analogy in this text. Singulars are known as long as they come under the senses or imagination, which is called an intellect here because it considers things without the senses just as the intellect does. So clearly the unity of meaning of the analogy is the operation of the power, as well as the intellect, the imagination consider things without sensible matter. And that's why individual mathematical objects are also said intelligible, which is coherent with Aquinas' fourfold distinction of matter: individual sensible matter, common sensible matter, individual intelligible matter, and common sensible matter. And individual mathematical objects, while being without sensible matter at all, have individual intelligible matter. And my opinion is that this analogy suggests that formal abstraction, the mathematical way of considering things, and the mathematical habit which results from it, concerns mainly the intellect, but can also concern the imaginative reasoning. And if mathematical intuition is to be seen as a mathematical habit, through which the intellect and the imagination grasp the universal and the individual mathematical objects respectively, without any sensible matter, that's interesting. And to put it simply, mathematical intuition would result in the two cases from formal abstraction in a mathematical or rational skills. I mean, in imagination as well as in intellect, I can consider the things mathematically, and this is explained because I have the skill or the capacity to consider things in this way. Now, so formulated, this suggests that a difficulty could arise. And because in his answer to the second article, to the sixth question of the Super Boetium de Trinitate, Aquinas says that in all knowledge, two factors must be taken into account, the beginning and the end. Knowledge begins with apprehension, but it ends with judgment. For it is there the knowledge is complete. And we know that Aquinas' account of formal abstraction of the intellect identifies what is apprehended by the intellect to first principles. And so the principium of knowledge, mathematical knowledge in this case, is the intuition of first principles of mathematics. And given the analogical operation of the imagination, it seems that what Aquinas is describing when he speaks of the intuition of individual mathematical objects is the grasping by the imagination of these objects. Now, does this grasping correspond to the principium or the terminus, or to the terminus? So the rest of this passage seems to suggest that depending on the form of the grasping, it could correspond to both the principium and the terminus. So the first passage is, all our knowledge begins in the senses, from sense perception results the apprehension of imagination, which is a movement arising from sensory knowledge, and from it, in turn, springs our intellectual apprehension, for images are like objects to the intellectual soul, as is clear in the anima. So the apprehension of images here results from a movement, as that of the intellect, from which results the apprehension of first principles. And here imagination is presented as an active power. It moves from sensory perception to images, it apprehends and represents them to the intellect. Donc imagination is here associated with all kind of knowledge as an active power. But secondly, knowledge does not always terminate in the same way. Sometimes it terminates in the senses, sometimes in the imagination, sometimes in the intellect alone. And this shows that while imagination is at the principium of all knowledge, it is not at the terminus of all our knowledge, but only in mathematics or in the mathematical judgments, in which upon what the intellects operate a judgment is revealed by imagination. And the following passage is interesting. I will read only what I'm stressing of this passage, but because our judgments do not abstract from every kind of matter when their senses are defined, but only from sensible matter, and because an object for the imagination remains after sensible characteristics have been set aside, we must judge about such things according to what the imagination reveals. Now, these objects of mathematics are of this kind. The objects of mathematics, are of this kind. And since the essence of a mathematical object is what exists in matter and motion, but considered without matter and motion, mathematical judgments don't terminate in the senses, but in the imagination, in which the mathematical object, divested from its sensible matter, remains. And here, sensible matter is to be seen as all the individuating physical condition and all the terms designating these individuating physical conditions. To take Aquinas and Aristotle's example, the wooden circle in a mathematical judgment is not this circle as being made of wood, but this physical circle as being circular, irrespective of what it is made of. And it follows that the truth makers of mathematical judgments are to be found in the imagination where they are otherwise sensible objects. So the judgment about the mathematical line is not always the same as that about the sensible line. For example, that the straight line touches a sphere at only one point is true of an abstract line conceived as such as a mathematical object in imagination, but not of a straight line in matter, as it said in the Anima. Then imagination should be presented here as a passive power in which the objects of a refined mathematical judgment stand. And if I am correct, then to imagination as principium and as terminus correspond both imagination conceived as an active power and imagination conceived as a passive power. But another difficulty arises. So let's be back to Aquinas' commentary on Aristotle's metaphysics. If Aquinas' intuition of the individual mathematical objects by imagination is analogous to the intuition of the first principles by the intellect, then what we could call imaginative intuition should signify a habit apprehending images, which are at the beginning of our knowledge. And this could be rooted in one of Aquinas' passages. All images, the starting point, principium for knowledge, but it remains at the foundation of intellectual activity, just as the principle of demonstration must remain throughout the whole process of science. This is because images are related to the intellect as objects in which we say what they see, etc., etc. So images here are like first principles resulting from a kind of abstractive process which is not demonstrative. However, the intuition or understanding of particular mathematical judgment, in which imagination would come in as a terminus, cannot be ascribed to imagination, for in this case, imagination functions as a power, even a passive power, not as a habit, which is how intuition is seen by Aquinas. So there is an internal problem to Aquinas' account. So we seem allowed to partially conclude that imagination, the imagination Aquinas identifies with the intuition of individual mathematical objects is the apprehension of images, which being analogous with the apprehension of first principles of science by the intellect, could be seen as a habit consisting in a formal abstractive consideration. But in the understanding of a mathematical judgment, even an individual mathematical judgment, the term of a demonstration, imagination is hardly understandable as being intuitive, for here it has only a role of passive power, the locus of the truth makers of mathematical judgment. And what is suggested here is that imaginative intuition is somehow a kind of prediscursive act of grasping or apprehending something in a given way, namely images, which are like principles of all our knowledge. And it's not too far from Aristotle's account. Now, is this imaginative intuition in its apprehensive function Aquinas is referring to when he comments on Aristotle's passages in Metaphysics 7? So according to the text we have quoted, the 1494, it seems to be the case. But since mathematics deals not only with non-discursive images, but also and especially with constructed constructed images, and since the latter, these constructed images result from mathematical demonstrations, whose terminus is imagination as a passive power, the intuition of constructed individual mathematical remain unexplained, because as we have seen, since here imagination is a passive power, it can't be a habit, for habit is not a power, and not a passive power. Or not. So let's take a look one of the quoted passages. So, when singular circles of this kind are removed from a state of actuality, when they are no longer considered by the senses, in reference to sensible circle, and by imagination, in reference to it is not evident whether they exist as singulars, yet they are always referred to and known by the universal formula. And it seems that what Aquinas is referring to in this passage is that some individual mathematical objects have to be constructed. And according to the above, this construction must terminate or should terminate in imagination. But since it is not evident that these constructed mathematical objects are or are not actual images existing as singulars in the imagination, imagination here cannot be a mere passive power. It somehow must act in order to project the individual mathematical object, even if its activity is parallel to intellects. It is at least what some commentators suggest, which make Aquinas' philosophy of mathematics quite different of Aristotle and a relevant basis for a contemporary Aristotelian philosophy of mathematics. And one of these commentators is Thomas Anderson. I quoted at the very beginning. And Anderson notices in his Aristotle and Aquinas on the freedom of the mathematician one important gap between Aristotle and Aquinas in speaking of the terminus of mathematical judgments in Aquinas' explicit adscription to this role to imagination, where truth makers of mathematical judgment have to be found. He also suggests that one possible interpretation of this idea is seeing imagination as a passive power, as the storehouse of images, which would be coherent with Aristotle's view on imagination, if one would be ascribing to the Stagirite an implicit reference to imagination at this point. To some extent, that's what I have suggested in the case of Aquinas. But there are Aquinas texts in which he clearly goes further than Aristotle on the interpretation of imagination as the terminus of mathematical judgment. And Anderson spotlights some doctrinal elements in Aquinas. The first is a distinction between acts of apprehension of mathematical objects and acts of judgment about mathematical objects in Aquinas' account, apprehension being concerned by his senses only, and judgment with the act of being. Acts of judgment ascribe and demonstrate the existence of these things. It needs for truth makers. The third point is the truth makers for these judgments must stand in the imagination, as you have seen. And the fourth point is that Aristotle never gives an explicit account of these demonstrations of the existence of these things, as Aquinas does by referring to these demonstrations as operational, constructive. Then, we have the following passage of Anderson, which says that, which remains what we've just said, individual mathematicals, it makes no sense to speak of constructing a mathematical essence, which stress the point that mathematical individual object has to be constructed and not just apprehended, and that judgments of their existence must terminate in and only in the imagination, as we read at the end of the quote. Now, how does this construction take place? Anderson quotes an Aquinian passage which, while in continuity with Aristotle's teaching to some extent, is more explicit. In mathematical sciences, those things are postulated which are first in the genus of quantity, for example, unit and the line and surfaces and the like, etc. Once these are postulated, certain other things are sought through demonstration, such as the equilateral triangle and the square and so on in geometry. In these cases, the demonstrations are said to be, as it were, operational, as when it is required to construct an equilateral triangle on a given straight line. So, I would like to note 3 points of this quote. The first point, the first premise here seems to correspond to what Aquinas would call proper mathematical objects. I mean, point, line, surface, unit, etc. And these entities are postulated, that is, are not demonstrated, which make them correspond to what is intuition in the apprehension of an essence of form by the intellect in formal abstraction, and maybe also by imagination if we use the analogy. If you still use the analogy Aquinas does between imagination and intellect. So once postulated, the premise of first principles should allow through construction to seek for further things, less universal and more particular. One arrives through such a construction to an equilateral triangle from a given straight line, to take Aquinas' example, and also to any number from the arithmetical unit, when we consider the Aquinas account on arithmetic. The second point is that it is this kind of singular mathematical objects Aquinas is referring to in his commentary on Metaphysics 7. Deprived of actuality, singular mathematical objects are known through the universal formula. By assuming that triangle means so and so, triangle being the universal formula, one is able to use triangle as a proper attribute of a constructed object. We predicate of a triangle, and we say this is a triangle by saying it from an object I just constructed. And the third remark is maybe a problem. So if they are mentally constructed, it follows that this object needs no physical counterpart. And they have what a second commentator of Aquinas' philosophy of mathematics have recently called a virtual existence. And this commentator is Jean Rioux, who in 2023, so 3-4 months ago, published a book, Thomas Aquinas' Mathematical Realism. And this discussion in Rioux stems from the discussion on intelligible matter. Intelligible matter in Aquinas' thought is that on which a mathematical object depends to be understood, as we've said. And it could be a notion or a ratio. But given Aquinas' conceptual realism, intelligible matter is somehow that what a mathematical being depends on to be. Let's take Aquinas' example, as taken by Rioux. The mathematician postulates an essence, a universal essence. From this postulation, he constructs an object, and this constructed object is an attribute. We see it as an attribute. This attribute has an intelligible matter because it is a mathematical object, and intelligible matter is the postulated essence, not only because the constructed object depends on it to be understood, but it also depends on it to exist. But there is no reference to sensible matter. So it follows that the constructed circle is not the circular form of a wooden circle. Yet we have said that as a terminus of mathematical judgment, imagination seems to have the role of passive power, which is not switchable with an account of intuition of individual mathematical objects as epistemic, I mean as related to a rational activity. Therefore, the terminus of constructive judgment in mathematics doesn't need stoked images in imagination, as it is when we look, for example, for the good screw when we have to repair a piece of furniture. Imagination is not searching into imagination for the good image corresponding to the circle of the triangle I just constructed. So there are no counterpart in imagination following this account. And Aquinas is trying here to explain the intuition of constructed mathematical objects, be this explanation accurate or not, but he doesn't seem to appeal here, right here. He doesn't seem to appeal imagination in this passage. He refers to the lacking actuality as not being perceived by the senses nor by imagination. But at the same time, Aquinas is clear when he says that the only power capable of grasping individual mathematical object is imagination, for the intellect is only concerned with universal, which would imply that this constructed individual mathematical object would remain with no power. So imagination seems not to be concerned by the grasping of this object constructed, but not the intellect, because the intellect grasps only what is universal, and these constructed mathematical objects are individual. So there seems to be a serious problem internal to this account. And at this stage, one seems forced to conclude that the mathematical intuition Aquinas identifies to imagination is nothing but the non-discursive grasp of images, I mean the imaginative apprehension. But this implies to acknowledge that Aquinas' account of the grasping of constructed individual mathematical objects lack of explanation. Aquinas' epistemology seems at this point to lack of an account for imagination as being constructive of projective. So is this a contradiction, internal contradiction of Aquinas' system? I don't know. I think we could find a kind of answer to this problem, but it's difficult to say if it is switchable. Somehow it is switchable with Aquinas' account, but There are many internal problems, however. So in one passage of the 9th article of the question 12 of his Summa Theologiae, we find an interesting remark. We find the following epistemological account. Some of the cognitive faculties form other images from those first conceived. Thus the imagination from the preconceived images of a mountain and of gold can form the likeness of a golden mountain. And the intellect from the preconceived ideas of genus and difference forms the idea of species. In like manner, from the similitude of an image, we can form in our minds the similitude of the original of the image. So imagination here is presented as a creative power. From images already conceived, it can form species of things, a golden mountain, as well as the intellect from the notion of species from the ideas of genus and difference. And here we have another suggestion of an analogy between intellect and imagination. And the more interesting point of this analogy is the reference to the conception by the intellect of the notion of species, something which don't exist as such in things, but is formed from preconceived notions referring to something in things, like genus and difference. So the notion of species appear here as a notion having its immediate foundation on the intellect and the remote foundation in reality, that is conceived or created, if we want, by the intellect. And this remained what Aquinas says in a later added text to his commentary on Peter Lombard's sentence, which is very important to contemporary commentators on Aristotle's philosophy, on Thomas Aquinas' philosophy of mathematics, in which he distinguishes three ways in which we say a notion exists in things, and of which the second way says that sometimes what is signified by the name is not a similitude of the thing outside the soul, but something resulting from the way of conceiving the thing out of the soul. It follows that an intellect which discovers these second intentions, second, it's not used by Aquinas, later referred to this intention as being names of second attribution, so that's why I called it a second intention, as some posterior commentators of Aquinas have called it. So the intellect which discovered this second intention is not false. The same applies for all the notion resulting from the way of considering as it is in mathematical abstractions. As it is the case, sorry, I forget the word, as it is the case in mathematical abstractions. So the objects of mathematics here, universals, are presented as objects somehow created by the intellect. And if we take seriously the analogy we find in the passage of the Summa, one seems allowed to wonder if the same could apply for imagination. And we could ask, does imagination construct the individual mathematical objects from preconceived similitudes? Would it be the case that imagination constructs with the images of some lines a triangle? Does this construction correspond to diagrams, for example, or the drawing, making some draws of the objects I've just constructed? It's difficult to say, but it seems not to be incoherent with Aquinas' account. So that it is not explicitly said in Aquinas' text. So the above puzzling interpretation have led me to the following conclusion. Which is a partial conclusion, because my work is not achieved, it's far from being achieved. So for now, I would say that Aquinas' identification of intuition of individual mathematical objects with imagination seems to concern the apprehensive imagination of the mathematical form of an object, for example, the circular form of a wooden circle. Mathematical intuition of individual mathematical objects is analogous to the intuition of the first principles, which in Aquinas' account is an epistemic feature resulting from an abstractive activity. But Aquinas' account lacks an explanation of how we intuition constructed individual mathematical objects. As individuals, they can't be the object of the intellect, whose object ought to be universal, nor of the senses, whose object is concerned by sensible matter, which is excluded of individual and universal mathematical objects. Then, since imagination seems to be the only power capable of grasping constructed individual mathematical objects, imagination must have a creative operation, leading to an intuition of constructed mathematical objects. But this implies to go further upon what Thomas properly said, and to propose that this intuition of constructed individual mathematical objects requires intellectual and imaginative habits or skills operating in a parallel way. So now, to really conclude, I would like to speak about some challenges for contemporary commentators of Thomistic Aristotelian philosophy of mathematics. Because this conclusion arises several questions to my work. And the first one concerned a fictionalist reading of Aquinas. Some recent commentators, as David Svoboda and Prokop Susdik in East Europe, propose a fictionalist interpretation of Aquinas' philosophy of mathematics based on a certain reading of the role played by the constructive demonstration in his philosophy of mathematics. Since mathematical objects are seen as having a direct foundation in the mind or intellect and only a remote foundation in reality, some have seen this as being coherent with some modern fictionalist account. So to some extent, this could be relevant in as much as it makes possible a dialogue between contemporary philosophy of mathematics and medieval accounts of mathematics. And at some points, it is true that we find some similarities between fictionalist or pragmatic views of mathematics as Weihinger and Peirst. However, I mean, one should be careful by committing Thomas too quickly with fictional views, because from a doctrinal point of view, this is problematic. For Aquinas is a realist. But from a philosophical point of view, the question should remain. For according to what I have said, if the construction of mathematical objects is seen as being conceived from preconceived images, one should notice that even if they would be real beings of reason, having an intellectual or intentional mode of existence, in Aquinas' words, they are certainly less real than notions directly grounded in reality. They have what I called in my master dissertation a kind of second-degree reality. And which is also important, since these objects should be the truth makers for mathematical judgment, then we have to be clear about the degree of reality of this kind of objects and how they truth make mathematical judgment. And from this statement, the second problem arises. In this very recent work on Aquinas' mathematical realism, Jean Rioux suggests that the mode of existence of constructed mathematical objects is virtual. Since constructed mathematical objects don't need real or experimental counterparts, the only requirement they have to fulfill is to be coherent with the first principles of mathematical demonstrations from which they are demonstrated. On one hand, this led Rioux and some other commentators on Aristotelian philosophy of mathematics to compare Cantor's account of transfinite numbers with Aquinas' account, and to see that to some extent what Cantor says from a very Platonic, point of view, it's not stranger to what Aquinas suggested in his time. Aquinas' account on the construction of numbers needs only three things: the unit as principle and measure of numbers, the operation as principles of arithmetical demonstrations, and somehow an infinite in potency. We have that by adding the arithmetical unit with itself, we obtain the species of the number 2, and by adding the unit to the species of the number 2, we obtain the number 3 and so on. But the problem arises for higher numbers, and even from rational numbers or for complex numbers, there is a problematic case for such an account. But if we stay in natural numbers, for higher numbers as number 10, the question arises if each species is the sum of 5 plus 5, of 6 plus 4, or 7 plus 3. And an Aquinan answer would be, according to Rioux, that all of these are the case. For what is really important is that all these operations are virtually contained in the principles of arithmetic, which are the three ones: of the operation, the unit as number, and the unit as the measure of number, and a potential infinity. And the same would apply for numbers other than natural numbers, as I've said. But on the other hand, this raises the question of whether this doesn't open the door for a consistent model of truth. Clearly, Rieux's account speaks of coherence with the first principles. And truth makers, we have the impression that truth makers are not so important. So if the only requirement to be fulfilled is to be consistent, so one could wonder if the door is not open for a consistent model of truth. But given that Aquinas applies also to his mathematics, or to his account of mathematics, his corresponding model of truth, there is a problem of coherence, because in today, correspondence model of truth is not so compatible with a consistent model of truth, according to certain accounts. And the other problem, the final problem, concerns the suitableness of constructed mathematical objects with the first principles of mathematics. Aquinas' accounts works within an Euclidean framework. But what about non-Euclidean systems? Rio suggests that the case of Euclidean geometries can be coherent with the precedent account, for non-Euclidean objects are coherent with the first principles of non-Euclidean geometries. But this complicates the panorama, for in Aquinas' account, the first principles of mathematics obtained by intuition after formal abstraction, since they are apprehended, are only concerned with truth. There is no judgment at stake in first principle, and they are, as such, they are truth-made by the reality from which they are abstracted. But there the question is, what reality non-Euclidean geometries are abstracted from? If known, then they can't be said true from an Aquinan correspondence model. But if there are some non-Euclidean realities, then something in Euclidean geometry would be false, and so it is necessary to clarify this point. And it's all. The other point is formal abstraction, but it is concerned with fictionalism, and I will take no more time. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for this talk. And so we have some time for questions. I will just turn the camera so the people online can see today who is asking the question. So, Gerhard Heinzmann.
So, thank you very much. That is a very interesting subject. I don't know Thomas, but I know very well Aristotle, and now Thomas has made a terrible mistake. If you are right in his interpretation, he said the apprehension of image is intuitive in an analogous way as the intellectual apprehension of first principles, and Aristotle said exactly the inverse. He says in B19, Analytica Posteriora, he says that we are searching the first principles. The first principles, there has to be amesos, they are not syllogisms, immediate. And this we have by a nous, and the nous is a hexis. Hexis, this means an attitude. This is a disposition, a habit. And then he says, and now this nous, which is translated by intuition, is, as we have shown in the beginning of the metaphysics book Alpha, that it is as the induction epagoge, he says, and naturally the epagoge is an imagination, is an abstraction. And now, during 2,000 years, the interpreter asked, how is this possible? That there is one is a nous who's a hexis at this position, and the other way is the active imagination, to abstraction of image. And naturally it is now a difficult question of Heinrich Scholz and Barnes, who discovered Cthulhu, that is general, means on the one hand, eidos, that means do you see something in the abstraction of the metaphysics. And on the other hand, katolu means general in a sense of a general sentences for the syllogism. And aché means on the one hand proposition, and on the other hand notion, a concept. And so he said the conceptual to accede to the concept is analogous as to accede to the proposition, and then to have to solve this question. But what is interesting is that the news is as analogous to the epagoge, and not the inverse, not the epagoge. And naturally, this I didn't understand how is exactly the position interpretation of Thomas and this difficulty. You grasp it naturally. That is one side intuition as passive, and one side the imagination. They are right, but I think it was not on the good side. The images are. The images are the singular, these are the concepts, so these are active, and the proposition are passive. And this is Aristotle's problem. Now I don't know what.
Yes, I think the problem with Aquinas' account of mathematics is that he integrates a doctrine which is close to Proclus, which links the imagination with mathematics. And I don't know how Aquinas came to have this idea, certainly not by directly reading Proclus, but by an indirect way. But I think this is problematic because this case suggests me that Aquinas has some problems to be a full-blooded Aristotelian by speaking of imagination and linking it with mathematics. So we have the impression that there is something of Platonism which tries to come into, and he struggled very seriously because all of what I have said is a reconstruction from the pieces. So he makes the link between imagination and the grasping of individual mathematical objects, but he's not so clear. So what is new?
Excellent point. Platonism, he introduces.
Yes, exactly, he's introducing, at least in mathematics. So I think Aquinas could be a full-blooded Aristotelian in physics and in metaphysics, but in mathematics is a particular case. Yes. So it's very difficult, but and I think it could be explained. So I'm working on it by the mathematical context at this time when we discover all by Albert the Great. I think he was a very important figure because he made a commentary on the first book of the Euclid Elements, and we remarked that there are some Platonic features like in.
This is the point.
Yes.
You underline that there are different philosophical presuppositions.
Yes.
And then there are different results.
Yes, and it's difficult in Aquinas. I think Aquinas is struggling with this, and even he's not conscious of it.
We've got another question, so Romain Bouchy.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a bit of follow-up because, you were looking at certain texts and not looking, for example, at the physics commentary, which I'm not saying that it's really helpful with Thomas, but there you have, you could have a really more Aristotelian empiricist, if you want, notion of how you would get to these mathematical objects. At the end of, I think it's the first chapter of the first book, Aristotle says something of the kind, yes, well, you first learn very general and indefinite things like this, like man or something like that, and then later you become acquainted with like the real singular with all its determinations. But what comes first is the universal and then the singular. And Avicenna, in his comments on this, made this notion of individuum vagum very, very strong. I don't know if you came across this, because in Thomas it's not so. I think he cites it only a few times. But there, what you have is through the sense, perception. You don't need intellectual activity or something. You get an indefinite singular. So something which is singular, but which is not wholly singular, which is already quite close to a universal, because it has not all the accidents. And the example from Avicenna is you see Socrates from afar and you say, oh, this is some man. I don't know which one. I don't know all the details. I just see the species. I see that it's a man. So I think there is also, coming from the physics in Aristotle, the possibility of getting, if you want, some sort of image or representation of a singular which is not fully determinated. And you can also have several images, like you can individuate them, and still be in something that has also traits of the general, without any need of active abstraction, any activity by the intellect. So, I think there might be also this possibility to have, to come to something close to mathematical objects without actually having to recurse to an active faculty.
Yes.
So I don't know what.
Yes,
if you.
It's interesting because yes, I thought about looking in Avicenna, not for today because it takes a lot of time, but this is an interesting remark, and in my opinion, what is very actually interesting in Aquinas' account is this account. What I would like to keep from Aquinas' account is his account of formal abstraction as a kind of consideration being defined by a relation of intellectual dependence or intellectual independence. So when I abstract, I consider things, putting aside or setting aside what that on which the thing doesn't depend to be understood. So yes, the problem with Aquinas is that he lies this, he links this to an active power, which is not. I agree with you. It should not be necessarily the case. So I'd like to I should look for some examples from Avicenna and even Averroes, which are quoted by Aquinas himself. So Aquinas is referring constantly to Avicenna.
And what is interesting is this Albert that you mentioned, yes. He really discusses Avicenna and the individuum vagum. Thomas does not so much, and yes. I never understood.
Yes, I think Thomas is what Thomas says about scientia media is what is very interesting in this. I wonder if Aquinas' view on mathematics would not be somehow a kind of a paraphrase of Albert's, but I don't know. It's a question I wonder, but I think about scientia media, what Aquinas says is really interesting because he says this within the context of Albert the Great saying that mathematics and physics were two different things which have nothing to do, and Francis Bacon and Robert Grosseteste, who said that mathematics and physics is nothing without mathematics. And what Aquinas says on this point in his commentary on physics and other texts is that it is not so easy to say because in fact mathematics would have a kind of heuristic role rather than a truly explicative of metaphysic role. So mathematics is not fundamental to physics, but it could be a good way to And by speaking about the Ptolemaic system, he says that this system is good to save the appearances, but nothing forces us to accept this explanation of Ptolemaic or Ptolemaic system as being the true explanation of why things are as they are. But it's just a good system. It's a mathematical system. It functions very well to explain the appearances. So it is astonishing, a kind of strange affirmation of Aquinas. But
Thank you.
Because we had these introductory words, we started your talk a bit late, so we still have few. Oh yeah, Andrew got a question. Perhaps the last one. Here is the Andrew Arana's question.
Thank you, Daniel. So the puzzle is, in a sense, to try to find a way to accord a hylomorphic epistemology in the Aristotelian style with a role for imagination. And I think you've shown how this is difficult. One of the problems is that when we're taking a notion of imagination in De Anima, for example, in the Aristotelian corpus, this is not at all linked with epistemology. It's not linked with any attempts to ground knowledge. The imagination instead plays a psychological role in terms of taking in images, but what we do with those images is not something that the Aristotelian account has something to say about. But as you noted, other people who come later, for instance, Proclus, will have something to say about that. And one other reason to think about these ways in which there's a way that Aristotle is being left behind is also, you mentioned the notion of intelligible matter in the Thomistic account. And this is also not a notion that you find in Aristotle. At least this is controversial, but I think that most people do not think that intelligible matter is an Aristotelian notion, but it is very much a Proclus notion. In fact, Proclus creates this notion exactly to solve this kind of problem of showing how the intellect and the imagination can interact in order to generate knowledge of eternal mathematical truths. So I think that turning in these directions is going to be profitable for you. And I guess to phrase it as a question, do you think that anything that I just said is particularly wrong? In particular about the finding a role for a hylomorphic epistemology in this Thomistic story?
I don't really know. It's difficult to say now. So it's I'm still struggling with some features of Aquinas epistemology. So because it's I don't know. It's difficult. I have no answer right now.
So thank you very much, Daniel, for your great talk. So we learned much about Aquinas. And so we'll have just a 10-minute break now, and we'll have Valeria Giardino's talk just afterwards. Okay, thank you very much.
It's supposed to be like this. No, I don't want it to move. Okay.
So let's start back. So the second talk for this morning session is the talk of Valeria Giardino. She's talking about intuition and imagination, but I guess she won't talk about Aquinas. She won't talk about her own work on, contemporary models of understanding the relation between intuition and imagination. So, Valeria, thank you for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bruno. One thing, can you tell me when I'm around 45 minutes?
Okay.
Because I'm afraid
I'll make the chairman.
Okay. Oh, there's a microphone, so there's no point to speaking low. Anyway, so thank you for the invitation. Today I'm going to talk about intuition and imagination in mathematics. I will say something about the relationship between these two. And in a sense, I must say that this is a kind of follow-up of another talk that I gave years ago in Liège about imagination. So I was struggling with something at the time. I thought I had a solution, and I'm still struggling with that solution. So in a sense, it would be a follow-up to what I said in 2017 or something like that. So first of all, I'm going to just get right to the target. So what are the kinds of things that interest me in my research? So what I've defined as representational cognitive tools in mathematics, but not only. So what do I mean by that? I'll give some examples of them, but it's these objects. There are concrete objects that are intended to be representations, to represent something, so they are representational. But at the same time, they're also the instrument to study the objects that they represent. So there is this kind of dual aspect of them, of being at the same time representations and also the mean by which to study the object they represent. And in some work with Silvia De Toffoli, we talked about this idea that there exists this kind of skill, that is this capacity, what we labeled as manipulative imagination that we use all the time in mathematics. And I will give an example of that. At the time, we decided to use the term imagination to avoid the term intuition because we thought that it was too loaded. And then we ended up with another loaded term, and so there are still things to say about what manipulative imagination is, and that's precisely one of the aims of this talk. So to give you an example of what I mean, I'm happy to take this image from a paper that we published together with Christophe, so in this Nancy connection. So in this paper, I won't talk about the paper, but this is just to give you an idea of what we intend by cognitive tools, representational cognitive tools, and manipulative imagination. So this is one line of the classification of compact surfaces that was given by Van Dijk. And basically what you see here are two elements, two images. The first is what is called the Grundform, that gives you the instructions to how to build the other surface, that is the normal form. In a sense, what is interesting about these two representations is that they are the same surfaces. They represent the same surface. In a sense, they are the same representation, and I will go back to this. But basically, what it's telling you is that if you identify all the opposite points of the smaller circle, you will get the Mobius band. And also, another interesting thing about this representation is that the first one is kind of two-dimensional, and the second one alludes to some kind of three-dimensionality. The interesting thing is that this is the same kind of representation that is I mean, that Hilbert and von Faustine explain how to use in his anschauliche Geometrie, famously anschauliche. I would talk about a lot about this idea of Anschauung. So they give you, this is what corresponds to the von Dijk Grundform. They cut it out and then they redeform it in some particular way. I can go back to this example later, but I don't have time to do it in details. But basically what they do is that they transform what is the von Dijk Grundform in a square arrow diagram corresponding to the Mobius band. Basically, to be very quick, once you put things back, what you can do is to glue the sides of this square in opposite ways, and you obtain the Mobius band. But again, I can go back to the examples later. This is just as an illustration. And the interesting thing is that Hilbert and von Faustine talk about this, and they say, and I'm quoting, we can get a model of the Mobius strip from the region between two concentric circles by identifying all the diametrically opposite pairs of points of the smaller circle, the Dijk's Grundform. At first sight, it certainly would not appear that this figure represents the same surface as the square model. However, the square model can be obtained from Dijk's model by cutting the ring, deforming the parts, turning one half over, and finally physically reuniting some of the pairs of edges. So this is the kind of jargon that is used. I mean, it's something that it's known in topology, but precisely the kind of manipulative imagination that we were thinking about that needs to be triggered when you're reasoning about these objects. In a sense, recruit some kind of competences that we have with concrete objects, but in a new context, that it's the context of mathematics. And yesterday we have the discussion, is it the same form of intuition? Is it a totally new thing? But precisely the important thing is how to understand how much is left of the competences that we recruit and how much is new given mathematical context. And this is not something, it's something that's still happening. Also now that we have internet and simulations and things. So if, for example, this is a way that you can find, this is something that you can find that explains to you how to go from a torus to a Mobius band by folding a torus. That has, all of these has correspond to some particular mathematical operations, but of course, this is the very fascinating and intuitive part of topology that seems to be very easy to grasp. And so what I'm trying to work on is on this kind of cognitive tools qua vehicles. So they have some properties, they have some spatial properties, they are vehicles of some particular content. So how much does it count that they are that particular vehicles and not others? Of course, I just said that you could think that the case of topology is kind of cheating. I mean, it's too easy. Of course, topology has a lot of intuitive components. But what I would like to suggest is that these kind of tools are everywhere in mathematics when it comes to notation. And this is, for example, another example that has been treated in detail by Silvia in a later paper when she describes the technique of the diagram chase. These are commutative diagrams. And here, even if the kind of manipulation that is at play is a bit different, what you're doing, thanks to, of course, the interpretation that you need to have of these diagrams, you can follow some elements growing around in the diagrams in order to understand some particular theorem obtained. I want to mention that Silvia has proposed, I don't remember if in a later paper, I think that's an error, a taxonomy for notational systems. So she prefers to talk about notational systems in general. And she wants to distinguish between what she calls diagrams that are geometric topological, so the kinds of things that you see in topology, and for her also Euclidean diagrams. There are systematic notational items, whose constitutive perceptual features include geometric or topological elements, and these are what enables what I call the enhanced manipulative imagination. And then also she wants to distinguish between these kind of things and what she calls non-geometrical topological notational items, such as commutative diagrams, where And here, I'm not sure this is something I should discuss with her, because it's something that I really thought about yesterday when I was preparing the talk, this slide. She mentioned here that, in a sense, here, you're not obliged to use geometric topological intuition, but still there is some kind of spatial intuition that is at play, because you have, so there's not the same, it's not the same kind of capacity, but it's a similar one. But in any case, also for her, still there is this idea that what we are talking about here is some kind is related to what Felix Klein labeled refined intuition. So the point is to understand how does it work, and that I come to what I said in Liège, and I published some years ago. So my idea at the time was to use, exploit to some extent, Kendall Walton's framework when dealing with these objects. So it's a philosopher that who talked about fiction and fiction as make-believe. And so I thought that maybe we can think of these objects that we find in mathematics as some kind of props. What is a prop? A prop is a term that is used in English to talk about the kind of objects that you have on a theater scene. So the props are objects that are used in some particular way in games of make-believe. What Walton says is that there are some principles of generation. So that means that, for example, if you think about, he has two examples that he discusses a lot. So, for example, for a doll, whoever can, let's say a kid, but a kid would play with a doll and would think as if the doll is a baby. So there are some kind of norms that he has, or she normally has to respect, to follow. So if you treat something as a doll, you will, I don't know, try to make him sleep, as a doll, as a baby, you will have him or sleep or take care of him, and so on and so forth. Same thing with the other example, which is the tree stump. So the idea is that if you are kids, you're playing in the forest, not exactly the same kind of environment I grown up in, but this is America. And so they are playing with tree stumps as being bears, and they will, there are some things that the tree stump needs to, that they have to consider the tree stump doing, or some kind of behavior, even if it's just a tree stump. So there are these are all kinds of all these kinds of rules that we use that are called by Walton principles of generation, and they are normative. So you have to play the game correctly. If you at some point, I don't know, take the doll and smash it on the wall, someone can tell you that you are not playing the game correctly. Of course, you can have other interpretations, but that's the idea. And there is, the point is that for Walton, because there are norms, you have to. There's some kind of notion of truth that is truth in the fiction. So there are some things that are true and that are false about tree stumps or about dolls as bears and as babies. And I thought that maybe we can have some similar idea of what diagrams are in mathematics. So, for example, in the case of manipulative imagination, you will have something like a doll, so something that you can consider as some particular object that you can manipulate in some particular way. And maybe tree stumps will be more similar to more algebraic diagrams, where in fact there are more conventions going on, and the idea of manipulation is defined in different ways. This was the idea, but and there are some pros, I think, in this idea. First of all, I wanted to talk about imagination, and Walton's view on imagination is one that includes the notion of props. I wanted objects in my view of imagination, not just mental images. Also, it was good to have some kind of form of constraint rather than freestanding imagination. So this idea that you have norms was very important to me. And also, my personal inclination. I liked also the idea of some anti-realism and this idea that there is no need for Walton to presuppose the existence of what is represented. You just have the props. And there is this anti-realism we will go back to. But the problem is, what about the details? I mean, does this view work? Of course, there are also some criticism about the view in per se. And also, does it really imply some form of fictionalism in mathematics? I mean, what are the consequences of really assuming this view for mathematics and cognitive artifacts? And what I thought at some point of doing is why not to see what philosophy of science is saying in treating the notion of model in philosophy of science. So could it be that there are some nice parallel between the role of diagrams in mathematics, notations in general, and models in science? And why to look at a philosophy of science? Because, someone from the beginning of these conferences, we discussed this idea of practice-based approaches in mathematics, and we know that there's been a practical turn in philosophy of science much earlier than in philosophy of mathematics. There's been a renewal of interest in the practice of science, and as Frigg says, commenting on Duhem, he says, well, models at some point before the practical turn were thought as a picturesque and ultimately dispensable façon de parler. And the tides changed in the 70s and in the 80s. And I thought that this could have been a nice parallel with a less recent renewal in the interest in the practice of mathematics. So as notations and diagrams were merely thought as a picturesque and ultimately dispensable façon d'écrire, on pourrait dire. So maybe there's something that we can look at to see how these things work in mathematics. And also another reason is that there have been several attempts to use Walton's made-believe view in philosophy of science to account for models. So that's what I thought about the parallel. So what I will do is to discuss the relationship, the parallel between representational mathematical cognitive tools and scientific models. I will look at the fiction views of models, Waltonian approaches. I will kind of quick, but I'm happy to, if you want more details, to discuss them in the question time. And then I will present a more promising, maybe a bit deflationist alternative to this idea of the fiction views. So I change view. And then I will look at some conclusions and open problems. So first of all, what is a scientific model? I will start from a physical one, concrete one, and it's an example that is discussed in the literature in Kendry's original model of the myoglobin molecule, and sometimes it's called the sausage model, and that it is, not particularly appealing. So we are in Cambridge, and it's the 50s, and proteins are studied, and their description is characterized by a sequence of amino acids, primary structure, the three-dimensional form of local segments of the chain, the secondary structure, and finally the arrangement of the entire chain in three-dimensional space, the tertiary structure. And Kendry won the 1962 Nobel Prize in Chemistry, shared with Perutz, by determining this arrangement of the myoglobin. And with his team, he was able to determine the electron density throughout the molecule, and more importantly, he built a physical model of the protein. And this model consists in a series of vertical supporting rods on which was stuck a rope of plasticine, which twisted, turned, and folded back on itself. So, as Frigg and Nguyen discussed about this model, they says it wasn't simply a summary of this data or a tool to communicate effectively the information the data contained. The model provided epistemic access to the tertiary structure, so the whole, and also we discussed before in the conference this idea of intuition as seeing the whole situation. So there is this idea that here you can see the tertiary structure of the molecule in a way that the electron density data alone could not. So even if you had the mathematical data and the mathematical model, you needed this kind of seeing the whole situation in a glance, at a glance. Actually, what about the mathematical case? I mean, can we think in the same way about things like notations in mathematics? And there's a sense in which, for example, in Weber discussing category theory, the kind of the things that we find are kind of the same. They are alluding to the same idea. For example, Weber says about category theory and diagrams in it that all this pure syntax is not just bookkeeping. It is a method for capturing structure in compressed and manipulable forms. And as Silvia says in her paper, the point is not only that the diagram makes us save space, the important aspect is that with diagrams we can access to the whole situation simultaneously and calculate directly through the representations. And the record of the same information via equations may obscure the overall situation. So here again, we have the same idea of capturing structure. I didn't want to talk about access to structures because I want to be more general, but there is this idea that thanks to these vehicles, we are able to capture something about the structure. And also, an important point in both the quotations is that there is this idea of manipulability of these objects, and also, and this is another idea, and I think that's precisely why Silvia wants to distinguish between these kind of objects and objects such as topological objects, because on this diagram you can calculate, you can effect calculations, so they are more constrained than others, and more related to algebra, of course. So what is the problem, though? If this parallel seems nice, still we have a problem with the models in science, which is the big problem about models in philosophy of science, which is that in most cases, if not all, models, and to some extent also cognitive tools in mathematics, are false of the system that they aim to represent. So nice model, but that's why such a model, which is false of the molecule, will be something that would give you some epistemic access to the model. So how can we, the problem is that can we frame it this way? How can one access and learn something about a real system from a false model? And how can models support what is called surrogative reasoning? Surrogative reasoning being this idea that you can think about something else by working on a particular object. Of course, it's something that has to do with representation, of course, but this is the term that is used when we're referring to the kind of access that models allow. That's when where Walton comes back to the picture. So there have been these fiction views. Basically, it's Adam Toon who proposed this idea that the use of models should be thought of as props. They allowed for make-believe. So despite the fact that they are false, we can imagine things about the thing that they represent. And also for them, they distinguish between physical and theoretical models. So an example of a physical model is the Saussure model that we have just seen. And examples of theoretical models are Newton's model of the Sun-Earth system, of Fibonacci's model of a population, where you don't have something like a concrete object, but you have some kind of mathematical model. And they kind of argue this idea that while in the case of the physical models, we have something like the tree stumps or the doll that I presented before, in the case of mathematical models, they are equivalent to something like the text of a novel. As they say, the principles, and I'm quoting, the principles that apply to novels are conditional upon the text of the novel. Those that apply to paintings or statues depend upon the distribution of paint or on the canvas or on the form of the sculptured marble. So here in the second case, in the physical models, there's something about their form that is more relevant, and in the other is more the text that tells you who the characters of word pieces are and how they behave. So one example is, for example, molecules again. So this is an assembled model of a molecule. And what Thun says about them is that there are some aspects about that are very important for models, and I'll go back to this for cognitive artifacts in math, which is the fact that users can interact with them together. So there is also a kind of collective aspect of having these objects. They can participate in the modeling because they imagine things to be the molecules. They can move the molecules. They can change the structure and so on and so forth. And also, and precisely what I said, that the fact that there is an advantage with physical models because they can also allow for visual and tactile interaction. So is the parallel working? Well, to some extent, we can think of the same way with things like knots, knot diagrams. So here as well, we have a kind of interaction that the users can have with the diagram by rewriting it or by changing then it's an issue of ergonomy of what's the better notation would be. They can also participate in the diagramming because they imagine things like, moving along the threads and so on and so forth. And also, I remember that discussing with Sylvia's supervisor for a thesis, who's a topologist, he explained to me that also sometimes he imagines himself being in the objects that he studies. So there is a very strong participation in what I call the diagramming. And here again, you have this kind of visual and tactile and even kinesthetic or whatever it is participation. So it looks like it works. It also looks like that we are done with the ontological commitments. We don't need any fictional entities. We don't have to imagine that there's something like a knot. We just have make-believe. But still, it looks like make-believe. It's an easy way out, because what does it mean? There's nothing that we have to imagine apart of being into this make-believe process. Because, for example, there are some views that consider that you need something like an intermediate object that is necessary in order for you to use properly the model or the cognitive tool. And this gets to the distinctions between direct and indirect views. And actually, it's something that we thought about when we discussed with Sylvia our paper on knots. Because for a long time we thought, and I think that we wrote it, well, one thing is the figure, the whatever sketch that you have, but another thing is the fact that you can interpret it. And at times, we really seem to allude to the fact that there was something like an intermediate object, which we call diagram, which is the interpreted figure, so the figure correctly interpreted. So this is an issue, and I wanted to go into that. So first of all, there's a way out, that is Thun's way out. So he thinks about models that you don't need intermediate objects, you just have the object. And in fact, he thinks that scientists represent the world directly by prescribing imaginings about it. And they compare models to pictures. Napoleon's example is theirs, is not mine because I'm in France. And the other example is the DNA structure. And basically what they said is that, what Thun says is that you have one thing that is depiction for pictures, and you have another thing that is model representations for model. And the only thing that you have are these objects. Of course, in the case of physical models, again, the form and the material counts more than in the case of a mathematical model, but still you have sometimes some things that allow for make-believe, and you don't need anything else. You just need to assess that they are intended to depict or intended to represent, to model represent. There are also indirect, I go back to that, there are also indirect fiction views. I can't go into the details, but these are the account that is proposed by Frigge and Nguyen, and it's called the Decky account. That is very, very complex. So basically, they based their idea on Goodman and Elgin's theory of picturing, of picture, the way in which picture functions. And so the The DEC stands for denotation, exemplification, cleanup, and imputation. And everything is on the idea that basically what they do is to forget about modeling for a while and say, okay, let's first define what the representation is, and then we will say that a model is a form of representation. And so they distinguish between following Goodman, this idea of Z representations versus representation of Z. I won't go into the details. I hope that's that rings the bell in some of you, but if not, I can go back to that. And again, I like the idea here for mathematics because they talked explicitly about two elements of this account that are the base, which is the object that interests me, again, that according to them exhibits interesting behavior and interpretation. So it looks like there are these two elements that are important. And another important point is that intermediate objects for them are needed only for theoretical models. So when you have physical models, you're in a kind of tune situation. But for theoretical models, you need this kind of emerging intermediate objects. In brackets, there are other views about models that need the intermediate objects, but I won't present them because they are not Waltonian, so I'll consider only this. So what are the advantages and the limits of using this idea for mathematics? So the direct views, in a sense, are very good because, again, there is this idea that cognitive tools are props, analogous to tree stumps. But there's a problem because what is to model representing mathematics? What is in the analogy with depiction, it looks like it doesn't work. So how can we have surrogative reasoning at all? Since we are not sure what these things are representing. On the other hand, the indirect views are very good for surrogative reasoning. You can think about the represented things because you have an intermediate object. But the problem is the intermediate objects and what it is. And especially if everything I want to say is that we can manipulate these objects, how can we manipulate something that is abstract? So we lose this element. And another thing that I think is bad in the parallel with mathematics is that they both distinguish between physical and theoretical models, and maybe in mathematics this is a distinction that doesn't really work. So it looks like we have an impasse here, and what I started digging in, and I just started doing this, and this is like since we are together with historians, it's something that comes really from some interesting history of mathematics. I started a bit by chance, and also because I have my institute is just in front of the Institut Poincaré, there's a collection of these objects. So I started looking at the case of material models in mathematics, so not diagrams, but really models. This is, for example, the model of a removal of a torus from a sphere from the Muret catalog. And these are models that were used, and I'm sure that historians know much more than me about this subject, but these are models that were used in both for pedagogical reasons and research, because there is a distinction to make between models in descriptive geometry and models in higher mathematics. But the interesting thing is that there is also corresponding diagrams to these models. For example, this is the case. Here we have the removal of a torus, and here we have the removal of a torus and a sphere on a torus. And what Muret explains, I like these passages because he says in French, l'utilité des modèles en relief n'est plus à démontrer. So the usefulness of this model is evident. But still, I can explain to you how to use them. And in fact, what he's suggesting is that the students were looking at the model and they were trying to understand the relations between the model and the drawing on the blackboard and trying to make sense of this comparison. And again, this goes back to this idea of putting together different representations representing the same mathematical object. And I thought that this was interesting, and I started looking into this recent book. And also I know that, yes, one thing I wanted to say is that I know that Michael Friedman talked about models last time in Nancy, and unfortunately I wasn't there, but he's one of the editors. And in particular, I look at this paper thanks to an école d'été where I was in recently, and I met Frédéric Breschenmacher. And I discovered that things are very complicated here. So what do we mean by manipulating in the case of models? And in this paper, he discussed a lot this kind of alliance, what he defined the alliance between the practice and the theory of mathematics. And there are lots of things to say about the difference between two different ways of manipulating, of using these models. On the one hand, there is a tradition that wanted to use these models in connection to drawings. So what the students were asked was to draw the model. So the model was not important. What was important was the drawing. And there is another tradition that it's a bit later and not French. That is to consider these models as more like instruments, like the analogus of instruments, so things you can experiment on and so on and so forth. There is a difference France-Germany, surprising. There is a difference, as I said, but because, no, I have to say that because I find that it's fascinating. Basically, one of the reasons why drawing is so important in France, I'm looking at Christophe because I'm afraid of what I'm saying, but correct me if I'm wrong, is that there was this idea that was coming from revolution that there was the possibility of creating schools where students didn't need professors because professors, pedantry, lectures, no. So drawing was, and the model was to some extent the occasion to work together, to correct each other and to draw together the model. And this is something that is very specific in France and that you won't have in Germany where you have more the science aspect and the models as instruments in relation, in analogy to science and physics more than in analogy to this kind of collective work. But again, if you have comments on that, I'm happy to. And also there's an interesting difference between the models that were used for descriptive geometry and the models that were used for higher mathematics in relation to the role of drawing and the role that they had in mathematics. And also there are interesting differences, contrasts between the role of industry in all of that and the way in which models become to be easy to be done or on the contrary, very expensive. And when instead models become mathematics kind of autonomized itself from science, from industry and becomes a science. Lots of things to say, but this is just to say that to some extent this kind of opened my eyes. And I thought, well, maybe if we want to talk about these objects, we have to consider them as artifacts. And this is the most important thing to do. So I'm getting to my final slides. So maybe one possibility and one thing that would be interesting to think about objects in mathematics is to, as I would say, less is more. Instead of introducing this idea of fiction, this idea of make-believe, and so on and so forth, maybe we can just consider the role of these objects, both in mathematics and in science, as artifacts. And this is something that has been proposed for science, again, in this parallel. So in a recent paper by Tarja Knuttila, who says, well, instead of thinking of models as fictions, as we did, maybe we could think of fictional uses of models and consider that models are human-made objects. They are intentionally produced for some purposes, and they are epistemic objects and also an inevitable part of the model itself. So because they are human-made objects, intentionally made, they are part and parcel of the representation that is proposed to some extent. And scientists would learn from models that are intersubjectively available, so we have this collective aspect, by constructing and manipulating them. And interestingly enough, the artifactual account resists a truth conditional understanding of fiction, so we don't need to talk in terms of false models, true models. They're just artifacts. They are human-made objects for some particular intention, and they, again, are part and parcel of the reasoning. Does this work for mathematics? I think it works. So we can think of fictional uses of representational cognitive tools as well, instead of thinking of them as fiction or props and so on and so forth. Representational cognitive tools are human-made objects. They are intentionally produced for some purposes, and they are epistemic objects and constitute in part the mathematical situation, exactly as it is the case for this view on models. And mathematicians learn from these tools that are intersubjectively available by constructing and manipulating them. So there is and the artifactual account, also in this case, resists to the truth conditional understanding of fiction. So stop saying that the diagram is not the triangle. Who cares? It's the thing that we used for the purpose of representing a triangle, and to some extent is also part of our concept of triangle. So if we compare this with views a la Walton, instead of props, I would drop this idea, and when I would talk, as I was doing already, but in a more strong sense, about artifacts. Instead of constraints and principles of generations that are kind of mysterious, they come from what, we can consider in an interdisciplinary conception and notion, the context of use and the purpose of these artifacts at some particular time, in some particular community, with some particular mathematics. And again, it's my inclination to be anti-realist, but maybe it's too much to ask for. And also because you quarrel with mathematicians that say, no, that they are all Platonists in the end. And so I want to be friend with them. So I won't be anti-realist, because this kind of view don't ask you to decide what is false and what is true about this object. So it works, I think, because then at this point, another good advantage is that you don't need to distinguish between abstract and concrete dimensions of these kind of things. Even if I'm thinking aloud now, but I understand that we would resist to thinking that, for example, the model is a notation, while we would be happy to talk about notations in those other cases. So I don't know, maybe something to say here. But that's what Knutila says. All models have both abstract and concrete dimensions, because as external artifacts constructed and used in scientific practices, they have a material, sensuously perceptible dimension that functions as a springboard for interpretation and theoretical or other inferences. So same for us. And also this idea would allow for some other part of my work when I discussed of these objects as anchors, as also David Rabuan is proposing, talking about Hutchins' view, and also talk about affordances. So to take stock, and I think I'm good. If we think back to the examples that I give you at the beginning about manipulative imagination, I hope that I showed you that if we make a parallel with what it's done about models as really a source of information about what is already done about these views, maybe Waltonian views, both direct and indirect. So the one that I was proposing are in the end not parsimonious at the least. So instead, we can have a solution that it's kind of more simpler to some extent. That is to consider these cognitive tools as intentional artifacts that are designed with a specific inferential purpose. Artifacts that can be indeed used fictionally. You can imagine elements, and I mean, there's also something that we can say about the fact that, of course, I defend the idea, argue that mathematics is an experimental activity as well. I mean, not only, but there is an experimental part. And this also would make it possible to have a kind of uniform theory of cognitive tools, which is something that I like. I don't know why, because I don't know, maybe just to avoid the vertige of having too many things to distinguish. So, but at the same time, when you want to have one category, you want this category to be meaningful enough. So I hope that this would give enough meaning to this category of representational cognitive tools. And yes, they open questions, but this is from months ago, so there are more than this. But one is how to define different artifact kinds in mathematics, and I know that there's an enormous literature in analytic philosophy about artifacts. And of course, something that I haven't talked about is that, of course, all of what I'm saying is kind of related to fictionalism in mathematics for people who knows about Thomasson's view against fictional view. But it's, I don't know if I will go into that. And then another interesting thing that I still have to talk about, and it's an ongoing discussion that I had with David Rabouin on this point, is that we talked a lot about constraints and things that should regulate the use of these objects, but also we talked about it in Liège years ago, but still there is a sense in which you want this object to allow you for some degrees of freedom so that they can allow also for creativity, but they're the basis of what we are working with when we are working with mathematics. And it's over. Thank you for your attention. I hope you have questions.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Valeria, for your talk. That was very interesting. It's a bit of pity that Louis Rouillet is not here.
No,
so he's a philosopher of language, doing postdoc here too. And actually, he's working on fiction quite a lot. And
I know because he's a student of François.
Yeah, he's a student of François Recanati. And he also made an attempt into reading philosophy of mathematics as fiction. I mean, mathematical entities as fictional objects. Last year, in a small workshop we had within the Belgian philosophy of mathematics community. So it's a pity he's not there. We'll tell him that your talk is online, and he'll probably be there tomorrow. So you'll have some opportunities to discuss with him.
Can I say a comment on this?
Yeah.
This paper, at some point, I presented it to conference about fictionalism, because I was thinking of ways of this view as a way of accessing to fictionalism and Diablo's kind of issues from another point of view, instead of looking at language, looking at the objects that are used. But I'm not sure that in the end the connection is so easy to be made. So I would be, of course, very interesting. So it's not exactly the same thing. Talking about fictional objects in mathematics.
Okay, but the Q&A is open, so if you've got questions, I see Gemma, I see Jesse raising hands, so Gemma, you've got first question. Gemma Lorena.
Thank you for your talk. I'm not sure if this is an essential clarification, but I wondered if you could speak to the difference between constructing and manipulating with respect to diagrams. Is constructing the actual physical construction and then manipulating is the post-physical construction imagination, or is that not so clear-cut?
I think, yes, that could be one way of course, manipulation is a bit ambiguous because, okay, two things to say. Manipulation is a bit ambiguous because, for example, I consider a form of manipulation and also, for example, when you are reconfiguring the same diagrams in different ways, as in the case of Euclid's 1-1, so for me, it's a form of manipulation, like degree 0. Why I want to talk about construction? Because it seems to me that in order to understand the kind of instructions, the kind of norms about the use of the particular representation that you're using, one way of showing that you know the norms is to show how to construct the diagram or the notation. So for me, the construction, I mean, if you learn the construction, it would be easier for you to get to the norms of the way in which you can manipulate the notation is questioned. It's all very general, but these are the kind of things that seems to me important. And that's why construction to some extent is a problem because I insist on the role of space, but of course construction is a construction that is in time. And so that's why sometimes I like not to talk about construction because I like everything to be spatial. But there is this element of space in time to some extent. So, yes, I hope this answers your question.
Yeah, and just thinking further about it, sometimes the rules for manipulation are quite different than the rules for construction, especially outside of mathematics. So it's. Anyways, I thought that those two those two actions were quite interesting.
No, thank you for the point. I haven't thought about it in detail. But what do you mean outside of mathematics? Because maybe this could be a specificity of mathematics. I mean, I use what I'm saying, what you're saying by saying maybe in mathematics, construction and manipulation rules are kind of closer, similar. Why it's not the case
so
for other kinds.
In the examples outside of mathematics that you gave, for instance, like the sausage model, what the actual building of it would be quite different from then.
No, thank you. Maybe it could be a good suggestion. I have to look more into it, but it could be a good suggestion to talk about one specificity of mathematics compared to models. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Jessie Lachars.
Thanks. The question you posed about can models, even if they're inaccurate, be used as cognitive tools? Do you have maybe an idea of how to answer that question, or what is your perspective on that?
For models in physics?
I think you actually had the question on one of the
slides.
Yeah,
but the point is that if we assume the view of these objects are artifacts, the question of them being true or false is kind of ill posed because what they are for, they have some particular functions that they have to. What's the verb for function that they have to fulfill? But it's not a question of them being true or false of something. So to some extent, you avoid. That's why I was saying that it's a kind of deflationist view because you avoid the difficult question to some extent.
And in mathematics as well, would you say?
Yeah, for mathematics. Then really, I'm using the case of models. I don't want to. I feel that the artifactual view and the idea that we have fictional uses of artifacts is a good view for physics. But I just use it as an occasion to talk about the case of mathematics.
Yeah, because I guess one thing that I'm thinking about, and I'm not as familiar with the philosophy or history terminology, but I was thinking, it made me think of a time I'm teaching linear algebra and I'm teaching them shear transformations. And so I give them a box and I say push the box, that's a shear. And they were trying to take a letter in that was 12-point font and italicize it to a 16-point font in. And I said, let's construct a model of that. And so I gave them the box and they had rubber bands and they put the in the box and then they pushed the box to shear it. And then I gave them a formal definition of a shear and I said, how does your model, how is it consistent or inconsistent with the formal definition of a shear? And there are aspects of the italicizing in transformation that are consistent with the shear in terms of the tilt, but it's also being stretched. So there is a little inconsistency there. And they started to realize that through playing around with this model box that I gave them. They were able to make sense of that formal definition and kind of get a better grasp of it. So in that sense, I was thinking of it as a cognitive tool for them, but I'm not as clear on the distinctions between tools and artifacts.
It's a wonderful example because to some extent, it would be some kind of more concrete objects where you have to reflect about how much, in the sense, yes, it's true, how much of that model, the behavior of the model is true of the behavior of the mathematical object that it aimed to represent. So in a sense, you are using this idea of true or false. Is not that you are assuming that it's false anyway, because it's not. It doesn't have to do with linear algebra, but you're just trying maybe to determine the properties for which the analogy works and it doesn't. But I don't know if I have to think more about it. But it's a wonderful example. Of cases in which you can operalize to some extent this idea of the model being true or false of the represented situation.
Because I think in math education we have instances of these cases that we're playing around with, but we don't have really a good developed language to talk about them, and I think that's where this could be, your guys' point of view and knowledge could be really helpful for us.
Thank you.
So thank you.
I've seen Matthew has got a question. If it's a follow-up, we can just go straight to you. Otherwise, Yassine has got a question too. Okay, Yassine Amami.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to push a bit on your anti-realism stance, because
no, I said that. I said I don't need to be anti-realist.
No, you'll see why. It's because, so I think it's great to make this parallel, and it should have been done like much earlier on with like all the scientific representations in the history of science. There is a huge literature there, but the thing is that so one thing I'm just adding to the discussion. So one, if you look into the parallel and the distinction, is that in terms of science, most people are realists. So they think that science is talking about things that exist.
Because there's reality.
Because there is reality, maybe. And so, like, when they talk about models, like all the discussion, and they say, like, they are false or they are idealizations, there is always, like, an implicit conception of truth already there. And coming to that, there is also, an epistemology that goes with it, which is really, like, like trying to track stuff that's happening out there. Mm-hmm. So now if you keep the analogy and you go back to your position, so you want to take a lot of the things from the model, but you would like to reject this conception of truth, for instance, and have an anti-realism. So then there are two questions. Is that so first, how are you gonna like constraints what will be admissible and not admissible in terms of your artifact use, and what will be the epistemology that goes with it? Like, so what makes the use of these things giving us any form of mathematical knowledge and not leading us astray?
I think that one, I have to think more about that, because of course it's a difficult question, but one idea that I could propose is that you have to assure that there is coherence in other areas of mathematics. So it's like these, and I would, so my reply would be these things are not used in isolation to other artifacts that have been introduced, other notations that exist. Then of course you can make some choices. You can refuse, you say, I don't want to use these, I will use something else. But the idea, the easy answer would be none of this is done in isolation for other practices that are there and that are there already and should be considered. So there is a sense in which, and then of course, I'm not saying that like language or linguistic mathematics does not exist. It's part of the picture. So of course, maybe this could be, there is something to say about formal languages and their role also to assess, I mean, to control, to have some form of control.
So you want a holistic,
as an artifact. I mean,
some kind of holistic justification, something like that?
Yeah, for example, I mean,
like
you can, I don't know if then it seems like you can reply to all questions with this idea of artifact, but in a sense you can say the function of the formal versions of some parts of mathematics is precisely to check the relations between different parts of mathematics, or to justify some, could be, but maybe it's an easy about truth is I don't know. I mean, I would like to make it without, but of course it's not. It's more an epistemic feeling that's something I can really justify.
Okay, thank you.
So we still have two more questions. I start with Matthew Inglis.
Thank you, Valeria. That was fantastic. let me ask you a question about what a thing you made me think about during that talk was about. I don't know if you're familiar with what science education researchers call the learning through drawing approach. Essentially, the basic idea is if you're teaching some bit of secondary school science, that getting your students to physically instantiate it through drawing, say the blood system or the water cycle or whatever, turns out to be extremely effective way of helping them learn, more so than self-explanation, for example, which is a bit puzzling. And the standard account of that is it forces people to confront the constraints of the system they're dealing with and so on. So I guess by you wanting to say that mathematical notations are very much like those sorts of representations, I guess, artifacts of that sort, it occurs to me that we almost never do that kind of learning activity in a mathematical context. You never ask people to invent their own notations. Now, so the question is, why is that? It might simply be that if we did, it would be really effective and we should. But I guess it comes back to possibly the disanalogy between, if there is a disanalogy between mathematics and science, it might be related to that, and related to Yassine's question, I suppose, is that the obvious constraints when you force people to draw the water cycle just aren't there if you ask people to invent their own notation for calculus or whatever. So that's not a very well formulated question, but I guess I'm interested in your views on if that observation of that standard educational practice in science, which doesn't exist in mathematics, points to a disanalogy between those two subjects.
No, thank you very much. I don't know a lot about learning by drawing, but what I know, for example, is some of the work of Barbara Tversky on, for example, learning the functioning of a pump or whatever, an engine or something. And what she showed it's a very small experiment that they did, but I thought it was very interesting, is that in fact teaching it by showing a video is much less effective than showing a schema where you have like the arrow represented that represent the thing you have to attend to. And I thought that was very interesting because we have this obsession now with visual things, and we are living in we are obsessed. I mean, we have all these videos coming, and video sometimes is not as effective because it doesn't capture, I mean, it's not clear where you have to look, while something like a more schematic thing would be. And in a sense, this is related to drawing, because in drawing, it's not a photography, you have a selection, you have to select something, and so it's some way of driving attention. It's a way of externalizing, of showing where you attend to. So I'm sure. But the disanalogy, I think that the disanalogy would be, again, on the use of space, because in a sense, or the use of spatial temporal properties, because in a sense, when you're trying to observing something and you are depicting it, you are observing the behavior, there's something outside. In the case of mathematics, there is an intermediary, not in the sense that I talked about, but an intermediary, which is the notation and the objects that are there, that have an history, that are there, have been there for a long time, they have been selected. So why should we ask someone to invent a new notation? You see what I mean? I mean, I think that in the case, this analogy would be that in mathematics, the kind of spatial, maybe temporal properties have to do with the notation, not with some kind of reality that you are observing, but with some kind of notation that you have to be familiar with from the start. But I don't know if it works, what I'm saying. But
okay, thank you.
I don't know, we can, no, but if you have some comments.
No, I need to think about it. Yeah, thank you.
I mean, there is some object intermediary that you don't have when you're observing what's going on, even if, sorry, and then I stop, but even if it's not even totally true, because again, I think that also in the way you depict the world, that there is some sense in which you are already familiar with some images that we use to depict, schemas that we use.
Yeah, but the kid in the science classroom isn't actually observing the water cycle or the blood system. They're trying to externalize what they understand about it, subject to some constraints that they know about.
It's a long, I would have a long answer, because I think that has to do with gesture and with something that has to do with like what I would define the building blocks of these things. but that comes before. So, for example, the role of gesture, the role of space, like, for example, gesture to describe time, and so on and so forth. But we can discuss that.
Thank you. And so, Romain Bouchy also had a question.
Thank you. It's actually a clarificatory question. It's linked to the questions by Matthew and Yassine. It was not so clear to me how you conceive of the relationship between, on the one hand, you could call it mathematical writing, that is more akin to natural language, but which is not like totally natural in the sense that you have notations, you have a lot of constraints or norms that you wouldn't use in a let's say in a novel, for example. And on the other hand, diagrams or more figurative ways of representing mathematical facts. And I think there was, in reference to a paper by Silvia De Toffoli, there was a bit this distinction. You have the diagram and you have a lot of information packed in a very nice way. And if you wanted to write it out, it would be not at all the same, so to speak. But I was wondering if you, I mean, there are other ways of looking at language. It's certainly a bit an extreme point of view, but Wittgenstein's early picture theory in the Tractatus, for example, there he's very explicit that language, sentences are just models of facts. And actually the idea he came up with his picture theory was that he read something about a court case in Paris where they staged an accident, a road accident, with dolls. Yeah. So, and he said, well, words are just exactly the same. Words are props, and there is no real difference. And Goodman, Elgin, they are maybe a bit more careful, but in the end, depiction and description, these two things that they differentiate, are still ways of symbolizing. I think Goodman speaks of denotation. So there is no really an essential difference between mathematical writing, expressing things in writing with notation, and diagrammatic. It's always about props. And so what's your stance on that?
That I agree. In fact, this is a thing we discuss with Silvia. I like to mention Silvia because she doesn't agree with me. But that's precisely why I used the reason why I talked about cognitive tools, maybe it's too general, is that I wanted to avoid symbols as a term. And I wanted to avoid also the idea that these tools are more iconic, or for me, everything is annotation. I mean, if I could cite two philosophers that interest me, are of course Wittgenstein and Peirce, but I prefer not to do it because then you have to deal with Wittgensteinians and Peirceans. So they are there in the background, but I never cite them. But my position would be that everything can be considered as this kind of tool. Also notation in general. Instead, for Silvia, for example, two-dimensionality, or for Jessica Carter, two-dimensionality is important to talk about a diagram. I'm very Peircean in this, like everything is a diagram for me, if I can, full disclosure. But still, Yassine's point is a bit different because given this, then of course there is all a part of mathematics that is especially for modern mathematics on that has to do with justification, I mean, with other things that have to do with the meaning of this, the semantics of this, not only the syntactic in this sense part, and this is something that if you want to consider mathematics as a practice as a whole, as a role, is not the most important role, but is not the center of mathematics. I think it's more interesting to see mathematics in connections with other imaginative enterprises, but why not? But still, there are some, it has been formulated in this way, and we can't just say, no, we don't care about that. It's part of mathematics as well. Yes, and I listen to you.
Thank you.
Okay. In case there is no further question, we'll close this morning session. So thank you very much, Valeria.
Thank you.
Thank you to both speakers of this morning session. We'll now have lunch and start again at 1:30. Some off comment. So you've seen that sandwiches have arrived, so please help yourself. And last night I said to several people that I would be pleased if some of you are interested to have a short visit of the casino, which is just 5 minutes walk away from here. So we could leave from here at 1:45 and be back at 1:15 for those who want, so we can have sandwich and still have some time after return.
With pleasure.
Afternoon session, but just decide whether you want to do it or not. But now have sandwiches.
I'm afraid that this was gonna give a fair
We should get it. I guess we have to. Okay, just. I'm not sure about the. Oh yeah, it's still. peut faire, c'est le net. Okay. Here we are. So we're starting this afternoon session with Faustine Oliva's talk, and she'll be talking about. She will be giving a talk entitled "From Maps on Paper to Bits in Computers: Which proof of the four-color theorem is the most intuitive?" So here is a good example, and we'll have different proofs, and then compare them. Okay, thank you very much, Faustine, and the floor is yours.
So thank you for attending this talk. I realized last night that I think I'm not gonna answer this question, but I hope I give some clues or information interesting to try to answer. I have two information I'd like to give you. The first is that I'm not familiar with the literature about mathematical intuition, so my knowledge about the subject is a bit disparate and naive. But what I have is some knowledge about the four-color theorem and its different proofs. And I think that their study could shed light on the different kinds of intuition at work in a proof. So, first of all, the four-color theorem is a simple statement. It states that four colors suffice to color any planar map in such a way that two adjacent regions have different colors. So here's the quick chronology. It was first conjectured by Guthrie in the middle of the 19th century. A first float proof was given in 1879 by Kempis, but we discover an error 11 years later. But Kempis' proof gave the strategy to all other proofs of the theorem. The first valid proof was given in 1977 by Appel and Akens. The second proof, which is an improvement of the first one, was given in the 90s by Robertson, Sanders, Seymour, and Thomas. And the first proof is, in fact, a knowledge formalization of the second one in the proof assistant Coq. Coq is a proof assistant is a computer program that can check the validity of a proof and the correctness of computer programs that are in a proof. The two first proofs include figures, and these figures are used to explain how the proof works, and some of them are part of the proof. In the formalization in Coq, which takes advantages of the proof program correspondence, the proof becomes a computer program that doesn't include any figure. So, in the original proof, visual intuition is used to design the proof, to understand it, and to check it. Figures plays a role in the proof because to check some steps, we have to look at them. So visual intuition is part of the fact that we have a proof of this particular theorem. Because the statement speaks about maps, regions, and these notions refer to some visual representations. And as I said, we have a proof that is based on visual intuition because we have to look at the figure to check some part of the proof. So in the formalization in Coq, we can't make any appeal to such kind of intuition. So we have two questions. Does this mean that the Coq's proof doesn't rely on any kind of intuition? And if that is the case, how can a mathematical agent can be convinced that this is a formalization of a proof of this theorem? In the first part of this talk, I'll survey the major works about the four-color theorem until 2000, with a special focus on the uses of figures. In the second part, I'll try to understand what the authors of the formalization in Koch call intuition, particularly in the previous proofs. And in the third part, I'd like to present you some working hypotheses about the intuition that we can find in the computer-assisted proof of the theorem in Koch. First of all, we state the theorem in terms of graph theory. So regions become vertices, borders between regions become edges, and what we call degree of a vertex is the number of neighbors of the corresponding region. And we reason about a triangulation of the graph. We prove the theorem by contradiction. So we suppose it exists a minimal counterexample to the conjecture. So a 5-chromatic map with the smallest number of regions. The first step consists in building an unavoidable set of configurations. So a set such as every potential counterexample of the 4-color theorem contains at least one of its configurations. What we call a configuration is a set of vertices and edges composed by a kernel surrounded by cycle. And the second main step of the proof is the reducibility lemma. So we have to prove that every configuration belonging to the inevitable set is reducible. And the configuration is said reducible if it can't appear in a counterexample. So the unavailability. Let's consider triangulations. The idea is that we assign a charge to every vertex, 6 minus I, where I is the number of neighbors, the degree of the vertex, so the number of neighbors of the region. From the Euler formula, which is a relation between the number of vertices, the number of edges, and the number of faces of a polyhedra, we obtain this formula. So the sum of 6 minus y of every vertices with degree y, is positive. And the idea is that by analogy with an electrical network, the charges of every positive vertex can be moved along the edges. So we fix the quantity we want to discharge from every positive vertex. And we know that in every new distribution, in virtue of what we state from the Euler formula, we have some positive vertices. And from that, we form the unavoidable set of configurations. So it's a bit complicated with those figures. So let's take an example. The idea is that we move positive charge along only to measure vertices. So I is the number of neighbors of a region. So only the 5-degree vertices have a positive charge. So suppose that we fix the quantity we want to move from a positive vertex to 1/5. We obtain this set unavoidable this unavoidable set of configurations. And how do we proceed? We consider a new distribution, and we know that, and we look at which vertices can be positive. So 5-degree vertex can be positive only if it isn't completely discharged. So it has to have as neighbor 5-degree vertices or a 6-degree vertex. Both the first and the second configuration. A 6-degree vertex can be positive because we only move charge to major vertices, so vertices of degree 7 or more. And a 7-degree vertex can be positive if it has at least 6 5-degree vertices as neighbors. And we can't have 8-degree vertex with the positive charges because it would imply that the 8-degree vertex has more than 10 neighbors. It's impossible. So here it's an illustration by a simple example of how we obtain the unavoidable set of configurations. But to prove the four-color theorem, we use a more complicated discharging procedure, and we obtain a set of configuration of more than 1,000 configuration, 1,482 in the first proof, and our set consists in 633 configuration in the second proof. So, for the reducibility, we consider a configuration, and to prove that it's reducible, we have to recolor the regions of the cycle of the configurations in order to make it compatible with the four coloring of its interior. And to do that, we use what we call a Kemper chains to limit the recolorings to local recolorings. So, suppose that this region S belongs to our unavoidable set of configurations. It's the worst case because this region S is surrounded by 4 regions, and each of these 4 regions has a different color. So what we're going to do is that we remove the region S, and we obtain smaller maps. And because we are in a minimal counterexample, this smaller map is four-colorable by hypothesis. Then we put back the region S, and we're going to try to recolor its neighbors, in order to free a color to color the region S. But the problem is that if we recolor one region, it often means that we have to recolor other regions. And so it's a problem. So we want to restrict the recolorings to precise parts of the map. And so we use a Kemper chain. And a Kemper chain is a set of regions colored with only 2 colors. So let's try to recolor the red region. If there isn't any Kemper chains between these red regions and these green regions, we can recolor these red regions in green without having to recolor this green region in red. And so we free the red for the region S. But in the second case, if there is a Kemper chain between the red region and the green regions below, if we recolor the red regions in green, we have to recolor the green region in red. And so we are back to the starting point. But what Kemper noticed is that if there is a Kemper chain between these 2 regions, it can't be one between this blue and these yellow regions. So we can recolor this blue region to yellow and free the blue to color the S region. The point to show you this example in simple cases to illustrate the unavoidability part and the reducibility part of the proof is to show you that figures can be useful to explain the ideas that guide the proof. So, as I said, discharging procedure and reducibility tests are far more complicated than the ones presented here. So, what I showed you don't prove anything, but they provide us with simpler examples, helping us to understand the principles of the real proof. And it's important to understand these ideas, because the proof of the four-color theorem relies upon the result of a computer program whose functioning remains opaque. because to prove the reducibility lemma, we have to perform lots of computations, and these computations can only be carried out by a computer. Indeed, in lots of papers about the four-color theorem, there are figures. Here is 2 figures that illustrate the reasoning with Kemper chains that we can find in the paper published by Appel and Haken. It's not the paper of the proof, but it's one of the articles they published to explain how they proceed. Here is another example for the discharging procedure. In an article published by Jean Meyer, a literature professor, French literature professor, in 1982, we also find lots of figures to explain how the proof of Appel and Haken works. And this paper is entitled Historical Notice and Technical Overview of the Proof. Here are some figures that we can find in the Kemper proofs. So here are another figure that we can find in Birkhoff. Birkhoff worked on the reducibility test. And in Kemper and Birkhoff, figures are inside the paper proof. In the paper of the proof by Appel and Haken, we can, almost the half of the paper proof of the discharging part is composed by figures of representing the configurations that belong to the unavoidable set of configurations. Here is the last example. In the second proof, we find the table of all of the 632 configurations, and this figure with the rules adopted for the discharging procedure. So in the case of the proof of Appel and Haken and the proof of Robertson and other, figures are part of the proof. And we have to look at these figures to check the validity of the proof. So the proof and its understanding are based on visual intuition. And this visual intuition consists in 2 facts. So picture perception and the ability to grasp ideas conveyed by the figures. So this ability is either in understanding how we get our unavoidable set of configurations by abstracting information from simpler cases than the real ones, or it refers to the ability to abstract a fact from what we perceive. And so, for example, we consider the configurations that appear on the table, and we have to abstract some information in order to prove that all these figures allow us to build an unavoidable set of configurations. So, and here is some classification of the uses of figures in the different proofs. So, in the proof, figures help the author to design the proof, for example, for Kemper or Birkhoff, because Kemper starts with concrete maps, or figures are material of the proof. It's the case in Appel and Haken proofs, because we have to look at the configuration to check the unavoidability of the set. And on the other side, we find figures in what I call the user manual of the proof. And here, the function of figures is to facilitate the understanding of the proof and to entail conviction. So Now I go to the proofs in Coq. In Gontier's papers that Gontier published in 2005, he stresses on the intuition involved in the previous proofs. He mentioned intuition. The terms simple map, region, and adjacent are, according to him, intuitive graphical notions. The proof of Birkhoff lemma required the graphically obvious operations of cutting up a map along a cycle and proving such intuitively obvious property as the wall map, etc. So in this case, he mentioned intuition in the case of proving some results. Or this was much harder than anticipated because of the gap between the intuitive pictures rich proof outline and the very precise logical statement that had to be fed the code proof assistant. The intuition refers to what we call visual intuitions. It consists in perceiving pictures and to be able to grasp the meaning of some notions or to be convinced by an argument without the mediation of a precise, explicit, and exhaustive linguistic formulations. So here the intuition is related to the obviousness of notions and arguments. But Gontier also notices that there is a counterpart to the use of these figures. Well, I need to mention that in the formalization in Coq, the statement of the theorem is rephrased, and it concerns not topological map, but combinatorial hypermap. So while the notion of combinatorial hypermap was generally more cumbersome than the more familiar topological one, on several occasions, its additional precision provided a clean argument where intuitive situations seemed muddled at best. So what Gontier notices is that because relying on visual intuition means not making all information explicitly available, reasoning based on such ability isn't as clear as it could be, and it can also be confusing or erroneous. Here is the file in the Coq's proof that prove the four-color theorem. As I said, Coq is a proof assistant. So it's an interactive software which enables the user to write a mathematical argument in a programming language. And this proof assistant guides the mathematician and controls the validity of the proof at every step. It takes advantages of the proof program correspondence. So we can sketch an analogy between computation models and logical system. In the environment of a proof assistant, a type is a proposition. So here, it's the statement of the theorem for finite maps. And after the colon, it's a proposition, but it's type 2. And between proof in QED, we have the proof of this proposition. But this proof is also a program. And there is a correspondence between well-typed, the fact that a program is well-typed, and the fact that the proof is valid. Here, what we see is what we call a formal proof script. So this script is written by a human using tactics. And tactic is a function that splits the goal, so the proposition, the proposition we want to prove, into one or more sub-goals. And if the user can prove these sub-goals, the tactic can construct a proof of the original statement from the proofs of the sub-goals. And from this proof script written by a human, Coq generates what we call a proof witness. It's a well-typed lambda term that can be verified by the core of Coq, but also by other systems. So what we want when we formalize a proof in the environment of a proof assistant is to obtain a proof witness. In fact, the existence of a proof witness is a proof of the validity of the proof of the theorem, and it's convincing. So what we want is to make the proof checkable by the COP system. Thus, we have to write a proof as program that is readable by a computer system. What matters is the computer and maybe the developers, but not the mathematical agent. And to write a readable proof for the computer, we have to take into account the features of this computer system. And the fact is that Coq is devoid of any kind of intuition. It can't perceive figures, it can't extract information by itself, so it lacks perception and comprehension. The formalization into a code leads from obviousness to explicitness in order to obtain a suitable proof script for Coq. Here is an example of this abundance on detail that we can find in a proof script. As I said, to prove the four-color theorem in Coq, we have to prove a combinatorial version for hypermaps. And the hypermap is this thing. So it's triple of functions on a finite set of darts. And these functions have to satisfy the triangular identity. And as we see, there are far more information on hypermap than on a topological map. But we have some issue to see how this hypermap can be related to map. The formalization of a proof in the environment of a proof assistant illustrates the tension between formalization and intuition, as mentioned by Jacques Quinto. In formalized version of a proof, the original intuitive line of thought is liable to be obscured by multiple of minute steps. And in programming language, these minute steps are essential because we have to be explicit to prevent any errors or bugs. And this results in an abundance of details in definitions, but also in proofs of lemma. And it can be a bit confusing for the reader. Here, intuition doesn't seem to be the concrete intuition of pictures, but rather some ability to grasp the chains of ideas that guide us to the proposition we want to prove. It's more a vision than the sight. But as Jacques Quinto shows, visual intuition can be misleading. Arguments based on intuition can not only be more complex than necessary, as Gontier mentioned, but can also be erroneous due to illegitimate generalizations. And formalization in Coq is a way of avoiding such errors, because Coq checks every step without having to worry about fallible human abilities. So in Coq, we may have a less intuitive proof, but a more reliable one, because everything is explicitly stated. And because we have to perform lots of computations with computer program, and Coq can guarantee that the programs are correct vis-à-vis their specifications. So we can ask why this loss of intuitivity can be a problem. It's because a proof isn't solely a derivation, a syntactic object composed by proposition. Here's another quotation. So a proof is never a syntactic object. A formal derivation on its own is a syntactic object, but not a proof. Without an interpretation of the language of the formal system, the end formula of the derivation says nothing, and so nothing is proved. without a demonstration of the system's soundness with respect to the interpretation, one lacks reason to believe that derived conclusions are true. A formal derivation plus an interpretation and soundness proof can be a proof on the derived conclusion. A proof, in fact, provides a justification to someone. It has to take into account the cognitive state of the subject and its machinery. Intuition, as some ability of the knowing subject and of the member of a community, is a part of the fact that a proof is convincing. And the second argument is that one, a proof is a proof of something. So the function of the proof is to establish the truth of a particular theorem whose content matters. And here, in the case of the four-color theorem, we deal with a theorem whose statements and main ideas of the proof make appeal to visual intuition. So the problem is that Koch's proof isn't intuitive in two senses, because it lacks of visual intuition, and because it distances itself from the main ideas and original meanings of the notions of the original statement and proof. And it's the third part of my talk. So I'd like to try to answer to the question, in what sense is the computer-assisted proof in Koch intuitive, can be said intuitive. The proof as program of the four-color theorem goes with two main papers published by Goncier that explain the main ideas of the computer-assisted proofs, and they include figures. Among them, we have this illustration of what is a hypermap. So here in gray you have the map. In the black points are the dots, and the blue, green, and red arrows are the three functions. This figure also explain some of the strategies absent from the second proof that are used to complete the proof in Koch. So the computer-assisted proof raises the question of what we need to put in a proof in order to make it convincing for humans. Because we have computer programs, but do we need to consider that these papers are part of the proof? Does the documentation of the code are part of the proof too? So it's an open question. And second point is that during the formalization of the four-color theorem proof, an extension to the Koch language was developed. It became what we call SSS Reflect, proof language. This language is a means to implement a methodology, the small-scale reflection. It's a formal proof methodology based on the pervasive use of computation with symbolic representation. The main idea of small-scale reflection is Boolean reflection. It's the idea that we can represent decidable predicates of type prop by a decision procedure of type bool. And with Booleans, we only have two values, false and true. So it facilitates computations and reasoning by case analysis. The extensive use of explicit symbolic representations that distinguishes SSS Reflect from Vanilla Koch, because in Vanilla Koch, lots of computable steps are hidden to the user, allows to clarify the proof script and the functions of the prover and the user, because the user guides the execution of functions, and the prover performs the computations. And it also allows to reinforce the control of the user on the prover, because by controlling the representations, the user can control more precisely the behavior of the prover. And my hypothesis, so it's the starting point of this work and not its conclusion, is that the SSS reflect proof language takes advantages of the explicitness requisite to produce a text in a particular spatial arrangement, and its visually perceived spatial organization has an impact on its ability to act as a proof. And I'm going to give you some clue in favor of this hypothesis. First one is modularity. The Cox proof is modular in the sense that it's organized into different files, and the code inside these files is organized into different components. A module is a component or a subsystem of a system which encapsulates data and controls access to and utilization of this data via interfaces. These interfaces can be formal or informal. For example, we can see type as interface. And we can see comments in the files as informal interface, because comments give information to user about what is defined, which lemmas are proved, and how the user can use them in different contexts. And I think that modularity can guide the mathematician in reconstructing the logical structure of the proof, because mathematician can use methods inherited from software development to do that. Here is parts of the modules that compose the proof of the four-color theorem. And here is the file that we studied earlier. And so the idea is that we can, if we look at the header of the documents here, we can have a precise idea of what results are needed to prove the four-color theorem. And we can use this information to produce a dependency graph that make appear the logical structure of the proof. Here, for example, we see that we have two modules, real and real plane, and they are used to state the theorem, because all the predicates involved in the statement are defined in these files. And we have combinatorial 4CT, which is the proof of the combinatorial version of the theorem for hypermaps. Discretize, which is the module that allows us to move from topological maps to hypermaps. And finitize, that is the modules that allows us to move from the finite maps to infinite maps. So looking at the headers and the modules, we can reconstruct the logical structure of the proof through a dependency graph. But we can use modularity in another way if we consider the type interface, the type as an interface. So finite simple map M implies colorable with 4M is the type. And so it's the statement of the theorem. It tells the user what the theorem does and which information the user needs to give it. For example, the user has to give a map and to give a proof that it's a finite simple map to produce proof that this map is colorable with 4 colors. And between proof and QED, we can see that as the implementation of the module. And this part, these 3 lines, can be hidden to the user, because the user only needs to know that there exists a proof. He doesn't need to know all the details of the proof to use the theorem. And thanks to this organization between types and proofs, and the fact that we can hide some proof, the proof part, we can also clearly make a clear distinction between the combinatorial part, because the combinatorial part is restricted to the proof, and the topological part, because we have this statement is a pure topological statement. It only involves topological predicates. Another clue in favor of my hypothesis is the language syntax, because according to its author, SSS Reflect provides us with some bullets, syntax symbols that have no functional value for the Coq system, but that are used to highlight the structure of the proof for the mathematician or the user. And there's another piece of syntax before a tactic, that assure the reader that the tactic used to solve a goal actually solves it. So we have some visual signs in the language that are aimed at the user to make it easier to follow the proof and its different steps. And the last clue in favor of the hypothesis is the existence of some tactics that are defined to be close to textbook proofs. For example, we have the have tactic that introduces an intermediate result and produces two sub-goals. So we have to prove the proposition P, and we have to prove that the proposition P implies our goal G. We have another tactic, SUF for sufficient, that introduces an intermediate result. So SUF works as the have tactic, but the sub-goals are not in the same order. So we have to prove that our proposition L implies our goal, and then we have to prove the L statement. And we have another tactics without loss of generality that introduces a particular case and produces two sub-goals. So that the particular statement implies our goal, and that this implication implies our goals. And these tactics structure the text of the program, and we can think that they have an impact on the way this text is perceived and on the way the user, the reader, can understand it. And here is the conclusion. So what we saw is that Coq is devoid of any kind of intuition, but it doesn't mean that the computer-assisted proof can't be said intuitive. And so we have to consider its formal script not only as a way to obtain a proof witness, but as a text. And so the intuition involved isn't related to obvious notions and facts, but it is based on a layered explicitness, relying on the ability of the user to follow a code as text that provides us with some backings to help us getting the meaning and the ideas of the proofs. And it's finished. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So this is what we wanted. An example of theorem and looking at different kinds of proof, and now we have an idea of what computers do and what we can understand of what computers do. So this is a very exciting project that you have to work on that. And so I'm a guess there are questions. And I see already hands that are raised. I'll start with Valeria Giardino.
Thank you very much. So starting from the last slide, when you talk about getting the meaning and the ideas of the proof, but my question is which proof? Because as you said at the beginning, it's not the proof in Coq, but I don't know the details, so that's why it's a question. is not presenting the original proof, the gist of the original proof. So maybe it's a matter of another talk, but I'm wondering if you're considering that it's the same proof or it's really two different proofs. It's a question of what the identity of proof is, of course.
Yeah. I think that there's two ways to answer this question. The first thing is that when you look at the details of the proof in Coq, you saw that all the proof is about hypermaps, and hypermaps are maps. So we can have some problems to say that it's the same proof as the two others, but on the other hand, I think that the Cox proof can help us to find back the original ideas before the first proofs. So the idea that we can prove topological statements by combinatorial means. And I think that we can see the Cox proof as some improvement of the original ideas. But it's a beginning of an answer.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, Yassine Amami, second question.
Yes, thank you. So in what you're describing, it seems like whether we want to qualify a proof as intuitive, will it be depending on, so you have the proof and you have the agent who is processing the proof. The agent could be a human, or it could be Coq, or it could be something else, but you always have like something to be processed and something that processes. And I think if we think like that maybe we want to go like above these distinctions between computers and humans, because we can say, for instance, Coq is devoid of any intuition, as you said here, but I mean, it would be very hard to like connect a Coq with another type of software that, for instance, turns a visual input, recognize the dots and the edges, and then turn that into like a symbolic language, and then put it back into Coq. Actually, when they do all these machine learning things connected to phone verification, that's what they do. So you can translate the same information into different contexts and put them so that it is used with different types of software, and then put it back into the right format. Yeah, so then the question of what is being intuitive seems to be maybe more something like efficiency in processing or something like that. So maybe there is a more general concept. So that's my question, is that like, so would you like to like transcend these computer-human distinctions to have like a general notion of intuitive that would be some kind of a fit between an agent and a proof? And my second questions would be the connection between what you call intuitive and understanding, because it seems like, for instance, all this help to like structure the proofs. You could say, oh, it's easy. It makes it more intuitive, but because often you would like also say that it makes it more understandable, and maybe in a synonymous way. So the question is like, is this? Will you think of these two things as synonymous, or would you like to like load the intuitive or intuition term with more thing that you would put into just the understanding term or the efficiency term?
So the first question is that my talk wasn't so ambitious. I just wanted to try to my starting point is that when you look at a computer program, we begin with a statement involving figures. Lots of the two previous proofs rest on the use of figures. And then we have this programming, this code, which can be very confusing when you look at it for the first time. And the question was just, can the human mathematician make appeal to some visual intuition to understand, to follow this Cox proof? So it was just the scope of my talk. So I think it's not really an answer to your question, but for the first question. And for the other one, by principle, I think I distinguish the intuitivity and understanding. But as I said, I need to read more about these two notions. But I think that we can't say that this is the same thing.
Right, because there's also, there's another term that could fit well here, is intelligibility, so making more intelligible. So usually people make a connection between understanding and intelligible. But then, yeah, it depends if you want to make between intuitive and intelligible. I think intuitive is loaded by like often the spatial and the visual content, especially in this context where you're talking about topology. So I think you may want to distinguish in this way, but yeah, maybe there is a bigger notion that just encompasses the both thing.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Yeah. Yeah.
Hello. Thanks very much for your talk. I wonder what you think, how much it generalizes to, or much kind of your analysis, generalizes to any form of formalization, right? So, say instead of talking about this particular program, or this particular proof in this particular program system, we talk about we compare Euclid's proofs with Hilbert's proofs, right? I think you could also, I think many of the claims that you made could still be made, right? You could say Euclid's proof is intuitive in a way that Hilbert's isn't if you leave out the diagrams. A formal proof will also employ some kind of form of modularity, right? That you mentioned, like by having, say, lemmas that you then apply. And even these kind of syntactic things that you mentioned, like the bullets, right? You might also have something like that in a traditional formal proof, right? So I was wondering whether what you see is the connection, or whether this generalizes this analysis to any formalization.
Thank you. I think it's part of my further work about this question, because I realize working about this topic that yes, we can. I think that we can find similarities between the formalization in a proof assistant and formalization is more traditional framework, and it's part. The point of this talk was not to say that formalization in proof assistant, formalization in COC is different from other kind of formalization. It's more to focus on this subject and maybe to look at other kind of formalization to make some comparison.
Just following up on the generalization and bringing it back to the context of this, do you or your colleagues as mathematicians have different opinions on on this proof, and which proofs that you believe are more intuitive or not intuitive? Like, is there variation when mathematicians are looking at a set of the same proofs? Is there variation among them as to what they would consider more intuitive or not intuitive?
Oh, sorry, I didn't understand the question.
So do you imagine that if there were multiple mathematicians looking at some of these proofs, do you imagine that there would be variability in their opinions on whether certain proofs were more intuitive than others? Or would there be some sort of commonality that everybody would say, yeah, the Koch proof is the more intuitive one?
I think that one of the feature of the computer-assisted proof in Proof Assistant is that you can just look at it without having read some documentation about the functioning of the Proof Assistant, the language, the logic system underlying the Proof Assistant. So I don't know. Really, I think I don't know for now. Sorry.
Romain Buchy.
Thank you. This was really interesting. But I'm not totally sure about something, so it's also a clarificatory question. What is special about the four-color theorem is that there is no rigorous but not computer-assisted proof. Is that right? So you really need, it's not just that you can formalize the proof, you can formalize many other proofs, but you really need it in order to be assured that it is correct, the computer assistance. Is this right?
Yes, since the first proof relies on the computer programs, and you have to make some hypotheses, you have to mobilize some inductive arguments to be sure that the program you use is correct vis-à-vis its specification. But there isn't any proof without a computer program.
So my question is, it's not totally on your topic of intuition, but my question is, I mean, is the essential role of intuition in that case not much more that, I mean, Guthrie's idea of going to 4 and say, well, 4 is the number we have to check, maybe it was just a lucky guess. I mean, I could have said, I don't know, 7 or 8, but in that case, I'm not sure about that, but if you had tried for 7 or for 8, probably you would not even have the computational capability to prove that, or it would have been much more complicated and even far away. So maybe the role of intuition was really in the discovery part, and then it led as far as it could. You could still distinguish some configurations, but in the end, intuition has to give up because it's too much computational complexity involved. Yeah, something like that.
Just to do you ask if to prove the 5 or 6 or 7 color, you ask if we need the computer too? If it
yes, I mean, if the conjecture had been different.
Yeah, but we have a proof of the 5-color theorem.
Oh, this
this
is without. Yeah. So it was really okay. Yeah. So and this was older than.
It was related to the works about the 4-color theorem, and it's a really simple arguments. In few lines, you can prove the 5-color theorem.
So yeah, so no, in that case, so my guess is totally wrong. Yeah. Thanks.
I basically didn't understand most of it, but I kind of wonder, is this related to a computer program can certainly recognize whether a given statement is true or false, if you like, based on certain number of initial, I think they call it in computer science production, a set of rules. So if you have a set of syntactical rules, and then you give us, say, a statement, which is some kind of a string of different symbols and rules, then a computer program can determine whether the statement is true or false, in a sense that there's something called regular expressions. I don't know if anybody heard of regular expressions, which are a simple expression that a computer program can recognize. Same thing when you have a high-level program written, say, if you have a high-level program written in some language like C or C++, the first thing that a computer does, it compiles the program, and it makes sure that all the statements are syntactically valid. So are we saying that the computer is doing this seemingly a function of proving or validating that something is valid within a certain system, without really having any intuition about it. Is that what we're trying to say here?
If I reformulate, if a computer can say if the computer can say to us that a theorem is true without having an intuition. That's the question.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that the notion is true, is suitable to speak about the computer, the proof assistant. What the proof assistant says is that according to the type theory underlying its functioning, this statement is correctly derived.
Okay. Okay, yeah, so that's basically checking a bunch of rules and having some predicate functions, like I said, that will answer 0 or 1 where okay, so but it's completely mechanical. There is no intuition yet
No.
the result is valid from a logical point of view. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Valeria, you've got a follow-up?
It's a bit of a follow-up of Dirk's question, because I was thinking, yes, you're talking about the formal script, right? So in this case, you have the four-color theorem, and of course, you have hypermaps, so you have maps at the beginning, you have a map, and so on and so forth. But imagine that you put in Coq some other kind of theorem that it's not so visual at the start. You still have the formal script, and the formal script would be modular, will have the elements that you discussed. So would that be the case in which would you be ready to say that it would be more intuitive in Coq than the original proof? It has to do with this idea of the generality of what you're saying.
I think that the four-color theorem is a really specific theorem in the landscape of mathematics. And but a part of my research is to start with the four-color theorem and its formalization in Coq, to make some hypothesis, and then to try to see if this hypothesis work in other proof. But I think that this idea that the program, the code of the program seen as some kind of text can be exported to other proofs. And it's the conclusion I want to achieve. It's that we can see the formal proof script as really a text, and the perception of some of the symbols can help us to better understand a proof.
Okay, thank you.
2 last questions. Make them short because Gemma and Gart.
My first question just shows, so in the computer reading of this proof, is it happening linearly over time? That it's sort of, is the computer reading the program in only one direction? That's my assumption, but I could be wrong.
And from in one direction?
Mm-hmm. Like, yes.
If we check the steps one by one, yes.
And so I wonder if, just looking at your 4th bullet point, as well as what was said earlier today about induction, in that maybe what's happening with the intuition is this introduction of choice in the human reading the formal script, not in the same way that a computer reads the formal script, where the computer is starting at the beginning and going through all the steps, perhaps with a ton of repetition, whereas a human is recognizing, okay, I see what's going on here, now I'm going to jump ahead. So maybe this following a different path is part of what's happening with this layered explicitness. Does that seem right?
Yeah, it's the idea is that the idea is that the proof in Proof Assistant is organized in such a way that I think that a reader can select what the information he wants to see, and he can put aside some details and try to follow the proof in order to be convinced by the sequences of different lemma, and then he can look at the details of the lemma because he's not sure. It's the idea. So
yeah, thank you.
Gerhard Heinzmann.
Yes, thank you. I think we have always the same problem, only a little bit more complex than Poincaré's problem of a synthesis of an inference. To say that an inference is a proof, you have to give a synthesis of different proof steps. And now, naturally, you to say that a code proof, code inference is a proof, you should give either a control program, and then there is the same thing is on the level, on a higher level, or to say, okay, there are intuitive meanings, and then that you don't know what means this intuitive, this intuition. You cannot characterize this intuition more clearly. This is the problem. I think there's always the same problem we are confronted with. But I don't know that by this computer program you have a very different situation from always from inferences. You make always the Bolzanian reduction that inference is a judgment, and this is naturally is a Platonistic reduction, which is not intuitive at all.
Want to
No,
another? Yeah.
please.
Okay, accept the argument. In that case, we'll stop now. We'll have a very short break. So it will 9 minutes break because we would like to keep on time, because at 4, François Charton will join us from online, and so we want Andrew to have the whole time he needs. So we'll start in 9 minutes. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, it's already time to start again. So Andrew Arana is the head of the Archives Poincaré, who's co-organizing the 2 workshops with us, and we were glad that he will give a talk in this second day. Intuition from the perspective, and then of Kitaro Nishida and Gaisi Takeuchi. Is it? Almost Takeuchi. And so, of course, we will learn quite a lot about these 2 authors now.
Thanks, Bruno. You will only learn a little bit because I'll spend about half the talk on these figures and the rest on setting things up. So thanks for the introduction, Bruno, and thanks to Bruno and Yassine for the organization. It's been very generous and careful, so thanks a lot. So today I'm going to talk to you about 3 ways of understanding intuition and the consequences of these 3 ways for knowledge of infinity in mathematics. So this is a philosophical talk today, and I'll speak to you about Kant to begin with, and his notion of intuition, which I'm going to call passive, or maybe better, receptive intuition. And then I'll speak about his mathematical interpreter, Hilbert. Then I'll speak for just very little while about Fichte, his notion of intellectual intuition, and his mathematical interpreter, Brouwer. And then in the second part of the talk, really, I'll speak about a Japanese philosopher you probably haven't heard of, Nishida, his notion of active intuition, and then his mathematical interpreter, Takeuchi, the proof theorist. So this is a talk in which I'm going to try to talk both about philosophical ideas as well as how these ideas are realized in mathematics. So I thought it made sense to start with the notion of intuition that I think many of us take for granted when we speak as philosophers about intuition. And this is the one that comes to us from Kant. Ultimately, you might say it comes to us from Descartes, but for Kant, there's an element that he underlines in particular. Well, I've underlined it here, but let's say it first. So there's really 2 parts to this passage in which he tells us that, firstly, in whatever way, and through whatever means a cognition may relate to objects, that through which it relates immediately to them, and at which all thought as a means is directed as an end, is intuition. So here's our definition of intuition. And so it is the mode by which the mind comes to touch objects, the mode of relation between mind and world. And in the Cartesian picture, this conception of intuition is associated with certainty. When we have a piece of an object that passes into our consciousness by intuition, we cannot be wrong about it. And so for Kant, this is part of the story about why we have knowledge at all, because knowledge itself requires certainty, according to Kant, and intuition is the means by which we acquire certainty about the world. But there's a second part also to this passage in which he continues. He says, this, however, takes place only insofar as the object is given to us. But this in turn is possible only if it affects the mind in a certain way. The capacity, receptivity to acquire representations through the way in which we are affected by objects is called sensibility. Objects are therefore given to us by means of sensibility, and it alone affords us intuitions. So the part I wanted to underline in the second part of the passage is the receptivity of intuition. Objects are given to us from the outside, as it were. And this is essential to Kant's conception of intuition. We receive the world we receive it, it is given to us, and this is the source of intuition. So it's both our link to the world, but it's a link that is always receptive. Now, those of you who know your Kant will say, but surely we add something to this intuition. For instance, we give it its form of space and time. And that's all correct, but nevertheless, the content that comes to us from the world comes to us passively or receptively, according to Kant, by way of intuition. And so this is the meaning of intuition in this tradition, which is what I just said. Now, this conception of intuition has consequences for our knowledge of the infinite, because we cannot receive anything that is infinite in its completion, because we are finite beings. And this is how, for instance, Heidegger puts it in his interpretation of Kant. He says, finite knowledge is non-creative intuition. The finitude of intuition lies in its receptivity. So that for Heidegger, there's an essential link between the fact that intuition is receptive and that we are finite creatures. So there's a finitism built into knowledge on account of its receptivity. And as you know, this is key to the antinomies that Kant finds for the infinite, because he says, on account of our receptivity of the infinite and our incapacity to receive the infinite in completion, we can neither know that the world is infinite, or that time is infinite, or the world is infinite in space, nor can we know the opposite of this. Both of these conclusions to us are impossible to verify, because in fact we can verify both of them if we suppose that we could receive the infinite in its totality. So this incapacity on our part is important for Kant. And as a result, as you know, Kant relegates the infinite then to the ideal rather than the real. It's a useful tool for organizing our thought, but we cannot know the infinite. And for Kant, this is important for metaphysics, in particular for knowledge of God, which I'll speak about in just a minute, rather than for mathematics, because for Kant, the mathematics that he knew was not concerned with the infinite. That would come later. And when it did come, there would then be a problem of how to accommodate knowledge of the infinite within a Kantian framework. And this is what Hilbert is up to. So for instance, you know Hilbert tries to proves the Hilbert basis theorem in 1890. And when the proof is received, there's this anecdote at least that Godin says, this is not mathematics, this is theology. And that's because when we look at that proof from our perspective now, we can see that Hilbert is using transfinite induction to prove this. It's a kind of application of weak Königslemma, trying to follow an infinite tree. So that's a sense in which already Hilbert was confronted with problems of how to accommodate knowledge of the infinite in a context where people were willing to classify knowledge of the infinite as theological knowledge or something connected with God. So for Hilbert, he took this as a challenge, and the first page of his Foundations of Geometry begins with this quotation from Kant. So this is just the very beginning of Der Grundlagen der Geometrie. And he tells us that the model of this text is exactly Kant's conception, on which cognition begins with intuition, goes to concepts, and ends with ideas. So for Hilbert, he saw himself explicitly as trying to enact a Kantian project for mathematics. And one of the aspects of that is he echoes the Kantian concern with the infinite. He says, nowhere is the infinite realized. It is neither present in nature nor admissible as a foundation in our rational thought. And then, in keeping in classical Kantian spirit, the right to operate with the infinite can be secured only by means of the finite. So this is a familiar story, and I won't waste your time very much on this part, but we've all heard this business before of Hilbert's quest then to try to secure Cantor's paradise for us in order to establish knowledge of the infinite with the same degree of security that we have in ordinary arithmetic thought, because there, he says, there is no room for doubt. And once again, this is the traditional story on which intuition provides us with certainty, and that's the kind of knowledge that in fact, that's qualified as knowledge. Otherwise, we would not have knowledge of the infinite. And for Hilbert, that was important. He did not want to be thought of as doing theology, but rather as doing something like mathematics, where he did think there was knowledge. So you know the story. Hilbert then shows us that we can formalize mathematical reasoning. We can then reason about mathematical reasoning itself, the object being to find a finitary proof of the consistency of infinitary arithmetic reasoning, because if this reasoning were consistent, the story being that it would be okay to use it as a tool to aid our reasoning. So infinite mathematics would be justified on Kantian grounds as an ideal element to aid our reasoning, just as Kant had said before. And if we were to have that, then we would have accomplished in this project of finding the most reliable grounds for the security of infinitary reasoning. And this is the search that becomes known as Hilbert's program. Again, these are old stories. You've heard them a million times. It runs into problems because of Gödel's second incompleteness theorem. This is a problem because if formal finitary reasoning can be formalized by an arithmetic theory, then there's no finitary proof of the consistency even of finitary reasoning, let alone infinitary reasoning. Okay, that's great. We all know these things a lot. Gensen, an assistant to Hilbert, then comes around and says, I can try to improve the situation because I'm able to find a means of proving the consistency of arithmetic that's still essentially finitary. It's not, strictly speaking, in some very, very, very precise sense finitary, because I'm going to use, he says, transfinite induction. But it's still going to be essentially finitary because the use of transfinite induction that I'm going to use is still intuitive. This is the story that Gensen wants to tell. So he gives a proof then, which involves just a little bit of transfinite induction up just to the number epsilon 0, which is just omega to the omega to the omega to the omega, omega many times. Very, very small, infinite number. It is a countably infinite ordinal number. And then we have a solution. Gödel's incompleteness theorem is not contradicted because transfinite induction is not contained in elementary arithmetic. But then the philosophical question remains. If we cannot intuit transfinite induction, then this proof doesn't succeed at validating Hilbert's program. So you know how this kind of story goes. So just one example of the kind of response you have in the literature. Gensen, being conscious of this, points out that, look, in the case of having to check the consistency using transfinite induction to epsilon 0, I admit that this kind of reasoning is only perspicuous in the initial cases, but it becomes of such great complexity in the general case that it is only remotely visualizable. And here, Gensen is conceding that intuition has something to do with the senses, because all intuition, according to Kant, comes to us through the senses. And so the sense that's most naturally associated with intuition, according to Gensen at least, is vision. And so he's going to say if this proof of the consistency of arithmetic is visualizable, then it counts as intuitive. And he admits that to be able to check, and here's what you have to be able to check, that's the transfinite ordinal in question. The Gensen consistency proof involves being able to walk through and check an infinite branching, infinite tree, and be able to walk through the branches and confirm whether or not you find a contradiction, because those steps correspond to checking mathematical induction's validity in all these many cases. And so you can see how you're going to generate there the ordinal of omega to the omega to the omega to the omega, just omega representing the checking of one level of the tree, omega for the next level, omega, omega, etc. Gensen says, this is hard to envision, but I think I can still envision it. Gödel then writes a response where he says, I don't think you can envision this. Maybe you can visualize up to omega to the omega, but omega to the omega to the omega, that's too much. I find this literature difficult at this point. It's hard to understand what the measures of visualizability are. It starts to sound psychological, but at the other hand, how could you be psychological about this? How can we talk about our capacities to know what is visualizable when it comes to the infinite? So rather than try to engage that rich literature, I think it's important to recognize that this way of going is not inevitable when it comes to mathematical knowledge of the infinite. Even staying within a Kantian, or roughly Kantian framework. So you could, for instance, go do something quite radical and try to reject the ocular metaphor of knowledge, something that comes to us from Descartes that is then reinforced by Kant. You could go, for instance, in Daniel's project on Aquinas, you could try to go for a hylomorphic theory of knowledge, for instance. Or you could have some further social theory of knowledge. There are all kinds of ways you could go where you could avoid this talk of intuition in this classical sense. But you could also be less radical than that, and you could just say the supposition that intuition is receptive is also something that could be jettisoned. And then you could try to see what alternatives there are and how those alternative views of intuition can account for knowledge of the infinite. I think one way to recognize the provinciality of the supposition that intuition is passive is to recognize the reasons for which Kant accepted that claim. Kant had extra philosophical reasons for criticizing or for thinking that intuition must be receptive. So he tells us in the first critique that concepts like infinity are purely transcendental predicates, and hence a purely purified concept of these, which every theology needs so very badly, can be drawn only from transcendental theology, which is just a fancy way of saying the thing that we all have seen quoted 1,000 times. Kant saying, I had to deny knowledge in order to make room for faith. This is the whole point of the first critique. Kant himself is a deeply religious man coming from a provincial Lutheran context in which his pietist beliefs posed him against doctrine, against intellectual victories for justifying his philosophical or religious beliefs. Instead, Kant thought we were called to have a living relationship with God, to have changes of heart which weren't necessarily capturable in the kinds of theology that were being done. So, separating theology then from philosophy, Kant had reason then, as I said, to deny knowledge to make room for faith. Knowledge passing always by the intuitive. The intuition then needed to be kept in line. If intuition were given too much power, if, for instance, we could come to know God by intuition, then there wouldn't be any reason for faith. This is something that was unacceptable to Kant. So he had reason then to build in an assumption into his view on which intuition itself was passive or receptive. So I think we can see his reason for believing in the receptivity of intuition as a plank in a religious agenda, driving the epistemology and not the other way around. All right, That's a story that you don't need to believe, but I do happen to believe it. The reason in the structure of the argument here to take it into account is because then we can try to keep intuition as a source for knowledge, but drop the receptivity of intuition and try to see what other kinds of stories we might tell about knowledge. So as I said, I wanted to look at three. So I've just finished telling you the first story. So next I'll tell you about two other stories you might think about intuition. There are many more. There's just two others that happen to interest me today. So very briefly, I'll talk to you about the second story, the notion of intellectual intuition, which was highly promoted by the people known as German idealists in contravention of Kant, who criticized repeatedly that there could be such a thing as an intellectual intuition. So Fichte is writing these things in contravention of Kant, and Kant is criticizing these notions. It's in the same context, but so here just a kind of characteristic passage. Fichte says, look into yourself, turn away from everything that surrounds you and towards your inner life. This is the first demand that philosophy makes on its followers. What matters is not what is outside you, but only what comes from within yourself. And this self-knowledge is what Fichte calls intellectual intuition. He says, this intuiting of himself that is required of the philosopher in performing the act whereby the self arises for him, I refer to as intellectual intuition. It is the immediate consciousness that I act and what I enact. It is that whereby I know something because I do it. So this is knowledge of the self. Self-knowledge is a kind of intuition that isn't given to us through the senses or given to us passively. We participate in our own self-knowledge, and therefore it required a different way of being sorted than intuition in the classical Kantian sense, which was merely receptive. There's an element here that transcended sensibility, but required the contribution of reason itself, something which Kant, as I've insisted, denied, and Fichte and Kant battled over this. So why should we care as philosophers of mathematics about Fichte? Well, because Brouwer read those passages that we were just speaking of and echoed them explicitly in his justifications for his mathematical epistemology. So for instance, a passage from Brouwer's dissertation, Brouwer tells us, finally, you do know that very meaningful phrase, turning into oneself, which you just saw, it comes directly from Fichte. You therefore seem to be capable of some kind of attention which centers round yourself and which to some extent is within your power. What this self is, you cannot further say, nor can you reason about it, for you know full well that all speaking and reasoning is an attention at a great distance from the self, that you cannot get closer to the self by means of words or reasoning, but only by this turning into yourself as it is given to you. There's a lot going on in this very strange passage. You can imagine how Brouwer's mathematical dissertation supervisor must have found these kinds of passages. But be that as it may, Brouwer continued to run with this theme for his entire mathematical framework. So for instance, the so-called first act of intuitionism, by which he explains how it is that we come to know the natural numbers, passes directly through this idea of self-knowledge. He states that mathematics is a essentially languageless activity of the mind, having its origin in the perception of a move of time. We recognize the passage, the falling away of one moment of time to the next, in inner consciousness of our own existence. So it's through this procedure of turning inside, in the Fichtean sense, that we become aware of one passing to two, passing to three, and thereby come to have arithmetical knowledge. So for Brouwer, knowledge of mathematics begins with knowledge of self. So here I'm repeating things that my late supervisor, Mick Detlefsen, made very clear when it came to Brouwer. And one of the consequences of all of that is that intuitionistic mathematics is famously different than classical mathematics because it emphasizes what can be constructed. All mathematical knowledge passes through knowledge of self. In knowledge of self, we come to reflect on what it is that we are doing, and only certain kinds of doings then are going to qualify as mathematical doings, following from the way in which we come to know ourselves. In particular, no completed infinity can be intuited, and therefore intuitionistic analysis and intuitionistic set theory look quite different from classical analysis and classical set theory. I'm not going to say anything more about that, but this is part of the story then. So so you might then conclude from that, well, I'm not sure I'm very satisfied with that. Sure, it does change what Kant said, and maybe I do believe you that there's something strange about this ultimately religiously justified limitation of intuition to the merely receptive and passive. I think that intuition can be more than just that. But I don't know that I like the conclusion that that leads me then to becoming an intuitionist. That seems like an unhappy route to go. So I wanted then to spend the second part of the talk on a less well-known alternative to this conception of intuition, which comes to us from Japanese philosophy. So in particular, it comes to us from this man, from Kitaro Nishida, a philosopher who lives from the late 19th century to the middle of the 20th century. He's born near Kanazawa, Japan. He's the founder of what we now today call the Kyoto School of Philosophy, and you might think of him as being something like the Kant of Japan, in the sense that he's the foremost Japanese philosopher of the 20th century and the first systematic philosopher in the history of Japanese thought. Nishida is a Buddhist. He's practicing his philosophy within the a quite different religious context than the figures we've been speaking of so far, who are uniformly Christian. On the other hand, Nishida is working at a time where Japan is opening up rapidly to outside influences. He reads Kant, he reads Fichte, he reads Heidegger. He absorbs all of these things happening in particular in German thought. And his philosophy there is a fusion of Buddhist thinking and in particular German thinking. And therefore, and very much engaged with mathematical issues, as we'll see. So just in case you visited Kyoto, this is a photo I took last November. Come back. On the philosopher's path, I don't know if you've ever visited this, but this was a walk that Nishida walked each day when he was going to the university. So if you've wondered why it's called philosopher's path, it's because of Nishida. That's right. Yeah, or like Hilbert walking to the tree in Göttingen. Yes. So it's a wonderful walk. So hopefully you all have a time to go to Kyoto and walk the path of Nishida. It's one of the top things on the tourist agenda for every tourist. So it's very crowded, and they probably don't think about Nishida when they're doing it, but they could. So as I'll tell you, Nishida was thinking very much about the foundations of mathematics, and also about lots of other things. So, but Nishida's thought, as is typical in Japanese thinking generally, mixes what we think of as systematic philosophy and religion, and it's difficult to separate the two in their thinking. On the other hand, Japanese metaphysics is different as well. They refer to, for instance, Nishida is referring here to God, but it isn't clear that he's a theist in any traditional Western sense. So it's complicated, I guess, is the way to put it. But one of the distinctions that he draws is the distinction between the finite human mind with the infinite mind, which he sometimes also then calls God. and a classical passage from his early writings, because there is Buddha, there are sentient beings. Because there are sentient beings, there is Buddha. Because there is a creator God, there is a created world. And conversely, because there is a created world, there is God. And here, the question that you'll want to pose to yourself is, how does the force of the word because here work? In what sense is the created world the cause of God? In what sense is the God the cause of the created world? That seems easier to understand. But for Nishida, he wants it to work in both directions. There's a causal relationship between creation and created. And that relationship is true at this very highest level and also at lower levels. And this is characteristic of Buddhist thought, and in particular, the Buddhist tradition that Nishida was a practitioner of, the branch of Buddhism known as Kegon Buddhism. This is the sacred text of his sect of Buddhism here. I've given it, of course, a text that comes from India in the 4th century. So the text says, "As is the mind, so is the Buddha. As the Buddha, so living beings. Know that God and mind, know that Buddha and mind are in essence inexhaustible. If people know the actions of mind create all the worlds, they will see the Buddha and understand Buddha's true nature." So this text is quite long, and you find passages like this throughout, emphasizing the creative nature of Buddha, but also the implication, a bidirectional implication between the activities of this creator God and of the people that are created, or of the objects that are created. And that this relation between the two is, as it puts it here, inexhaustible. So Nishida found himself compelled to try to both understand this bidirectional relation between creator and creation, and at the same time, the inexhaustibility of this creation. And those are the two elements that become tied together in ultimately what will be a third account of how knowledge of mathematical infinity is possible. Because for Nishida, like for Kant, the knowledge of mathematics was central to his project. Even though nowadays, if you talk to the people who largely study Nishida in the West, are people working in religious studies departments or sometimes in literature departments. He's very rarely seen as a philosopher because his texts are almost uniformly thought of as concerning either ethics or dialetheism, that is the view that contradictions are possible and that reasoning always works with contradictions. And also lots of writings about death. He's a Zen Buddhist, so it's what do you expect? But in fact, the thought is much more systematic than it sounds, I think. So what I wanted to focus on in this part of the talk then is, as I do have some time, that for Nishida, there is a third notion of intuition. We talked about receptive intuition or passive intuition of the Kantian sort. We've talked about a little bit about intellectual intuition of the Fichtean sort. So for Nishida, there is a third notion, which he calls active intuition. And for Nishida, I'll try to say something more about what active intuition is, but it's supposed to be, he calls it a fundamental mode of experience of the world in which there is no separation between subject and object, between creator and creation. So one commentator, before I look at the texts a little bit more, one commentator says, to understand active intuition, we use artistic metaphors. The artist takes in or intuits the world and transforms or enacts it, both of which are but two moments in a single unfolding, not only of the world, but of the artist as well. Both artist and work are formed mutually and are reflected in one another, so that the creator, as she makes her art, is at the same time created herself through the act of production. And at the same time, in producing this, she is producing a thing. So in these two, the creator and the creator become together simultaneously by the same act. So we'll try to see how this could connect us to mathematics as we go on. So just to show you that this is indeed what Nishida is trying to say, I'll just go through a few passages. So from a 1911 text, his first published book, he says, "We reach the quintessence of good conduct only when subject and object merge. Self and things forget each other, and all that exists is the activity of the sole reality of the universe. At that point, we can say that things move the self, or that the self moved things, that Seshu painted nature, or that nature painted itself through Seshu. There is no fundamental distinction between things and the self, for just as the objective world is a reflection of the self, so is the self a reflection of the objective world." And this is a theme that then becomes crystallized as his thought develops into the notion of active intuition. So he tells us in this another text from 1927, "Active intuition is seeing everything that is and everything that is at work as reflections of what mirrors itself within itself, by itself, becoming nothing. I want to conceive at the root of all things a seeing without a seer." The thought being something like, in creating, we create a thing, and as we create the thing, we become the thing, and so what we are as creator is lost. In merging with our creation, we are no longer. Whatever this I is that is supposed to be the creator becomes fused with the creation, and thereby we lose ourselves in the creation. So for Nishida, this sense of intuition is quite different than the intellectual intuition of Fichte, in which the self becomes central. For the Fichtean thought, we come to know ourselves deeply, and that becomes the world. The Fichtean world is idealist. We are the world, as Michael Jackson once said. For Nishida, there is no we. I want to see a seer without a seer. I want to think that there is no me anymore. What there is there is a world, and there are things in the world. And Nishida continues, he says, "There may be objections to conceiving the mechanistic world on the basis of the formative active intuition. But when we say we possess tools, while things become our body, the body in turn becomes a thing. That the I becomes a thing means that the I is losing the I. Ultimately, this means that the I, after a fashion, disappears." So these texts are all in translation, obviously, and the language is hard to translate. These words are sometimes words that are borrowed directly from German, and sometimes they are words that have been coined newly in Japanese to serve these functions. So for instance, the word for intuition is an example like this. It's a Japanese word, but it didn't have this kind of meaning until Nishida gave it this meaning. So he's in the process of creating a Japanese vocabulary for these things. He does speak quite a lot about poiesis and praxis as a distinction, which he takes from Heidegger. So there are things that are pretty common to the German tradition. So I think I just have one more passage here from Nishida where he says, "Our self must be active. The existence of human beings lies in acting. To act means to make things with tools, but there is no seeing when faced with things lacking any sort of connection with our movement. Accordingly, making is seeing, and seeing is making." So this text sounds very similar to the others, and it is, but there's one other element here that I thought I wanted to stress, which is the notion of movement. Because you may have been wondering as we go along here, why is this called active intuition? And part of it has to do with the fact that this is a creative intuition in which we are always making things and at the same time unmaking things, unmaking ourselves. But it's also supposed to be a sense of intuition that is somatic, in which the body is implicated. It's not just that we see the world and observe it passively, but we are enacting the world and moving. He means quite literally moving. And in the moving of the body, in the making of things, in the production, we come to know the thing that we are making. So the artist's knowledge is supposed to be canonical here. But Nishida also thinks that the mathematician is a knower in the same way. He thinks the mathematician also creates the numbers, and that's his primary example. And in making the numbers comes to know the numbers. And the numbers of, yes, so I'll say more about that as we go. I think I could probably skip this passage. I've tried to show you a kind of chronological development of the thought, but I probably overdid it. A second element because I wanted to tell you a story about knowledge of the infinite, and I haven't said much about Nishida and the infinite, but of course, lurking in the background, there has been, throughout this talk of Nishida, the kind of thing which you recognize, which is the other part of Buddhist thought has to do with the kind of infinite reflection, the kind of self-repetition that this passage brings out. If untold Buddha lands are reduced to atoms, in one atom are untold lands, and as in one, so in each. The Buddha lands on a hair tip are infinite. The Buddha lands in an atom are infinite. They can go to all these Buddha lands and see the infinite Buddhas. This religious text is a meditation on the infinite and the ways in which creation of the infinite is supposed to unroll. So you should hear echoes of Leibniz here, but of course this is from the 4th century, and Leibniz is more than 1,000 years later. But this is characteristic of Buddhism. So this is just a photo in a place you are not allowed to take photos. If you've been to Kyoto, you've maybe been to this temple. It's astonishing. So I went there again last year, but they don't let you take pictures. So I had to search the internet for this picture. But what it is a long temple in which there are very, very minor iterations. Each one is different. Each one of I think there are supposed to be more than 1,000 Buddhas. They're all about human size. And it just extends very, very long in both directions. But each one is almost the same as the next. And it's supposed to be a manifestation of this kind of multiplicity, showing you, I suppose, what creation is like, with a variety that seems to extend forever, but yet similar in each way. So it's this self-similarity that I want to talk about next, because this is also fundamental for Nishida. He calls this jikaku. It's a notion of self-reflection or self-awareness. And interestingly, the beginning for Nishida's thought here is Buddhism, of course, but also his readings of Dedekind and the American pragmatist Royce. So I'll speak about that now momentarily. So the mathematical story you all know probably. So Dedekind gives us a new definition of the infinite, in which we say that a set is infinite if there is a function from that set into that set that is injective but not surjective. And so just a kind of thing you've seen 1,000 times. So here's just a photo or a diagram of such a function. So the function we'll just suppose is injective here, but it's clearly not surjective because that point A doesn't map into the image of the function. So we have an example here of a point, a function that's injective but not surjective. But if you take a look then at what that function would look like, you've got yourself the image of an object. So just as it were, pull what I had in the previous picture, pull this inner part out, and you see that you have an image of the same set within itself. So again, you've been seeing these things for your whole mathematical lives probably. Royce thought that this notion of infinity was very interesting. Dedekind, of course, used it to give a proof of the existence of an infinite set by reflecting on the contents of his own thought. This was found to be quite striking by many people. The American philosopher Royce thought that this was interesting as well because he said that an object that contained as part of itself a perfect picture of itself, in other words, a self-representative object or system, would of necessity prove to be an object whose complexity of structure no finite series of details could exhaust, for it would contain a picture of itself, within which there was to be found a picture of this picture, and a picture of this second picture, and so on without end. So always a happy picture to see the laughing cow, who has within her earrings a picture of herself, who presumably has a picture of herself within those earrings, and on, la mise en abîme, that shows us Dedekind's conception of the infinite, what Royce is describing. And Nishida reads Dedekind, he reads Royce, and he says, that's what I'm talking about. He says, we can talk about drawing a map of our own location, which must include the map that's being drawn. And Nishida says, the fact that we can do this is a capacity that deserves to be known. It's a capacity that he calls jikaku. And he says that the object constructed by this kind of self-knowledge, following Dedekind, is the true sense of the infinite. And he says that by means of this capacity of self-reflection, we can make ourselves the object of our thought, and that is an active intuition. In reflecting on ourselves, we then can reflect on that reflection. That intuition becomes the object of our next intuition. And so on, we arrive at an active intuition of the infinite. And by this means, Nishida claims, we can come as finite beings to have an intuitive knowledge of the infinite. All right, that's all very sketchy, and you have lots of things to worry about there. But the final piece of the puzzle, as it were, that I want to tell today is that the mathematician then, Gaisi Takeuchi, who was also born in the same town as Nishida, and in fact there are some family connections between Nishida and Takeuchi, but I won't talk to you about those right now. So he did his doctorate in mathematics at the University of Tokyo with one of his teachers at the University of Tokyo was a man named Suetsuna, who was a number theorist there, who also happened to be one of the most close friends of Nishida, and who, when Suetsuna quit doing mathematics, he became a Buddhist monk. So Takeuchi, instead of doing that, moved to the United States. He was invited by Gödel to the Institute for Advanced Study, and after a few years at Princeton, he then became professor of mathematics at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, where he was professor of mathematics until he retired in 1992, and he died not very long ago. I think, in fact, later than 2007, but I need to check that. So anyway, you might know Takeuchi because he wrote in the Springer series Graduate Text in Mathematics. Graduate Text in Mathematics, book 1 was written by Takeuchi. So that's the introduction to axiomatic set theory. You might also know his book on proof theory in multiple editions. For a long time, it was the main text in proof theory in the English language. Fortunately, now we have some alternatives. But Takeuchi, at the same time as doing mathematics, was doing philosophy, and very much doing philosophy in the style of Nishida. So that's what I want to just, at the very end of this talk, emphasize to you, and in particular, thinking about the same problems as Nishida, how we can come to know the infinite. So most of these texts were written only in Japanese. Takeuchi didn't like, even though he was professor in Illinois for a long time, so I was professor in Illinois also, and my colleagues there told me that Takeuchi never really talked to them. He only had, he learned enough English to speak to students, but in a very formal way, And when it came to socializing, he just remained inert and purely Japanese. And as soon as he retired, he was on the first plane back to Japan, and that was it for his life in America. So, and his wife was similarly Japanese, and she moved immediately back to Japan with him. So they were only very much, they were in America for the money, which I think is really the only reason to go to America, if you ask me. He had the right idea. So, but he continued to publish throughout his life in Japanese only. And so just one example here is a text from 1972 in which he said, now consider a finite mind. If the function of a finite mind is completely finite, then our mathematics remains finite. However, our finite mind is the so-called potential infinity. In other words, we can indicate infinitary objects like 0, 1, 2, 3, etc. The infinitary object there being the set of all natural numbers, omega. Why? This is because our mind has the ability of self-reflection. That is, the ability to observe what we are doing and to know what we are doing. And there's a text from Nishida that I didn't show you that says exactly this. So it's pretty clear that Takeuchi either was reading Nishida or learned directly from his teacher, Suetsuna, who had directly read Nishida. But this is the same language even. And Takeuchi then says that the infinite mind can also do the same thing for constructing the transfinite ordinals. This is not just how we can come to know omega, the first infinitary ordinal, but this can be continued. And as a proof theorist working in the program of ordinal analysis in the style of Gensen, Takeuchi was intimately familiar with the mathematics of the transfinite and saw himself as trying to carry out Hilbert's program in the context of transfinite set theory, but with a new justification for that knowledge. Part of the key for him was that the proof of the consistency of arithmetic is a transfinite induction up to the ordinal epsilon 0 that I earlier told you was omega to the omega to the omega, omega many times, but it's pretty easy to see that you then have a fixed point there in the sense of Cantor, and what you have then is the number, the ordinal epsilon 0 is equal to omega to the epsilon 0. So there's the process here of self-representation is built into epsilon 0 as a number. And so Takeuchi thought we had special knowledge of this particular infinite ordinal. And therefore, that special knowledge was the kind of knowledge that we could have through an active intuition by means of jikaku. So Takeuchi has a new story for why Gensen-style proofs of the consistency of, for instance, first-order piano arithmetic are finitary, and therefore, or rather, intuitive, which for him meant finitary. It just requires a new definition or a new notion of the intuitive, the Nishidian notion, rather than the Kantian notion. The Kantian notion led us down the path of Gensen and these fretful worries about visualization. We've left that context behind in this context. And of course, so-called Takeuchi's conjecture for proving the consistency of second-order logic is an extension of this concept. And so if you know the story of proof theory, a great deal of work has been done on trying to solve Takeuchi's conjecture. Bill Tate gave a proof of this. People have been trying to improve this proof for a long time. So Takeuchi thought that, again, we could always identify transfinite ordinals that could give stronger and stronger subsystems of second-order analysis that could be justified by means of jikaku. So there is a philosophical program being carried out for the project of proof theory in the broadest sense, which was supposed to be a response to Hilbert and finally a response to Kant on how our knowledge of the infinite is possible. I'm sure I'm just about out of time. Just to convince you, Takeuchi is thinking in this Nishidian framework. Here's a passage from 1956. He says, I call the intuition for grasping a function or a set in general an active volitional intuition. Indeed, when we try to grasp a function or a set, this active volition works. And what would be thought by this active volition, the object of this active volition, or the volition itself, would be called a function or a set. The passage is confusing even in Japanese, but that's because we've seen this kind of language before. Because for Takeuchi, like for Nishida, there can be no separation between the act of the subject of creating an object like a set and the creation itself, in this case, a set. So the subject who is creating a set and thereby coming to know that set should be identified with the set itself. And therefore, the act and the object of the act, in the cases of counting through numbers, for instance, are unified by means of an active intuition. And thereby we have a special knowledge of them. So just to close then, on this kind of story, the finite mind participates actively in the construction, or if you like, constitution of transfinite ordinals. And in this sense, the finite and the infinite are woven together, reflecting each other, mirroring Buddhist metaphysics in mathematics itself. So in this view, the infinite is more permeable than it is in the Kantian tradition, which relies on a strict separation of the finite from the infinite, both epistemologically but also theologically. As the scriptures in the Christian tradition, Buddhist, Islamic, and Jewish traditions say, no one can see God's face and live. By contrast, in the Buddhist tradition, we are all God, but God is also us. So what I want you to see is that the mathematics coming in the Takeuchi proof theory project share that kind of structure, and therefore their intimacy with the infinite is different than it is on the Hilbertian Kantian side. So that's the story. So just to sum up then, so you can, if you want, keep the Kantian idea that intuition is a source of mathematical knowledge without having to engage these, what I think are ultimately quite tedious disputes about the visualizability of transfinite induction. But you do that by abandoning the supposition that intuition is merely receptive. And one way to do that is to recognize the provinciality of, or the locality of the supposition that intuition is merely receptive in Kant's Christian pietism. And you could, one response to that could be to follow Fichte in his idealistic romanticism, that is to join hands with Brouwer and tell one sort of intuitionist story. But I think that the discussion should be widened to include thinkers that have not been part of the tradition in the philosophy of mathematics until now, by looking at Nishida's work in a Japanese Buddhist context and the resulting mathematical project of Takeuchi to know the infinite in this intuitive way, that which we call proof theory today. So that's all.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew. So we learned a lot about these two authors. And so we've got 10 minutes for questions because the talk was long. So I see already 3 raised and 4, 5. So we won't be able to, 7. So we won't be able to ask all questions. And we'll try to have as many questions as we can, but make them as short as possible. And I hope Andrew can also answer quickly. So the first ones I saw were Yassine and Tabea.
Yeah, very quickly. So thank you so much for your talk. So the quote you showed about Takeuchi about like self-reflection and grasping the infinite, that seems to be very close to what Poincaré is saying in his first paper on mathematical reasoning about why you need intuitions to go further than logic to have mathematical induction. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's perfect. If you go this way, we can have all questions.
My Madelise course this semester is about that passage in Poincaré, so yeah. Yeah.
Okay, George. So I get like when Kant talks about like intuition of certain external object, that's a completely receptive, passive thing. But when Kant talks about mathematics, it's not that we kind of have an intuition of concrete objects, but we are talking about pure intuition.
Yeah.
So things we construct in space and time. And here, like the word construction is like in the middle of Kant's conception of mathematics, means geometrical construction in geometry and symbolic construction in algebra and arithmetic. And I'm not so sure about your picture of Kant when it comes to maths. Can you say more about it?
So I'll just briefly respond. So you're totally right about the way that you're framing it, except that I think that we have to distinguish between the kinds of judgments you're talking about mathematical propositions, which we arrive at through the application of concepts, and our apperception of the objects in mathematics themselves. So I think that even for Kant, the judgments themselves are, of course, active, but they're not they're spontaneous rather than receptive. The judgments themselves, the reception of the objects, we do contribute the form to those through, as you said, pure intuition involves the receptor, not just that which is received. But the reception is not something that is active. We don't choose to contribute the form of space and time to the incoming data. So in that sense, I want to insist there is still receptivity, though it's richer than a mere standing still and being somehow poured in. So you're absolutely right about it must be made more nuanced what it is to be receptive on the Kantian account. Yeah, so thank you.
Okay, Gerhard, you ask a question?
Brief. 2 questions.
Yeah.
Skeptical questions. I think for the consistency of analysis is potential infinity of Takeuchi is not enough. And secondly, Kant, naturally, if he do geometry as object, he introduced the formal intuition, which is active too. Not the form of intuition, but formal intuition. In paragraph 26 of the critique of the pure reason. So I could read it, but it will not do it.
Okay, let's talk about that part, because I'm not sure about that. Let's talk about it. On the part of the first question about needing how much transfinite induction is needed to prove Takeuchi's conjecture. So I think that ordinal these days has a analysis that can be seen as having the kind of self-referential property that Takeuchi needed. So
we discussed this in Heidelberg. I remember very well. This was in 78 with Gerd-Heinz Müller.
With Schutte?
And we discussed exactly this point.
Because Schutte, for instance, was convinced that Takeuchi was right about this.
Yes, yeah. I know.
So in a sense, the German proof theorists are all students of Takeuchi, which is, I think, very interesting. Yeah?
Sieg and Müller was not convinced.
Okay. No. But the Germans of Schwichtenberg, Schutte, Pohlers all saw themselves as carrying out. They thought that infinitary logic was a better way to frame things than the kinds of framework that Takeuchi brought. But they shared Takeuchi's intuition that these were all knowable in this special way. So it comes down to is infinitary logic the same thing as Takeuchi's ordinal diagrams? But that's, yeah. No, I'm very happy to hear more about this. Yeah, sorry.
I remember, did Matthew? No. So I remember Valeria, I think, and Gemma. And also, okay, so Valeria, Gemma?
Very, very quickly, but we can discuss it later. I don't know much about Japanese philosophy, but still, since you put some ideograms, I know that also ideograms sometimes are meaningful. Yeah. And so since here we talk about infinity, for example, you put it was evident in the individual mind and God. And so I just wonder whether you look at the writing and if there's something to say about that.
Like this kind of thing, you mean, or no?
No, like the ideography that is used. Yes, like here. No, after the philosopher part, when you individual mind, and yes, the God. just before.
Well, even
yes.
these symbols in
yes, like the writing. I was wondering whether I know that sometimes it's meaningful. It's kind of bringing some more meaning to the content, to the semantics of the language. I would just wonder whether you look into it.
A little bit. In part, I like this. The symbol for individual finite human mind is the symbol that means like a big. So if you're ever in a Japanese restaurant and you want to order like the big portion of a soup, for instance, you just have to look for that symbol dai, which tells you that that's the adult sized. Yeah. I don't. The one for God, I think, is more complicated than that. Yeah.
No, I'm just wondering.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. So early on, you said we could critique the ocular metaphor for knowledge, and then you said, no, we don't have to, but I think actually you did.
Good.
Because, I think in some ways you're critiquing this fallacy of observation as a passive enterprise. That's something that happens between, in the early 20th century with what's happening in quantum physics, for instance, where observation clearly is impacting what is being observed. And I wonder if that's playing a role in this 20th century philosophy.
That's got to be right, but I don't know the story there. But it's got to be right. In particular, the ways in which some of the neo-Kantians are being received in Japan probably passes by these developments in physics at the time. So all of Nishida's writings are happening, as you can see, 1911. So the things already should be partly known. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, my concerns about ocular metaphors are coming because I've been reading Rorty lately, and so I've been thinking about ways in which our epistemology is infected with the kinds of ocular metaphors that are detached from inner experience. So I've just been thinking about it. I throw these things out. I don't have anything too firm to say. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I just.
Yeah. No.
I guess like all
That's
questioners,
cool.
I'll say let's discuss more later.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere, so we can keep talking. Yeah.
Okay. Dirk Slim.
Yes. Thanks, Andrew, for a great talk as usual. One thing I wanted to comment is to follow up on Tabea's remarks. For me, your tripartite distinction would have made more sense if you would have said kind of empiricists influenced Hilbert, and then Kant influenced Brouwer, right? Because Brouwer himself sees himself as following Kant rules in Kant's philosophy, in part, and Hilbert says a lot of things that are reminiscent of Pasch, and he is clearly an empiricist. But my question was actually. You said that Kant's mathematics wasn't infinite, right? But so what about then his talk about, or what about geometry? Certainly if you have parallel lines, you have to then have some notion of infinity.
Yeah, so right. I suppose there what I'd have to say, I mean, Greek geometry is also saturated with the infinite in certain ways, but in a sense avoiding it, right? So you want to talk about infinite lines, but you don't explicitly define them as lines that continue forever. You don't work with the notion. You try to work around the notion of infinity. And so certainly you don't have anything like a completed infinity. And maybe that's the distinction that I would want to ultimately rest on there. And with regard to your first point, I guess I do think Kant is an empiricist. So to me, that's, I mean, if empiricism means our knowledge all originates in the senses, then Kant is an empiricist. This is, the oldest philosophical sort of, well, not the oldest, but yeah. Did Kant consider himself an empiricist? What is transcendental philosophy anyway? But to me, yes, Kant is an empiricist, and Fichte is not. No. Yeah.
And a very last question from Jesse Lashers.
You mentioned creative intuition. Have you seen any other instances of that term being used or something similar to that type of intuition?
To active intuition?
Or I think it was, did you say creative or active, I think was the synonym?
Yeah, active intuition is the word. So this comes out, so in particular here, I'm talking about a notion coming directly from Japanese. So if someone used that kind of expression in another language, it wouldn't necessarily be the same notion as what we have in this Japanese literature. unless they were influenced directly by these Japanese writers. So, on that, I'm just not sure what to look at there. Yeah, I think that these notions are not well known. The notion I'm talking about is not well known at present outside of a very particular community of obviously people in Japan, but then people working in history of art, literature, and religious studies in Western countries.
Okay, thank you very much. We had 7 questions in 10 minutes, so thank you for the question you asked. Thank you for the answers you gave, and thank you for your talk, Andrew. And we'll have a short break now. We'll have to fix the online relation with François Charton, and we'll start in 10 minutes probably. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Andrew. Alors, est-ce que vous nous entendez? Parfait. On va essayer de régler la question de la caméra pour que vous puissiez nous voir aussi. Et puis, dans un instant, on va aussi vous proposer de tester de partager. Mais nous avons utilisé une caméra particulière et donc on doit un peu régler ça maintenant dans Teams. Merci. Merci beaucoup d'être là en tout cas. Alors... remarqué, n'est-ce pas? Vous nous voyez là maintenant, hein? Nous sommes ici. Donc c'est Bruno Leclerc qui parle. Yacine Amami est à ma droite. Et ce que nous allons essayer de faire, c'est vous mettre face à la salle. Vous aurez une petite icône où vous verrez la salle qui... Voilà, de cette façon-là. Maintenant, vous ne nous voyez plus, mais... et alors, ce qu'on va vous proposer, c'est de lancer... Normalement, vous êtes capable de partager. On a configuré pour que vous puissiez, quand vous le souhaitez, lancer une projection. C'est normalement en haut, il y a un caméra microphone partagé. Ouais. Pardon? Attends, je ne vois pas. Oui, voilà. Oui. Maintenant, on vous voit, non seulement on vous voit, vous, dans le coin, parfait. On voit le diaporama et il y a peut-être moyen de le lancer en... Oui. Là, évidemment, c'est possible. On voit... Ah, voilà. Alors, ça, c'est parfait. Là, on a la configuration idéale. Parce qu'on vous voit très bien, on voit vos dias parfaitement et on voit en bas la salle et j'espère que vous nous avez un petit aperçu. Pour l'instant, nous sommes à une pause break, enfin une pause café et puis dans un instant, on va pouvoir démarrer. Je vais juste vérifier qu'on ait bien le son, oui c'est ça. C'est-à-dire, quand vous parlez, est-ce qu'on entend bien dans la salle? Oui. On fait des essais son ici dans la salle. Oui. Si vous voulez dire quelques mots. Oui, impeccablement. Vraiment, on entendra très très bien dans la salle. Donc, il faut évidemment que moi je coupe le micro. Il faut que je coupe mon micro pour qu'il n'y ait pas d'effet Larsen ici. Mais évidemment, je le couperai pour quand vous parlerez. Et donc, je pense que les conditions sont idéales. Je propose qu'on prenne encore 2 minutes pour réinstaller les personnes dans la salle et puis on pourra démarrer. Merci.
On va prendre 2-3 minutes de plus pour essayer de régler le... On a le son dans la salle, mais il nous faut rediriger le son de l'ordinateur dans le streaming. Alors qu'avant, c'était les micros. Donc on prend 2 secondes pour regarder ça. Voilà. Est-ce que vous pouvez essayer de parler un petit peu? Qu'on voit ici.
Oui, vous m'entendez? Ça fonctionne, hein?
Pour le stream YouTube, alors on va voir ce que ça donne sur le stream YouTube. Ok, on est bon. Alors, je te laisse faire, ça tu sais peut-être faire. Merci, hein, Emmanuel. Tu peux fermer. Et ça maintenant, tu glisses des fois, non, ça marche pas. Ouais, c'est bon. Et puis là, après plein d'écran. Plein d'écran.
Voilà, nous sommes enfin prêts. Voilà, désolé de vous avoir fait un peu attendre. À vous, François Charton, à vous qui êtes dans la salle. But I think we can switch into English now. So sorry for having all of you being waiting. And François Charton has agreed to meet us today, and he will be talking about learning mathematics from examples only, experiments with language models, and I will leave him the floor straight away because we've got this Larsen problem here, so I have to switch off my microphone. Thank you very much for being here. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Hello?
Yeah, perfectly. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so hi. So I'm François Charton. I work in Meta, and I work on AI for mathematics and physics. So my talk is learning mathematics from examples only, experiments with language model. So I'm going to talk about language models. So language model, the closest approximation you can get of it is ChatGPT, that everyone knows. So basically, there are tools for processing natural language, and they can do crazy things. They can translate without a dictionary from one language into another. If you click on the translate button in Twitter, X now, or Facebook, on Google, or anything, it's usually done by machine and by a language model. They can dialogue with end users, like ChatGPT. They can answer precise questions. And the interesting thing with those models is that they learn language only from examples. They need lots of words. They need trillions of words to be trained. So pretty much all the written corpus that can be scraped on the internet. And they are basically trained to predict the next word. So how do they learn? You give them beginning of sentence and they're supposed to predict the next word. So you give them, it was a dark and stormy, what? And you're supposed to guess it's night. Or longtemps je me suis couché de bonne, what? And you're supposed to guess heure. And the interesting thing is that those models, by just being trained to predict the next word, not only learn grammar, which is relatively logical, but also part of the underlying semantics. Basically, models will, after enough training, know that snow and white or bananas and yellow tend to occur in the same context. When you're asking, you have a what and you have a banana just in front of it, yellow is a possible answer. I'm not saying that they know that snow is white or bananas are yellow, but they learn to relate information that are somehow semantical. In the samely, Barack Obama will be represented, close, or the model will understand that Barack Obama is sort of close with a sentence like the 44th president of the United States. So you could say that they acquire some semantic knowledge. And the interesting thing in language model is that they have absolutely no knowledge about grammar or linguistics. Nothing like that is built in. You don't tell them the grammar, or you don't tell them the linguistics of French or English language. You don't even, when we want them to translate, to use dictionaries or parallel translation. They don't need, the only thing they need is examples. Why is it so? Because during their training, the synonyms will tend to cluster together. So, in the end, the model will represent the word cat very close to the adjective feline, or dog very close to canine. And the way they will represent words will allow for some of, small compositionality. Basically, it was shown that if you take, the word king as represented in the machine, and you sort of subtract male and add female, you end up at queen. it's not rocket science. It doesn't work perfectly, but the model learns this kind of relation between words. And finally, you can translate because people have noticed that the representation for the same sentence in different language or the same word in different language tend to align or are relatively easy to align in every language. So you see, the model is only learning from example, but it learns information which goes beyond just the grammatical structure, which correspond to, semantic relation that Snow is white, Barack Obama is the 44th president of the United States, and relation between words, like relations between king and queen or words like that. So what I'm trying to do here is, the question I have is, could I do the same for mathematics? And there are reasons why this might be so. The first thing is that mathematics is very close to a natural language. Well, maybe not very natural, but it's close to language. And as I said, language models need lots of examples, but it's very easy to generate examples in mathematics. You can just use tools to generate examples to train the model. There are also reasons to doubt why this would ever work. The first thing is that it's known that neural networks sometimes struggle on very basic operations. It's very difficult to train them to do multiplication. Addition is possible, but integer multiplication of long numbers is very hard. Also, this idea that we could learn math from examples is extremely counterintuitive. This is not how we humans have learned mathematics. We don't learn addition and multiplication by, being shown lots of examples. We learn rules. And the more you go into advanced problem, the less likely it is that you could learn without the rules or theory. You could actually make a point that math is pretty much all about the rules and theory and very little about the examples. So just to reformulate all that, what I'm trying to do is to consider problem solving in mathematics as a translation task. So I want to train my transformers with my language models on generated sets of problems and solutions, to translate problems which will be represented as mathematical sentences of symbols, into their solutions that are other mathematical sentences. So I would like my model, confronted with the sentence 7 plus 9, 3 words, to be able to output the translation, which is 16, with 1 word or 2 words, 1, 6, if you want to say a digit is a word. It's really up to you. I would like the model to be given a polynomial like x squared minus x minus 1, so 6 words probably, and to output the roots of this polynomial. And I would like this to happen just from examples. Okay, so going up with a further example that we're going to see later, suppose I want my model to learn to predict the greatest common divisors of 2 integers. So if a equals 10, b equals 32, the greatest common divisor is 2 because 2 is the largest number that divides both. And I can encode 10 and 32 as sequences of digits. So 10 is plus 1, 0, 32 is plus 3, 2, and 2 is plus 2. And I want my model to translate the input plus 1, 2, plus 3, 2, that's 10, 32 in text, into the translation, which would be plus 2. I want this to happen from examples on, and it will be a pure language problem. It's a game on words, if you like, because the model will know no mathematics. Actually, here I'm sort of cheating. I'm saying, I'm encoding my sequences as plus 1, 0, but actually the fact that the plus is encoded as plus is totally irrelevant. I could decide that plus is the word banana, and I could decide that minus is the word plum, and I could want my model to translate banana, China, France, Britain, etc., something with words that are totally irrelevant. The meaning of the words, the meaning of the token has no impact on what the model is learning. Okay, so that's more or less the program I have. And you could summarize it saying, okay, how do you want to solve mathematics or problems of mathematics with language model? Basically, you will need to take a problem, represent the problems and solution as sequences, as sentences in some language. You're going to need to generate large sets of problems and solution. And then you want to train the models to translate the problem into the solutions. So just in case you wonder why am I interested in doing that, so why do AI for math? So there are a couple of reasons. The shallow reason is that it's a challenge. It's like Go, like chess, the kind of thing where people have said, when computers can do this, we will have artificial intelligence. And it won't be the case, like Go, like chess, Go was solved, but no one claims those machines were intelligent. But like Go, like chess, we're going to learn a number of things just by working on this, new things about AI, new things about models. More seriously, it's very important because many people are considering now using AI to do science. So using AI to help mathematicians or physicists or chemists or biologists to discover new science. And science, at least, physical science or mathematics is really full of math. So if your AI cannot do math, there's no chance it will do science. So it's a prerequisite, if you like. And finally, there are a couple of practical applications. Cryptography, for instance, is pretty much pure math and has a lot of practical applications. Same exists in theoretical physics, etc. So yeah, so that's pretty much my introduction. The funny thing is that this AI format, so I've been doing that for a couple of years. And the interesting takeaway right now is that it sort of works. So 4 years ago with Guillaume Lample, we were able to train a language model to calculate symbolic integrals, so to calculate the integrals of functions, just from examples. And we could perform at about the same level as Mathematica, which is, the best computer algebra program, which is dedicated to math and knows a lot of math that there is. 2 years ago, I've been working on matrices, so showing that you can do calculations with Former, you can learn them. And you can learn, easy calculation on matrices like adding or multiplying them, but also very difficult ones like eigendecomposition or matrix inversion. We've been using it for symbolic regression, which are more like AI for science tasks. In symbolic regression, you have a set of numbers and you want to find a function that correctly represents those numbers. So this worked. This was a paper last year. And more recently, I've been using them to try to break attack modern cryptography, which is known as post-quantum cryptography, which are the future cryptographic systems that are being standardized right now. And again, you can use language model for all that. But there's a nagging question, and this is why I'm here, and this is what I'm going to discuss. Every time you see one of those results, which are relatively impressive, I think, the question is there, are the math really learned? Or are the model just, to take a quote from a recent paper, stochastic parrots? Are they basically parroting answers, memorizing the training data and interpolating between it? Or are they learning tricks, word tricks, not the actual mathematics? It's known that in some case, language models hallucinate solution or say totally crazy things. There are tons of examples if you read on X or on social media about ChatGPT saying crazy. Could this be the same? Or are mathematics really learned? And if they are learned, what does it mean for a model to learn mathematics? And would that be the same math as us or something slightly different? And would it be even possible for a machine to develop something like mathematical intuition, terms that would need to be defined in this context, just from examples? So I would like to talk about 3 papers and show you are now on that and hopefully convince you that yes, machines do develop some kind of intuition when they're trained on example. So the first paper is called Deep Symbolic Regression for Recurrent Sequence. It was a paper with Stéphane Dascoli last year. And the problem we tried to solve was, you can think of it as the IQ test problem. So basically an IQ test, I'm giving you a sequence of integers, 1, 2, 4, 7, 11, 16, and I'm asking you to guess the next one. And this is typically to say whether kids are bright or not bright, IQ tests. So there are 2 ways to attack this kind of problem. There's the classical statistical scientific approach, which say, okay, you look very hard at the number, you use specific models like you would do if it were a time series, you were predicting, stock prices or something like that. So you look hard at the numbers and guess the next one. And then there's a second approach, which I like to call the abstract approach, but you can also call it simulation. Well, that's the term we usually use. Instead of trying to guess directly the next number, you guess a formula that accounts for 1, 2, 4, 7, 11, 16, and use this formula to predict the next number. and you have a choice. You could find here either a closed formula, which would be un equals n plus 1 divided by 2 plus 1, or a recurrence relation, so a relation between successive terms, un equals un minus 1 plus n. And I'm ready to bet that if you've been playing and trying to guess the next number while I was talking, shame on you, you probably used that one. You found a recurrence relation, because this is what we humans do. Interestingly, the statistical approach seems more economical. You know, there's no induction needed. You don't need to get up from the numbers to a general law, which is probably false because you cannot guess a law from just a small set of numbers, and then back to the prediction. But this is the usually use. That's the approach humans usually use to guess, to solve these kinds of problems. So how do you work on such a problem? Basically, you need to generate data to train the transformers. So the way you do it is that you're going to generate random functions. So functions of, you know, the number, the index n, and previous values. So in that case, n plus un minus 1. And you generate those functions using a very small vocabulary and a very small set of operators. If you work on integers, they have to be close on the integers so that, you know, the next terms in the sequence is always an integer. And then you got a recurrence, and you need to sample a few initial points. So in this case, the recurrence is order 1. It only uses un minus 1. So you need 1 point, and you say, okay, u0 equals 1. And then you can use this function to compute a full sequence, well, as many terms as you want. And you have two cases. You could train, well, we train two models. Model, and you, in the symbolic model, you give it the first term, 1, 2, 4, 7, 11, and you want the model to find n plus un minus 1, or anything equivalent to that. And you judge the prediction on the fact that it correctly predicts the next values. Or the numerical case, you just give the first terms, and you train a model to predict the next terms in the sequence. So the main results, if you on those sequence, and then you select a set of, you know, recurrences that haven't been seen at training to test the model, you will achieve fairly high accuracies. You will achieve like 80 or 90%, so you can predict correctly the next term in 80 or 90% of the sequence. So it says that, you know, models can actually do that and learn pretty well. The interesting takeaway here, or symbolic model, so the model that does abstraction, the model that finds a function to predict the next term, is more efficient than the numeric model, which is the more economical one, the one that does statistics. And it's interesting because it seems like a harder task, but it's also the one we use. So somehow, you know, you have the impression that the machine learned or has the same kind of preference for an abstract model in terms of performance than us. You see that, okay, models that, depending on whether you predict integers or you predict floating point numbers, or you have complex or less complex functions, so number of operators is the complexity of the function predicted. The model is better or worse, but this is relatively classical. So this first result says one thing. It says that you can train a model just on numbers, and the model will find a function, and the model will prefer or will be more efficient if it's tried to find a function, the function that accounts for the number, than if you try to directly predict. What's interesting, so here you can see the successes and failure case for a number of examples in the test sets. So on the left you have success, and on the right you have failures. And I find this interesting because you can see that there are very simple, so basically the red points are the actual values. The green part in the curve is the part that the model was given as inputs. The blue part in the curve, or the violet part in the curve, are the things that the model actually predicted. So you can see on the left part that the model correctly predicts simple function, like the curves that are very line-ish, if you like, and very complicated zigzagging functions, and it always works. For the failures, it's interesting because you have simple function that failed to be learned, you have hard function that failed to be learned, and sometimes the model just on 1 or 2 points, and sometimes it gets everything totally wrong, sometimes even inside the input data it has. You see, if you see the second line on the extreme right. So the model has success and failure, but it's difficult to know where it succeeds and where it fails. This part is sort of a bit random, if you like. And you can see here sequences from, there's an online encyclopedia of integer sequence, which we use as a test set. So you can see the kind of sequence that the model can learn. So it's by no means true. It can learn, weird sequence of integers, and this works. But what's interesting here is that, so we trained the model on a very specific problem. But I'm going to show you that the model is learning some mathematics on the way, or non-trivial things in mathematics. So the first thing I want to show you is that the functions the model is trained to predict are a small set of functions. As I said, those functions contain a limited set of operators, so of functions, so cosine, sine, exponential, logarithm, the 4 basic operations, etc. And it contains variables, and it contains only integers. So the model doesn't know what a real number or what a decimal number, what a non-integer is. But I can use this model to try to find a function or find an explanation or find a formula for a real number. And we had a demo, I don't know if it still runs, but we had a demo where you could try that. So the model doesn't know real number, but you can ask it to approximate real number. And remember, this model was not trained on that. It was trained on predicting the next number. So if you give this number, the number 0.33333 with 5 threes, the model will tell you, oh yeah, it's 1/3, 1 divided by 3, and this is a correct prediction. If you truncate it by 1 digit, the model will give you an approximation which makes a lot of mathematical sense, because it's 1 on 3 plus exponential minus 6, which is a very small number. So it's 1 on a number slightly higher than 3, which is a little less than 0.33333. With me? On the next line, if you're on the next set of line, if you give it 3.14159, it's going to predict pi, because pi is in the vocabulary. I had a few constants. But if you truncate the 9, the model will provide you with 2 arctangent exponential of 10. And you might wonder, until you remember that the tangent of pi divided by 2 is infinity. So the arctangent of infinity is pi divided by 2. So twice the arctangent of infinity is pi. So a number slightly lower than pi, 3.1415, is twice the arctangent of a very large number, which is exponential 10 in this case. So you see, you found a workaround to predict values. And all those explanations, if I may say, all those formulas given by the model make a lot of sense. I mean, the model could have invented a crazy polynomial that fits it, but no, this one makes mathematical sense. This one, it's a good idea from a human perspective. The same happened if you ask model to predict functions that were not in its vocabulary. So the model learned a couple of functions. For instance, the hyperbolic functions and the inverse hyperbolic functions were not in the vocabulary. And so we gave it the values of those functions, like arc-sin hyperbolic sine, and the model will provide you with a function for it, log of n plus square root n squared plus 1, which is the correct value. It's a correct formula for this function. It's an alternative formula for this function. If you provide the model with function that it could not represent with its vocabulary, like Bessel function or Catalan function, they cannot be represented with the words the model has, the model will find you a correct first order approximation of it. And if you look in a formula book, you will find those formulas. So the model sort of learned that, while it was not really trained to do this. It was trained on a slightly different task. Finally, in this model, remember that the model is predicting numbers. It's predicting integers, or it's using integers, or it's using floating points in the input numbers. So all those numbers are represented as tokens, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, until 10,000 for the integers. Or you represent, the real values as mantisas, sines, mantisas, and exponents. And as I said, the tokens, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, have no meaning for the machine. I could replace them by any word or which they're just meaningless. But as it learns, the model is learning, as it trains, the model learns a representation for those numbers. And those are projections of the internal representation the model has invented for these numbers. So the representation is a very high dimensional space, and I'm projecting it on a small number of dimensions using a principal component analysis, basically. So on the left, you have the representation of integers. And you can see that on the top left, you have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 10 that are in the same place. Basically, numbers that are close to each other are close in representation space. And the model wasn't told that, but it sort of learned it on the way. So it learned an embedding for numbers that sort of takes into account the order of number on the integer line. You can note a couple of other funny things. So if you look how you'll see 16 near the top, then 25, then 49, 64, 81, 100, 121, 169. You can see that the square seem to be at the top of the curve, at the external part of the curve. I don't know what this means, and I cannot interpret them, but there's a couple of coincidences in this representation that suggest that something numerical has been learned by the model. On the right side, you see the representation the model has learned for the exponent when presenting numbers in scientific notations. And again, you can see that close number as close on the curve. So 0 is close to 1, is close to 2, is close to 3, etc., etc. But the funny thing is that you've got a nice symmetry along one of the diagonal that goes from 0. And this symmetry corresponds to the mapping from x to 1 on x. If you take the inverse of a number, divide 1 by this number, you just change the sign of the exponent, which you see here. So this was not, the objective of this research, but I showed you this paper because it shows that, when you train the model to perform a mathematical task, and you look at what the model can predict, and you look at how it represents number, there's this impression that some mathematical facts, general facts, have been learned on the way by this model trained only on examples. So I'd like to show you in a second paper where I try to investigate what the model is learning. Because right now I've been saying, okay, the transformer is learning something mathematical, but, is it math or statistical patterns? We don't really know. And you've seen with the integers, when I look at the integers, I notice that my squares are at the top of the curve, but what does it mean? I don't know. This is unexplainable. So could I try to explain the model prediction, or are the model pure black boxes? Then we've seen, from the failures here, that there are easy curves that the model fails to predict and hard curves that the model managed to predict. So could we have predictable failures? This would be useful if we wanted to use this model for science. And finally, there's a last question, are we really learning math property, general mathematic properties, or are they just properties for the examples the model was trained on? So does the model really generalize in the sense we would speak of generalization for humans or not? So in a second paper written 2 years ago, I was studying, whether transformers could do numerical operation, approximate operation on matrices. So matrices are just arrays of real numbers. And the main takeaway of the paper was, yes, they can. So you can ask a model from many examples, tens of millions of examples, typically, to learn to transpose matrix, to exchange the lines and the columns, to add two matrices, to multiply them, multiply your matrix by a vector. You can also learn more difficult and more transcendental, if you like, operations, like calculating the eigenvalues, calculating SVD, singular value decomposition, inverting matrices. So you can do pretty hard thing, always with very, very high levels of accuracy. So the goal, of course, is not to replace the great algorithm we have, this efficient, but it's interesting to see that models can be trained to do that. But I'd like to point on something I've discovered while doing this on one specific task, which is learning to diagonalize or learning to calculate eigenvalues, eigenvector. This will be the most mathematical part of my talk. So I'm given, in this example, I give the model a symmetric matrix. So a matrix where there's a symmetry around the main diagonal. So I have a matrix M, and I want to train my model from examples only to find a vector D and a matrix H, such that h times m times h transpose equals h times m times h minus 1, inverse of m, equals a diagonal with d on the diagonal. So at train time, I'm going to give my model only examples with m's on one side and d and h on the other one as output, and train the model until it correctly predicts d and h from m. And the model will only see examples. Again, there's no math involving training. But if you've studied math, you probably know that there's a lot of theory on this, because this is a very common problem in math and in science. And the theorem called the spectral theorem that says that essentially the D's are the eigenvalues, which mean that they are unique up to a permutation. If you sort them, they're unique. And that H will be a very special kind of matrix. It will be unitary, in this case orthogonal, which means its rows and columns would be 2 by 2 orthogonal, so the dot products will be 0, and the rows and columns will have unit norms. And so the question is, okay, my model is learning to predict D and H from M just from examples, and I know it can do it. But could I test whether the model is learning those theoretical properties, and what does learning those properties mean? So the way I do it is that I'm going to train a model to high accuracy, 92% accuracy. The fact that it's not 100% is very important. So I train a model to 92% accuracy, so it predicts very well. And once the model is trained, I'm going to test it on 100,000 matrices that weren't seen at training. Okay, so I'm going to get 92,000 correct prediction and 8,000 errors. Correct predictions mean that the D and H are right up to a certain precision or tolerance level. 8,000 means that they're wrong. They're not right up to that tolerance level. And I'm mostly interested in the errors. I will say that many times. You don't learn anything from the successes. You learn from the errors here. What's interesting is that if I look at my test case, in all test case by 6, so that's 99.99% of my examples, the eigenvalues are predicted within 1% with less than 1% error, which means that almost all of my 8,000 error, when the model fails, the eigenvalues are correct. And in 99% of cases, the rows and columns of H have unit norms. So those two properties of diagonalization, I'm saying that they have been learned because they are respected even when the model fails. It's like a student that, you give them a problem and they fail, to solve the problem, but a couple of things are right. They do correct additions or they know how to do some fractions and all that. So say, okay, those parts are learned. This is exactly the point here. You can see that even when the model fails to correctly predict, eigenvalues are correct and the rows and columns of H are unit norms. And this is interesting because, so I'm saying this is a working definition of, learning mathematics or having developed some kind of mathematical knowledge about these specific problems just from the example. And this is interesting because you could say, okay, you have 92% of success. So the model is very close of having finished solving the problem. So maybe at this point, it learns to solve the problem. And at the moment, it's like a cherry on the cake. It learns a theory, but it's not the case. I try to train the model on way less examples. So stop the training early so that the model only predicts with 70% accuracy. So now I don't have 1,000 errors, I've got 30,000 errors, and the model is wrong 30% of the time. But still, the eigenvalues are correct in more than 99% of the cases, and the rows and columns have unit norms. If I work on a larger problem, so it was 5 by 5 matrices, if I go to 6 by 6 matrices, so they're bigger problems, and my model is too small, I would need a larger model, so I only achieve 43% accuracy, which is good, but not great. But still, the eigenvalues are correct, and the rows and columns have unit norms. So this is very interesting because I'm not saying that the model is using the theory. I cannot prove that, of course. But it seems that it's not that you learn the theory at the end as a result of having learned from example. The theory or those theoretical knowledge seems to be acquired by the model relatively early in the training. And even in the second case, when the training doesn't completely succeed, when the model is not up to the task. Okay, and it also says that the case of mathematics, which is a big difference with ChatGPT and those models, there's no such thing as hallucinations. When the model fails, it fails, roughly, it is roughly right. The eigenvalues are correct. Actually, when the model fails, I can track all failures to one single cause, which is the rows and columns of H are not quite orthogonal. They're close to, but not quite. Okay? Some of the other properties of the solution, the norms of eigenvalues, are always learned. Okay? So I can say that even in this case, even when the model fails, I can limit everything to a principal cause of failure, which is something that makes perfect mathematical sense. This can be extended to other operations. So always in this paper, I was working on matrix inversion, and I could achieve about 90% accuracy, and 10% were resisting. So matrix prediction, you have a matrix M, you want to predict P such that M times P equals P times M is equal identity. All my matrices are invertible, so the inverse always exists. But the problem is that in some cases, a close approximation of the solution is not, doesn't verify M times P equals identity. Those matrices are said to be ill-conditioned. And this is a known problem. I mean, this is why matrix inversion fails, and it's considered a hard problem. This is a problem from numeric problem for human mathematicians. It's a known problem. And I could prove that it's exactly the reason why my model fails. So in this specific case, the model fails for a very good, a very principal, a theoretically valid mathematical reason. Okay, so on those two examples, and they're only examples, what I'm trying to show is that, okay, the model is learning some theoretical results in the sense that it's those theoretical even when it fails, and model errors can be explained and they're principled. There's a last question I was interested in this paper was about generalization. So I'm looking now at a simpler problem. Instead of looking, for D and H, the eigenvalues and the eigenvectors, I'm only looking for the eigenvalues, so the values of D. So I have a matrix, I predict a vector, and this vector is essentially unique again. So if you train on symmetric matrices, you get 100% accuracy for 5 matrices and sometimes larger matrices. And the model are trained on a special class of matrices, which are symmetric matrices with independent random coefficients. And this class of matrices has a name. It's called Wigner matrices. And they have a certain property, which is their eigenvalues are distributed according to a semicircle law. So they're symmetric around 0, as many negative as positive eigenvalues on average. And they have a bounded support. The values that the eigenvalues can take are bounded by theory, globally by the variance, the size of the dimension of the matrix and the variance of the coefficients. So when I see that my model achieves 100% accuracy, and so the model has learned to compute the eigenvalues from example, what am I actually saying? Am I saying that the model has learned to compute the eigenvalues of all matrices or just of Wigner matrices? So how far do we generalize? So to test that, I built samples, training samples and test samples with different distribution of eigenvalues. So the lines in these tables correspond to the training data, and the columns correspond to the test data, and the test data haven't been seen at training. So the first line is my Wigner matrices. So those are the matrices trained on those are the models trained on matrices with random independent coefficients. And if you look the first line, first column, you train on Wigner, you test on Wigner, semicircle distribution of eigenvalues, and you get 100%. But if you train it on other groups if you test it on different groups of matrices with, positive and negative eigenvalues, but different distribution, like the uniform distribution or Gaussian or Laplace distribution, then performance drops. I'm not at 0, but I only predict 35 or, well, let's say, 35%. Test set. So it fell. So the model seems to be only predicting Wigners. And it can be even worse. If I want to work on matrices with only positive eigenvalues, this is an important class. They're called positive definite. This is a kind of matrices that appear everywhere in statistics. Every time you have a covariance matrix, you have one of those. So I have 3 classes of that, and then it breaks to 0. Wigner matrices are not positive definite, and so the model doesn't learn to predict positive definite. So it looks like when learns or generalize has to be taken on a very strict sense. And actually, if you look at the three last lines in this graph, you can, in this table, you can see that if you train the model on positive definite matrices, you will have good results on positive definite matrices, but you will be very close to zero on all other classes of matrices. Why? Because the model has never seen a negative eigenvalue at train time, so there's no way it will invent one. But still, there is a very surprising result here, which are the third and fourth line, the Gaussian and Laplace. So those are classes of matrices which I haven't seen them anywhere. You know, they're not really studied. I just made them up as part of the research. And so they're a group of matrices where the eigenvalues are distributed around zero as a Gaussian law or a Laplace law. And what's interesting is that if you train on this class of matrices, you get 100% on the Gaussian and Laplace group. This is normal. But it also generalized to Wigner matrices. And it even generalized to definite positive matrices, even though no definite positive matrices were seen during training. So the fact that models cannot generalize out of their training distribution is something that happens a lot of time, but it's not, you know, we're not doomed to this. It seems that some specific training distribution allow models to generalize. And when I say they learn eigenvalues, they seem to have been learning to calculate eigenvalue on a very large class of matrix. Okay. Sorry. So practically, what's the takeaway here? You know, in the first paper, we've seen that there seem to be things that are learned, or the model seems to be catching up some mathematics as it trains. In this second paper, we see that mathematics are sometimes learned, and the way to know if they are learned is to investigate failures. So you need a model that fails. You won't be able to do that in a model that predicts 100% correct results. But you can show that in some case, some mathematical properties are learned by the model. Generalization in the sense of out of distribution generalization. So being able to expand the result or expand the model knowledge or the model prediction far away from the training distribution is sometimes possible thanks to specific distributions of training data, which are called robust, and work is on progress to try to identify those. No one knows. This is really a first result, so we don't know how to handle this right now, but still. So look at the R, yeah. I'd like to finish by showing you a last example, a recent paper. It dates from this summer, or September basically, about the greatest common divisor. So why was I interested in that? You know, you want the model to do hard math, and you want also the model to do arithmetic. And it's known that whereas model can add multiplying integers, long integers is difficult for language models. So I wanted to see whether a model could compute fractions, you know, work on rational numbers. And if I train a model on 4 integers, A, B, C, and D, it's very easy to train the model to predict whether A divided by B is larger or smaller than C divided by D. So comparing two fractions is very easy to learn with a transformer, which was a surprise. I didn't know it could be possible. But then if you give those 4 integers, and instead of predicting whether A on B is larger or smaller than C on D, you want to predict A and B plus C and D, or A on B times C on D, in lowest terms, simplified fraction. The model can learn that. And I tried very big models. I tried to train for a long time. It never works. Even if you give it one fraction unsimplified, like 6/4, and you want the model simplifying into 3/2, the model can learn to do that. So I was wondering, you know, the first one is just multiplication, subtraction, basic operation. For all the other examples, I need the greatest common divisor, because you need the GCD to simplify or reduce to the same denominator. So the question was, could a transformer learn to calculate the greatest common divisor of 2 integers? And this is important because this is the basis of fractional addition and theory in mathematics. So how do you do this? You sort of know the drill now. You generate random pairs of integers. So I take integers between 1 and 1,000,000, Why? Because I can have up to 10 to the 12 different pairs, so there's no way the model will ever memorize all the way too many of them. I compute the GCD and train a model to predict it. And once the model is trained, I test it on a held out. Held out means that the examples haven't been seen at training of 100,000 examples. And so if you try training a model like that, and you encode, the input and output as sequences of integers, and I do that in base 30. So you might wonder why base 30? It looked like a good idea in the beginning because base means that the sequence will be shorter, so that they will be easier to learn. And also 30 is 2 times 3 times 5, so it's a very composite number. It has a lot of small prime divisors. And when you have lots of prime divisors, it's easier to calculate fractions, because you have divisibility rules by 2, by 3, by 4, by 5 that are sort of built into the numbering system. So if I work on base 13, I use very simple transformers. Layer 64 dimension, you couldn't do language with that. They're the minimal transformers you can think of. Still, after just one epoch, after 300,000 examples of GCD between 1 and a million, my model can predict 85% of a test set that it hasn't been seen at training. And if I run it for a little more example, a couple million examples, I end up at 95% accuracy. So, when you see that, it looks like the model can almost all the GCD. And at this point, you're very tempted to declare victory. But if you test now a different base and encode your number in base 31, so 30 and 31 are very close number, but 30 is composite and 31 is prime. So in 31, you have way less divisibility rules because it's a prime number. And you get the green curves. So blue and red were the 30, and the green curve is the 31. And you can see that the accuracy is at 61%, which is nice. We'll see why. But it plateaus. The model doesn't learn the GCD in this case. And this is strange. And if you go on, you can see from top to bottom. So that's base 30, then base 6, base 10, base 2, base 3, base 31. It's totally crazy. There's absolutely no method to the madness. And the GCD seems to be base dependent, representation dependent, which is absurd. It's not the way math is supposed to work. So at this point, you have good models, but it looks like if the model was not really learning the math or not the math we're used to. So how can we go further and try to understand what's happening? Well, again, let's look at the model prediction and the model errors. So in this table, I'm testing the model on a set of pairs, AB, with given GCD. So I got 1,000 pairs with GCD 1, 1,000 pairs with GCD 2, 1,000 pairs with GCD 3, etc. I'm not seeing a trend of them. And I'm looking at two models, a model trained in base 2, a model trained in base 10. And for each GCD and each model, I'm looking at the most common prediction. That's the percentage and the value. So you can see that the percentage is always 100%. It means that when the model has a pair AB and a pair CD with the same GCD, the model always predicts the same number. It can be correct, it can be wrong, but the model is able to tell that two pairs, A and B and C and D, have the same GCD. And when you think of it, this is very curious because we humans wouldn't be able to do that without calculation. It's by no means something simple. But the model, if you have a pair with GCD1, it will always predict the same value, and in this case, 1. So if you look at the predictions, that's the red column in base 2, so bold are the correct prediction. And you can see that the model correctly predicts 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, yeah, rings a bell, all the powers of 2. The model correctly predicts the powers of 2. If you're in base 10, you can see the correct predictions are 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 10, 16, 20, 25. So basically, it predicts the number that are powers of 2 and 5 of the divisors, products of powers of 2 and 5 of the divisors of the base. So the model seems to be limited to the divisors of the base, which explains why the model might be good at base 30 and base at 31, because 30 has a lot of divisors, 31 doesn't. But even more interesting is the model prediction when it fails. If you look at the base 2 column, you will see that all the odd numbers are predicted as 1. all the even numbers will be predicted as 2 or 4 or 8. Actually, they will be predicted as the largest power of that divides the GCD. So you can see when the model fails, it doesn't fail randomly and doesn't know and predict something crazy or stupid or absurd. It predicts very well. It predicts something that sort of makes sense. And actually, I could formulate 3 rules that seem to be observed for all Bayes I could test, so I test many of them, which says that the first rule is that the predictions are deterministic. So there's a unique values, f of k. So the pair of integer with GCD k, the model will always predict the same value, f of k. It could be f of k equals k, in which case the model is correct, or it could be different, in which case the model predicts wrongly, but there's only one pair. Second thing is that the correct predictions are the products of primes dividing b. For all the small Bayes I've been using, I haven't seen a single case where it wasn't the case. Okay, and finally, the predicted value is the large correct prediction that divides k. So you can see here that my model, whereas it doesn't predict correctly, is not a black box. I can explain perfectly all the predictions of the model from observations and principle, and I can test those. So you might wonder what the model is doing. So I don't know, but I have a hypothesis in Bayes 2. You remember in Bayes 2, I can predict a GCD 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, and odd numbers are predicted as 1, and odd GCD are predicted as 1, and even GCD is predicted as the largest value. So think of how you represent numbers in Bayes 2. If a number is odd, the last digit is 1. If a number is even, the rightmost digit is a 0, because it is divisible by 2. And actually, the number rightmost zeros is the power of 2, the largest power of 2 that divides the number. So I think the way the model calculates, the model is counting the rightmost zeros in my sequences. So you can see when you have 28 and 14, 28 has 2 zeros on the left, so it's divisible by 4. 14 has 1 0 on the left, it's divisible by 2. And the model counts 2 and 1 and takes the minimum, it's 1, and the model says, okay, GCD is 2. The model is wrong, the GCD is 14 in this case. But the model prediction can be explained by this. And sometimes this rule works. For 60 and 56, it says GCD 4, and it's right. So the rule is, it's not a very bright rule, but it's a rule that sometimes works. Okay, so what we've seen is that in this problem, we can understand exactly what the model is learning, and the model is relatively principled in what it learns. So there's a few more interesting things to learn about models learning the GCD. So if you look at the results practically, you can see we have a very high accuracy, but we have high accuracy because the model always correctly predicts 1. And if you have a random pair of number, in 61% of the time, the GCD is 1. So the model predicts the easy GCD and fails on the hard ones. And if you look at the number of correct GCD between 1 and 100, you can see that in Bayes 2, you only predict 7 GCD correctly, 1, 2, 4, 8, it's at the powers of 2. In Bayes 10, you only predict 13. And the best I could achieve was in Bayes 420, which is 4 times 3 times 5 times 7, so lots of small divisors. And I could predict only 38 GCD out of 100. Okay, so is this the end of the story? No, it's not. Actually, if you go for much larger Bayes, so I tried to predict, to use the model and encode in Bayes 2023 for no very good reasons. But 2023 is 7 times 7 17. So on the right, you see the train loss. So this is the loss. Those are 3 models. So this is the same problem, and I have 3 models with different initializations. So the model is slightly randomly different, but there's the same model trained on the same thing. The loss is what the model is minimizing, and you see that the loss drops and then gets flat and then drops. So you have that kind of stair shape of the loss. And on the left is the GCD predicted. So in the beginning, the model knows 3 GCDs, and then all of a sudden, after a while, it goes to 6, and all of a sudden it goes to 11, and then to 16. So what's happening? After about 10 epochs, the model, as predicted before, predicts the divisors of the base. So it can predict GCD1, GCD7, GCD17, 3 GCDs. And that's all it learns. Accuracy 63%, I have 3 GCD. And I've seen 10 epochs, so 3 million examples. And nothing moves for almost 100 more epochs, so almost 30 million examples. There's no loss. No, the loss doesn't move. No, the model doesn't seem to learn. It seems dead. And then suddenly, at epoch 101, the model learns to predict GCD3 and 21, so 3 times 7, and 51, 3 times 17. And I get 3 more GCD, and you see the first step. And then I wait, no more loss, but for more epoch. And 30 million examples, miraculously, the model learns 2, and 6, and 14, and 34, and I'm at 11 GCD. So this phenomenon is called grokking. It existed in different papers, but what seems interesting is that if you have a large base, we seem to be able to do something better than just learning the basic divisibilities, depending on the base. The model seems to end up learning small primes. Okay, you still keep the deterministic prediction, you still keep the properties on f of k, but the correct predictions are the products of prime divisor plus small primes. Okay, and you can see if you test on many different bases, you're going to learn divisors of the bases, and you're going to learn non-divisors as well. But still, it's a bit disappointing. You know, the best you can achieve is 30 GCDs or something like that. So there's something different I wanted to try on that. You remember on my eigenvalues that you have robust distribution. If you think of the distribution of operands here, my training set is made of numbers that have been randomly, uniformly sampled between 1 and 1 million. And this means that when I train my model, 90% of the operands my model is seeing are larger than 100,000, because, you know, I take numbers randomly between 1 and 1 million. So most of them are big. It also means that the small GCDs, like GCD of 6 and 9, GCD of 3 and 5, are seen by the model or almost never seen. And when you think of it, this is very counterintuitive, because this is absolutely not the way we learn the GCD. This is not the way how we train students. You know, the way we teach arithmetic is that we first train people on easy case, and we sometimes even rote learn the easy case. You still remember your multiplication tables. And from the easy case, we generalize to harder cases. So the idea, could we do the same language model? Could we arrange that the model sees more easy case than large cases? So the way I've done that was to use log uniform operands. So basically make it that the value k appears with probability 1 on k. So it means that there will be lots of 1s, of 2, of 3, or 4, or 5, and much less, you know, numbers in the high million. It says that in a training set, the model will see as many 1-digit numbers as 6-digit numbers. So I'm totally skewing the training distribution. The test distribution is the same. I'm totally skewing it. And I'm telling the model, well, look, here are lots of small case. You'll see lots of them. Please memorize them and come back to me and learn the rest with that. And it's interesting because it works. You know, you remember the best we could achieve for GCD2 was like 7 GCD, and now GCD2 reaches 30, 25 or 30. I can learn up to 70 different out of the first 100 against 30 or 40 in the previous case. So just changing the training distribution and helping the model see easy cases to learn the hard case, just like humans would do, seems to have a great impact here. And so you can see you end up learning all the primes. So it's the same method, it's the same rules, you still have the grokking, but you learn all the primes up to 23, and you can learn up to 75, you know, in the best GCDs with that. You can still do better, because you remember the GCDs are very badly distributed. If you take random numbers, the probability that the GCD of a pair is k is proportional to 1 on the square of k. So technically, it means that if you have lots of random numbers, random pairs, there will be 100 more GCD1 than GCD10. There will be 4 times more GCD1 than GCD2, you know, like the square. It means that when the model needs to learn the large values of the GCD, it's difficult because the number of examples becomes smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So instead of doing that, I change the thing by having a log uniform distribution. So instead of having a distribution on 1 on k square, I now have a distribution on 1 on k on the output, on the GCD. And when you do that, you end up learning almost 90 of the 100% GCD. So by just working on the training distribution and improving the examples that the model has sent, taking a curriculum, a principled approach to how you train the model, you can almost pass from a situation where you just learn a handful of GCD to a situation when you learn almost all of them. At this point, you might wonder, okay, we went from 1 on k squared to 1 on k, why not make the distribution of GCD totally uniform? And interestingly, this doesn't work. So as many GCD1, S2, S3, S4, S5, S10, it seems like a better idea. You balance everything, but you can see the accuracy randomly varies, and the correct GCDs are learned, but we are far from the levels we had before. And what seems to happen in that case, so those are the predictions for GCD 1 to 20 at different epochs. So the model is training, and this is the predictions. And you can see that epoch 266, the model correctly predicts GCD1 as 1. But the next epoch, it predicts 19, and then 73, and then 7, and then 13. Everything becomes totally random. It's interesting because you can see that 1 and 3 and 7 and 9 and 11 and 13 and 17 and 19 are predicted as 1 at epoch 1 and 19 at epoch 2 at 73. So there's some kind of determinism that is there. It's not random, but the model has lost something. And so having a biased distribution of outcomes is really something that helps in this case. Okay, so I'm sort of done with the presentation. So what you've seen here is that those models, when trained on math, the model learns some kind of math, but the predictions are deterministic and the predictions are explainable. In the case of the GCD, you can even understand what the model is doing. The model is learning a sieve, like the Eratosthenes sieve for the. It classifies the input pairs into groups with common divisors. So in the beginning, everybody is GCD1. Everybody has the common divisor 1. And then the model is going to learn GCD2. So it will be able to classify everything with pairs which have a common divisor of 1 or a common divisor of 2 and correctly predict GCD1 and 2. And so it goes up. Okay, this is a valid algorithm. You could learn the GCD this way and you can predict it. It's a very inefficient algorithm. It's not the one we use. We would use Euclid algorithm, which is efficient. But the model is learning something that makes mathematical sense, that is not the one we would prefer, but it's an algorithm that humans could have discovered. Okay, and the final thing is that the training distribution, we've seen that for the matrices, have an impact. So it's not just which problem can the model learn, and can the model learn from examples, but you can see that the distribution of examples and how you engineer the training data plays an important role in the kind of mathematics the model can acquire. So I'm pretty much done. My main takeaways is that, yeah, transformers can learn mathematics. It's a new field of research. It's applicable to science. But what I wanted to show here is that the model is acquiring some knowledge of mathematical on the way as it trains. And I think, to link with the subject of this conference, that you could say that this is an approximation of what you could call a machine intuition on mathematics. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I couldn't. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, and could you hear the applause?
No.
No, but can you? Could you see it? Can you see them? Because there were lots of them. But
I couldn't see it.
Oh, sorry.
No, but now
so that you lost that. But so we really appreciate it, and so there was loud applause here. There will be some questions, and thank you very much for that. We learn much about what machines can learn now, and you gave lots of examples, and you ended up with what you started with, so the notion of intuition, and I guess some of the questions will turn on this thing. Can you? Is there any noise problem? Because I could try to, no, you can hear it as well. Otherwise, I will try to fix things about the noise. So who likes to ask questions? So Valeria Giardino is the first one.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you very much for the talk. Of course, there is a lot of data, and maybe I'll have a look at the papers. But I'll take the occasion to ask you the same kind of question that I asked to Omeria Ayat, who gave a talk Collège de France recently, and I saw that he's one of your co-authors. So, and because what I asked him about this, you talk explicitly about learning. He didn't talk about anything like that, but to some extent, when you what you said at the beginning, transformers for language are thought not to be understanding language precisely because what they are just doing is bets to some extent to the next to give the next word, and so there is nothing that has to do with the semantics of language, but they still to discuss. But that's one question. But the case of mathematics, would it be different? I mean, would these transformers say something about what understanding mathematics is, if you think that they are learning? Because that would mean that mathematics is precisely pattern recognition of some kind. And so it's precisely what they are able to do with these systems in comparison with language. So in the case of mathematics, this would be that this is understanding because precisely mathematics is kind of guessing, finding patterns. And so in this case, they would understand, but they wouldn't understand language. I don't know if I phrase it in a comprehensible way, but that's my question.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think what's interesting is, it's the definition of the word understanding. What does it mean to be understanding language? Because, when you see, some language produced by ChatGPT, it's very, very good language. It speaks better than many. So, but why do we say it doesn't understand? Because we think that language is grounded in, the real world, the physical world, and language represents the physical world. And so we can invent a way to default or to find a problem in ChatGPT by showing you, look, I can build a system where the machine has no common sense, etc. But mathematics you can think of mathematics as a pure language game, that's Hilbert position math and all that. There are no basic mathematical concepts. It's all coming from formulas. So there's no grounding that the model wouldn't understand. So I'm not absolutely sure this is it makes a real difference because basically the model is doing the same thing. But in the case of mathematics, it's maybe easier to accept that the model understands because there's not that thing about common sense and grounding in math, which exists in language.
But there are other questions. Or it could be really to say that mathematics is precisely pattern recognition. That's your idea of intuition. I mean, we are teaching machines to intuit whatever patterns, and this could be. But it's to discuss, and also But you see what I want to say.
There's a precision in math that doesn't exist in natural language, and it's quite possible that this sort of helps. Also, there's a difference because the way I train my model, train them supervisedly. So the way the models are trained, I give them examples, questions, and answers. Whereas most of the large language model are trained unsupervisedly. So there are no answers that they suppose. It's just predicting a word. So, their definition of truth when you predict the next word is a notion of plausibility. So there are areas where plausibility equals truth, but not in reasoning, for instance. Whereas in mathematics, you give a truth because you train supervisedly. So that might be an element of answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm Bruno Leclerc. I would myself like to ask a question. So a very general question of the notion of intuition. Yeah. So your work is impressive and very interesting for us. Not only because you learn you showed us what machines can learn, but also, sorry, I have to. So not only did you show us what machines can learn, but you also investigated how they learn, and then you made hypotheses and then investigated them further on which rules they start to learn and how they reason, and so that's very interesting for us. But I was wondering, so AI, machine learning you don't build in rules, as you say. Machines have to learn these rules by having lots of examples, and then they predict and often succeed in finding the results. And would you name that intuition? So intuition is really this process that you predict correct results without having been taught the rule, but just because of not having explicitly the rule, but of guessing the rule somehow. And would you say that this is what machine do? This AI machine do? And would you also say that probably this is also what we do when we somehow say we intuit that that's the correct result without being able to explicit the rule?
So I think there are, yes, I think the word intuition is interesting because there's a lot of parallelism in what we do. And I can give you an example. It was a research done recently by a mathematician named Adam Wagner, and he worked with DeepMind. And Adam Wagner so he's a mathematician and he works on graphs. And in graph theory, there are mathematical objects. There are lots of conjectures. So things that say, oh, this might be true, but we cannot prove it. And you have mathematicians, and Adam is one of them, who specialize in trying to prove or disprove conjectures. So finding counterexamples or proving a conjecture. And this is hard. And so he trained to also not exactly the same. It was reinforcement learning, so that was more like AlphaGo kind of thing, to try to produce counterexamples to famous conjectures. And he presented that I think it's online. It was a presentation US National Academy of Science in June, and he was one of the first day talkers. You can probably find it. And it was interesting because the model failed on every single conjecture it gave. It didn't give a correct answer. But Adam said we made a ton of progress because of that, because all of the failures were useful. So most of the time when you saw the broken counterexample that the model had found, a good mathematician could either save the find a one, or use this counterexample in some case to find a proof to show why this would never work. And I'm saying this is very close to human intuition. Human intuition is at some point you sort of intuit kind of a solution that looks good. And of course there are lots of details and the devil is in the details and you'll probably have to work to make it work. But this is the way we do mathematics. So I would tend to that yes, there is a lot of similitude in those predictions of the model. So it depends. In the GCD case, there's absolutely no intuition. The model is just learning hard rules, but because it's a very simple problem. But I think one of the important direction, and this is the subject I'm most interested in these days. I'm trying to work with specialists, with professional mathematicians or professional physicists with real research problems. And the question we have is that we could probably use AI as something that would propose interesting hypotheses that the specialists could come up with. So basically the AI wouldn't provide a solution to a problem, but it would provide a new idea that no one thought about, a new idea which is, it's badly cooked, it's not well done, but the specialists could do it. And I really believe this is the real direction of AI for science, basically organizing a dialogue between the pros, the people who have the use case, who have the real problems, not people like me, some math from prep classes or something like that, and the machines that can provide solutions that are sort of grounded in many examples, but probably different than what a mathematician would come up with.
Okay, thank you very much. Yassine?
Okay. Yes, thank you very much. So I would have two questions. So one question is about the methodology of explaining what the machine does, what the model does. So as I understand it, the way you will do that is that you will try to come up with your own algorithms or rules that may have been doing, and then you could just try, you could have like another model, as we do in psychology and cognitive science when we're trying to understand what a human is doing when he's trying to solve the task, is that we are building an artificial model that tries to do that, and then we compare the result between the two. So I wanted to know whether that's how people think about like how to explain what this model are doing, and if you have more to say about the methodology for that. And the second thing I wanted to ask is just to what you said before, is that you made the distinction between like a deterministic behavior and a more intuitive probabilistic behaviors. Usually, I guess we will think of it as in this context as a spectrum. But do you really think that like this distinction now matters for the model? Like there could really be like a specific category of deterministic learning, which will not be like very, very good probability on the way the thing is functioning, like something very distinctive.
Okay, so first question first. So most of the people who work on, my work on interpretability is a bit different from the work of others because I work on math. In language, in other subjects, many people try to understand what models are doing, but the way they are doing is more like, how to say, it's more like, you know, trying to measure different elements inside the model. So it's about instrumenting the model to try to guess what the model is calculating, to find the functions or approximate that. Trying to predict what the model is doing just by looking at what the model does and instrumenting the examples is something that can only be done when you have subjects like in mathematics, because you have theory and you can rely on the external theory in order to interpret the model. So I think this is a correct way to interpret, but it's very specific to mathematics and all that. Okay, you couldn't use that for language, for instance. You know, in language, the closest they have done with that is when they want to do, you know, gender studies on models and prove that they prefer the masculine to the feminine. So you find, you know, you find language where you have gendered pronoun versus language where you don't have gendered pronoun, and you look at what the model does, etc. But these are, you know, there are very few things you can do in language to do that. You cannot do that most of the time. In math, it's very common. So that would be my answer on you know, interpretation. So the second question, can you repeat the second question so that I'm sure?
Yeah. You were talking about like the model having a deterministic behavior. So I just wanted to think, is this like a useful category to now say, okay, maybe this is deterministic, this is more probabilistic or intuitive, as we would like to say at the end, or is it just like do you think it's just a spectrum and that the deterministic behavior is just like a probabilistic behavior, but with very high level, I mean, very strict rules of.
Technically, what the model learns, you know, I say the model is predicting a value, predicting tokens. The model is not doing that. The model is predicting a probability on the tokens. And then you take the largest value of the probability all the time. That's how the model predicts deterministically. So you can say that in reality, the model is always on the probability side and it's always on the spectrum. But sometimes the model, you know, you have a deterministic aspect because sometimes the model is absolutely sure of the answer. So you have like 10 possible answers and the best answer is like 90%. Sometimes you have 10 answers and the best is 53 or something like that, or 22. So that's the difference. We call this perplexity, and it means, you know, it's an indicator that we use, a metric that we use, and it says something. So the model is always on the spectrum, but there are problems and cases where the model tend to converge to very high probability very fast, and cases where the model is more hesitant. That's a spectrum, but you can still classify problems in more deterministic and less deterministic problems.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is very interesting. Is there more questions? Yeah, Jessie.
I just had a question on, in terms of what do you think maybe the most complex problem is that you've thrown at these models in terms of like the most difficult rule for the model to come up with in order to get a correct answer?
So that's a very interesting question. The model seems to suffer a lot on deterministic problem, on exact calculation. So approximate calculation, like the calculation on matrices, are relatively easy to learn. Multiplication, as I said, is a very, very, very difficult problem. And we don't exactly know why, but it seems that, you know, those problems that imply exact reasoning are difficult. Another class of problem which I've been trying to work on and never could, you know, understand how it works is simplification. You know, suppose you have a function and you want to simplify it. So you have a polynomial and you want to factorize it. Or you have a function with cosines, etc., and you want to transform it as something shorter. This is the kind of thing that is extremely hard for those models to learn. And I don't really understand why, because you have problems that look more difficult, like graphs, seem relatively easy to learn. So it has, yeah, there's something about long sequences of exact calculation that seem to be something complicated. And in my experience, that's really the hardest problem I've seen so far. But I haven't worked on so many problems. So.
Thank you.
More questions? We can just ask just a very last questions. Is there in the examples you've shown? You can think of it as like the model learning and algorithms. Can you compare that to what people are doing in this kind of program synthesis project, where you just try to infer a program from input outputs or from a few traces, or?
Yeah, so it's a different approach, because if you think of code generation, you know, when models are supposed to predict a program, usually models are given libraries. So the GCD function, for instance, would exist as a function, which would be called GCD or PGCD or something like that. So the problem for the model is that it's more like looking up a dictionary. You know, when you print code, what the model wants to do is you have a huge dictionary with lots of functions that could be assembled, and you need to produce the right tokens in the right word. So you're looking at, it's really looking up a dictionary or a phone directory or something like that, and assembling it according to rules. Whereas when the model does mathematics, it's much more lower level. So it's really a different approach to problems, I would say.
Right, thank you. Yeah. Right. So if there is no more questions, I think we're going to close the session and thank François again.
I can't hear you, but I see you.
Bruno, you want to say something about the restaurant for tonight?
Just we will thank you again. And you were the last speaker of the day, but you really made our other end of the day. This was really, really interesting. Thank you very much for joining us. We asked you quite late in your own agenda, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Have a nice evening. Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Thank all of you for your attention for the whole day. We'll have dinner at 7:30, just at the restaurant, Lebanese restaurant, which is just at the corner. So just in front of the building, just on your right. It's a very small restaurant at the beginning of the street, which goes to your hotel, to the Amusa Hotel. And so the meeting there is at 7:30. I had promised that we could go to a chocolaterie to find artisanal chocolate, but I think the one I was thinking about closes at 6, which is a bit. I'm not sure we can.